Morning, everyone. Hopefully, there isn't too much of a delay. Hopefully, I'm not doing an intro and
3 in
it's
the
like
afternoon.
all of a sudden yeah, it's 12-hour delay on that video. Good morning, everybody. It is day 3 of the Philadelphia Area Gaming Expo. Threes are wild. Threes are wild today. I'm Jeff McAleer. You may know me from thegaminggang.com. You may have absolutely no clue who I am. I am your host for some interviews. This morning, I will be with you until 12 p.m. Eastern. And it looks like there may have been some sort of a scheduling mix-up this morning. So,
You mean it's not supposed to be me?
no,
The famous Elliot Miller?
that's right. I was just about to introduce you. You're stealing my
No
thunder. You're
need.
stealing
No
my-
need.
you're- yeah.
I'll introduce
A
myself.
man who needs no introduction.
I am Elliot Miller,
So
the voice of E.
that's right. Elliot Miller, he's my best friend. We have been best friends for over 40 years. I know, we're old. I know. So what we thought we would do is until our next guest, which will actually officially be our first guest, arrives on the scene, just kind of recap what's been going on here at Page. You can still make it down to the Oaks. I think it's the Philadelphia Expo Center.
I think it's the Greater Philadelphia Expo.
Is that it? Greater Philadelphia? We're in Oaks, Pennsylvania. And of course, Page is still running all day today, most of tomorrow. So if you are local and you are a gamer, there is plenty going on. So
Don't worry about the snow. It'll stop soon or by 2.
that's what we're told.
That's what I've been told.
That's what the Weather Channel informed us.
And I always trust the weather.
They're not too.
They're okay.
So we're just going to mess around a little bit. So it's probably not the programming you were expecting
Probably
first
not.
thing this morning.
So
like
let's talk about
You got
this
your cup of
convention.
coffee and you're all ready and you're
Oh,
like,
can I
hey,
have
I'm
my
going to watch.
soda?
No, you may not.
Thanks.
You thought, hey, you know what? Grab a cup of coffee. I'm going to turn on the Page stream, see what's going on. And it's like, who are these jamokes? What's going on here? Gotta say, it's crowded. I believe there were 2,000 pre-sale badges. And this is only the third year of Page.
Right, page 3.
Yeah. And got here this morning. There's a big parking lot, and there are a lot of cars in that parking lot. So I'm thinking this is going to be a rocking day here at the expo. But as
It's
far
looking
as
good so far. It's pretty early. It's already tons of people walking past.
oh yeah, a lot of people rolled out of bed to get here right when the doors open. But I was going to say some of the exhibitors here, and I apologize if you're an exhibitor here at Page, and I don't think of you right off the top of my head. I don't have a list in front of me, but we've got Whiz Kids. Who?
Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised.
That
I
was
mean, I had glanced at the exhibitor list prior to the show, but I'd actually, forgotten some of it.
Yeah.
GUI Cube is here. I'm going to talk to Lawrence McNabb from GUI Cube tomorrow. He's actually my final interview of the show. Nice big area there. They have some amazing stuff at GUI Cube. I'm about to unleash my first review of one of their box sets, the bundle sets. You saw them.
Yeah, I did. It's pretty cool.
You picked one up and threw your back out. It was crazy. So we've got them. Let's see. Who else comes to mind?
There we go. That was it.
Gridlock
Studios is here. They're 10 feet away, so I can see them.
Yeah, that's right. Funny enough, we need to go down this hall
Yeah, we haven't gone down.
because there are more exhibitors. Normally, we kind of float around the exhibit
There's
areas.
a flea market today.
I know.
A flea market sign.
A huge flea market. Hey, there's a charity auction tonight. Oh, really? Yes. The Grand Poobah of Page. Ron is going to be, I think he's the host. I think he's like the auctioneer for it. And a little birdie told me that there are some really cool items that are going to be in the charity auction, and they were actually shipped here to be auctioned off. And of course, Page is a nonprofit, so I know they do a lot of charity work with the funds that they raise from the convention itself and charity auction, stuff like that. But yes, there's a flea market today, so I'm sure we'll probably pop over and take a peek at that.
We should
as
be able
well.
to pick up at least some good fleas. Maybe some
At
cheaper
a,
ones.
I was going to say, at a good price.
At a good
At a
price.
great price. You and that flea circus dream of yours, I don't understand it.
Go back to that fleas and circus fleas and clown fleas.
40 years of this, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. 40 years.
40 years.
A lot of events going on. In fact, I was not at Page previously, right, for the first two.
This is our first trip.
Right, this is our first trip. And it more than doubled in size, just the layout, because of the growth that this convention has seen. And there's a good mix. There's a good mix. A lot of role-playing games going on. Lots of role-playing games. We had an opportunity to check out Dance Macabre yesterday.
We did.
From it's successfully kickstarted. It is on the horizon from Stillfleet Games. If I remember.
By Gen Con, right?
Yeah, that was the discussion. Yeah, pretty wild kind of take on 14th century history. And
It was a 14th
was.
century history thing where, in a world where the ability to die
it's
is
almost
gone.
like a luxury now, right?
People no longer die. They get killed.
And
If they get killed, they just pass out for a few hours, re-knit back together, and come back. Just
Right.
a little bit less human each time.
well, if I was catching the background correctly,
Yeah.
it's like because our characters. Oh yeah, that's right. Our characters had supposedly died twice, I think,
Yes, we had
previous to the game
previously
starting.
we died
So you have
twice.
mutations and all, and it's not your typical, like, oh, okay, so it's Constantinople with zombies. No, it was more than that because they're more like demons than.
They were demoniacs.
See, that rolls off your tongue. I just couldn't get that out right. Boy, I tell you,
Boy, I tell you what.
But a lot of Shadow Dark going on. Oh, there's Down the Dark Staircase that we're playing.
Oh, that's right.
Yes.
And
With celebrity GMs. In fact, Kelsey Dion, who I had an opportunity to chat with, she was one of my first interviews here at Page. Yep, that was on
you
Thursday.
can go back and watch that, hopefully.
That's right. That's right. Because
It was great.
it's modern technology. You can do that on YouTube. But so we're going to find out for ourselves because we're playing it. That's later on today.
Yeah.
And it's like every hour on the hour, it's just like kind of, to my understanding, a mass event. Yes, it's a meat grinder. And we just roll up some quick characters, jump on in. I kind of get the impression it might be along the lines of kind of like a funnel adventure, like Dungeon Crawl Classics does.
Right.
But I also understand that if you play in it and you get a character and you survive, that
they let you come back next year.
because
Otherwise,
I guess they're doing this at a variety of different conventions. So
I
if you're at that convention and you've already got a character, you just show up with your character. Actually, I think they obviously got it on a laptop or whatever, and you can continue playing. So it's almost like an organized play at the convention, which, I mean, the Arcane Library, I mean, they're doing smoking work. They got a bunch of good stuff on the horizon. So that is something that I know a lot of people have signed up for. Troll Lord Games is here. In fact, they are I think they're a featured sponsor. I mean, their logo is in the corner
Up the
today.
screen. Right.
you were watching yesterday, and then it's a new con. There's growing pains. We didn't have this overlay, so
See you today.
today we do.
There it
But
is.
Troll Lord Games has a big section. Steven Schmaltz floating around. In fact, I'll be talking to Steven Schmaltz in about an hour, 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, why don't you tell us who you're talking to? Aside from the
It's
person who
none of,
didn't show
none
up.
of your business. Why are you always grilling me for details?
I want details, man.
Let's see. So I think Steven might be our 10:30. Oh no, I'm sorry. Alex Hammer is our 10:30 guest, and he is the organizer for Gamehole Con in Madison, Wisconsin, which I have an opportunity to visit past couple of years. Maybe you've seen some of my interviews with my industry friends from Gamehole Con. Maybe you haven't. Pretty fun interviews there. So we're going to talk about that. I'm actually going to ask him about some of the challenges that a fledgling, it's not, I mean, they're on like their 14th
Kind of growing
year,
pains
13th.
that they can go through.
Yeah. What are some of the pitfalls?
Because how long has Gamehole Con been going?
I think this next year is, excuse me, 12, 13 years.
Okay, so they're a few years further down the road than
Right. But
So,
it's
yeah.
not like, hey, it's our 50th con or
Right.
anything like that.
it
far as-
survived COVID. So
Yes.
that's one thing.
Right. Yeah. Sadly, there were other things that people who love the hobby did not survive COVID. Sadly, but we did. We also did. So that's good.
It's true. Victory.
That's right. So that's Alex at 10:30.
10:30 Eastern. We're in Pennsylvania.
Yes, that's true. I keep forgetting that too. I'm like, wow, it doesn't feel as late as it is, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. Because
Right.
Ellie and I are both out of the Chicago area, and so
Now they know where we live.
yeah, you're gonna like hold up a piece of paper with my address. on
Right.
it. Hey, if you'd like to talk to Jeff, swing on by.
Come by his house.
You're welcome anytime. Anytime. Day or night. So are you going to allow me to answer the question
I'm
you
waiting.
asked me?
You did 10:30. You got an hour to go.
Yeah, I know. No. Well, yeah, I guess I would. You're right. Damn you and your math. Damn you and your math skills, Elliot. Your math. Damn. So at 11 is Steven Schmaltz, one of the Troll Lords from Troll Lord Games. And I've interviewed Steven a few times. They're always releasing stuff. They have a fairly recent starter set. I have reviewed it. The two most recent.
Where could people see that? Maybe at thegaminggang.com
Maybe.
or on.
Hey,
YouTube.
I'm not here to plug my outlets and my website. Oh, well,
That's what I'm here.
I should point out, Elliot is also the co-founder of the Gaming Gang.
I was there since the beginning.
Yes. So
Pain,
any faults you
horror.
found over the years.
Right.
But yes, I do have a YouTube channel. It's the Gaming Gang. And of course, there's the gaminggang.com because strangely enough, people who know about the website, a lot of people who visit. We've got like over 3 million unique visitors a year. Don't know about the YouTube channel, even though the videos are posted on it. But and then there are people who watch the video
Just for
channel.
YouTube and never go to the website.
Yeah. They're like, I'll get it even today because, you know, the Gaming Gang's been around. We're in our 16th year. Even today, like in the live chats, because
Yeah.
I do 3 live streams a week. and I mentioned thegaminggang.com. There'll be somebody in chat that'll be like, "Oh, there's a website." It's like, yeah, that's what came first.
Wow. This is a full service shop.
My goodness. So we've got Steven at 11. He's always a fun interview.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tease him about UFOs. Hopefully he doesn't hit me.
Hopefully.
But they've always got stuff cooking. So they the last two books that I shared first looks at are the Codex Exultum, which is like all celestial kind of monsters and creatures, I guess I would say, for Castles and Crusades. And then the other is the Codex Infernum. Ooh, what do you think that is?
I would say the opposite. The devils and demons associated with it.
Yes. So I have shared first looks. I have reviews on the horizon, but I have a lot of reviews for Control World Games stuff. In fact, they've got their reforged. It's not a new edition. It's just kind of like a little cleaned up.
Yeah.
Because one of the cool things, and I'm sure I'll talk to Stephen about this or bring it up, with Castles and Crusades has been around for over 20 years. They've had multiple print runs of their books. And it's a role-playing game where, as a game master, you just need 2 books. So
Is that the one that's got
the homage covers?
well, it's got the book's like inch and a half thick and it's like $10.
No, that's someone else who's not an exhibitor here, so we better not plug them.
Okay, sorry.
I'll answer
Morning.
that question. Hey, Phil.
Phil's here.
is
I was
with
like, I'm
us.
sitting in that lobby last night. I'm like, oh, yeah. I'm like after 1 o'clock, I get
So we're
We're
streaming.
We are
Our
live.
first guest, Phil's on. Hey, come on, put your head in.
There you go.
So Phil,
Hey.
who is another, I wouldn't say grand poobah, but you are a poobah of Page. Just pop by to say hello to us.
Yes. Folks, if you're out there, we still have guest badges. Well, attendee badges. 1-day badges for Saturday, 1-day badges for Sunday. It is only 10:25, and the energy here on the floor already is substantial.
Oh yeah.
So it's loud. There's actually a cheerleading competition in the next hall over, so we're hearing the bass. Boom, boom, boom.
That's why Elliot's got to go, because he's got to go get
He's
into
got to
the
go compete.
contest. Yes.
He's got to go compete.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Oh, I didn't know you had it in you. But yeah, a lot of people. I just walked past registration. Line is long. People coming in, grabbing their badges. The vendors are sales are brisk already. Only a half an hour in. I just checked in with a few of them as well.
And they're all sold out of stock. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, right. So,
They got plenty of stock.
but
folks.
yeah, you want to slide on down. The snow is not sticking to the roads or the sidewalks. It's a little too warm outside. Besides, it'll be done by
2 is what I
two-ish or
saw,
something like
yeah.
that. It's the wintertime. It's what happens. We're in the mid-Atlantic. We're in the north. Get in your car. What else are you doing today?
Besides watching the live stream here,
Besides watching this live stream,
Here on
which you can watch in the
day
car.
3 of Page 3.
You can watch in the car on your way here.
It's not
So
behind the wheel.
get out of that bathrobe. Put your underwear on. Get dressed. Put your shoes on. Get in the car. Come down here. Grab a badge.
I did all of that except for the underwear part.
Oh, hey, no one's here to judge. We all have our own personal preferences with regard to attire.
Everybody's welcome.
Exactly. Yeah. What?
Underwear
Welcome
or
to check for themselves. Just meet up with Jeff here.
Yes.
40 years of this, ladies. More than 40 years. More than 40 years.
Yeah. So I'm gonna pop
Yeah.
away.
yeah.
Keep on chitter chattering. I think we've got some more interviews lined up for today.
We do.
Yep.
And
We do. We just figured, rather than, not have a stream out there. We're just kind of recapping
Yeah, sure.
some of the stuff, talking about some of the exhibitors, some of the interviews that are on the horizon
Right.
today and tomorrow.
Fantastic.
Although Elliot asked me who I'm talking to today, and he's yet to allow me to finish the answer,
I haven't stopped.
interrupting me.
Right.
Constantly.
Yeah. Yeah. Great interviews. We've already cached some already that we'll be posting from the first 2 days.
I got to say hello to Bob Worldbuilder. He's here today.
Yes, he's here only today, folks. He is actually currently at the Arcane Library booth doing a book signing of his book Delve,
Which just came out.
which just came out for both. There's a Shadow Dark version and a 5e version of it. So if you can get here in the next hour, it's a 90-minute signing. He'll still be here. And if you can't, he'll be wandering around today and you can bump into him. He's a local. He doesn't live that far away.
Yeah, he mentioned that.
Yes. There's this concentration, it seems, of YouTube talent here within like an hour's drive.
Right.
But he's only here one day only, folks. So if you want to see Bob, he's with Grace World Destroyer as well, and they will be flitting about the convention for you to interact with, engage with. So
I'll tell you what, I took a peek at the Shadow Dark version of Delve real quick.
Yeah.
And there's an alternate cover that is
There is.
sweet.
yes, I actually have the alternate cover. I did kickstart that myself. It's beautiful. They do have, I believe, both versions at the Arcane Library booth for purchase.
Yes, they have both covers.
Correct. So it's a great opportunity if you do not want to pay shipping for a fantastic book that literally just came out, to get it signed by one of the designers and content creator talent. So
I'll tell you what great indication that today's going to be rocking is as we came up here on the hotel shuttle, we saw lots of cars out there in that parking lot.
yes. We have, Saturday mornings we do our flea market,
Yeah.
which is currently going to be going strong for the next half an hour. That's 8 to 11 every Saturday for a page. So that was mostly what you saw was the flea market folks
Okay.
coming in here to grab. I don't know if you walked down yet today.
No, we didn't.
Oh, it's mobbed, like right
I
down
believe
the
Oh.
hallway here, mobbed. And they'll clear out.
Elliot, quick, get down.
I'm going.
Yeah. Oh, deals galore. Oh my goodness. I saw a lot of people walking out with just boxes of stuff because it's just people cleaning out their basements,
Right.
trying to get rid of their minis or their books or whatever.
Board games.
Board
all-
games,
all
you
of it.
name it, and it's like flies on you know what.
I don't. On chocolate?
Chocolate, yeah.
Yeah.
Chocolate.
Yes. And then we'll reclaim the open gaming space, which is where we have it currently set up. And then everybody's games will unfold as we go today. So there's a lot of still available on the schedule for you to grab
What-
tickets for.
What time is the charity auction?
The charity auction is this evening at 7 p.m.
Because I did bring that up. We were chatting a little bit
Yes.
about that.
And we spent the entire day yesterday doing auction intake. The items, we have a very respected collector that graded everything yesterday.
All right.
That spent the entire day grading. One of the preeminent collectors in the country. We flew him up, and he just sat in the room all day and graded the stuff. So it's not just the auctioneer that's going to be playing it up. And remember, folks, this is a charity auction.
Yes.
So, no one's lining their pockets here with what this stuff's going to sell for. Our Gamer Systems program here at Page is where these funds will mostly go to. There'll be some operational expenses probably that we're going to use some of the money for, but without a con, there's no charity.
Right.
So we do have expenses, but
One thing I do also want to mention about the charity auction, if you happen to attend Gen Con, they've got the auction. Hopefully you still know they have it. It's across the street in one of the hotels.
Right.
It's not in the exhibit area.
right.
But, there's some fantastic classic stuff in the charity auction. So this isn't going to be like Gen Con auction where it's like, all right, everybody, here's the 35th copy of Risk.
Correct.
Opening bid $5. Do I have 5?
Right.
It's like,
I can tell you there's a lot of AD&D and I believe second edition in shrink that will be going up. That I know when Ron Meisker, one of the other organizers, he ran into a collection of someone who had passed away in the last few months, and the family was getting rid of it and didn't know what it was worth. and we were able to acquire the collection for the charity auction. And it's like I saw it, I'm like, you just don't see this stuff.
Yeah.
You know, it was sitting in somebody's basement who collected it. You know, you've got 1987 AD&D Forgotten Realms box set in shrink and stuff like that, which is rare.
Yes.
So if you and honestly, I go to the charity auction. I'm not a collector, but I love charity auctions because I like to see the whales bid each other up.
We always loved seeing the stuff that, you know, when we were in high school, we were just getting into the hobby.
Right.
Even before high school. And it's, oh my, I remember that. I had that. Oh my, and it's like, oh yeah. Final bid $1,200.
There you go.
Yeah, that ended up in the trash for me somewhere.
Exactly.
In between moves.
Exactly. So it's nuts. Year one we had a brown box here, an OD&D brown box here that went for over 5,000.
Wow.
It wasn't the greatest shape, but I mean, it was like I think it was like a third printing brown box, and a collector from California was here personally and bought it. So you will have that caliber level of stuff at the auction. I don't think we've got a brown box this year or a white box, but the other stuff, like last year, we sold a one of a kind manuscript from the TSR offices of the adventure Needle, written by Frank Menser. His original typed manuscript that went up last year, and that sold for like $15,000, I think, something like that. So we will, and there'll be people online bidding from around the world because we released the
because it's a
auction.
live stream for it.
Yeah. You want to know more about auctions? Ron's right there.
I think these guys are waiting to talk to us.
I don't know.
No,
These
he's
dudes
walking
over
past.
here.
I don't
Who's
know.
your?
Alex Cameron?
He's standing right there.
Okay.
All right, we'll see you guys.
Sweet.
Yeah.
You mind
All right,
sending
thanks.
them over?
I will.
Thank you.
That's Tom Wilson.
Don't know what to tell you, my friend.
I don't know either. I'm gonna move.
I don't know.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone.
Tom is here. Tom Wilson and Alex, both of them. So whoever you want.
We are back once again at the third day of the Philadelphia Area Gaming Expo. And we're going to talk about another convention at a convention. But we can do that. I have the pleasure of talking with Alex Kammer, who is the mastermind behind Gamehole Con. That's why he's got the shirt.
Oh, I guess I do. Look at that, promotional. I just grabbed this T-shirt that was on top of the pile. Lucky.
I have a nice gray T-shirt like that I picked up.
Oh, good.
Because if you follow the gaming gang, if you're familiar with me, I covered Gamehole Con the last couple of years and had a blast. Really enjoyed it. So let's talk a little bit about that, and then for the gamers out there, we're going to talk gaming stuff too. So it's not just convention,
Sure.
inside baseball talk.
Sure.
But first of all, how did Gamehole Con come about?
Sure. So the reason it has such a strange name is that it's named in homage to my game group, which is the Gamehole. And cleverly or sort of childishly, it's named thus because it was my friends and I were gathering in my basement for years. And we have been playing together weekly since about 2000. And we still do. In fact, I missed Wednesday's game night because I was here. Yeah, it's a long-standing game group. So Gamehole Con, I like to say now, was a bad idea that's gotten out of control. And we were sitting around the table. So we're Wisconsinites. The show is in Madison, Wisconsin every fall. If you're reasonably familiar with convention lore, you know that the convention of all conventions is Gen Con, which was birthed in Wisconsin after kicking around southeastern Wisconsin for many years. It was in Milwaukee for my formative years when I was young. Yeah, you too. Yeah, I think we're about the same vintage.
Yeah,
so
we're out of the Chicago area.
I got you.
Yeah, we're real good.
So I was super bummed, and so was my group when Gen Con moved to Indianapolis. It was a great move for them. Peter and the gang, that's great. Good friends with them. It was 100% the right move for them. But we're like, shoot, so then we're sitting around, and I think they moved in 08. If I'm not, I may be wrong about that, but it was around that time when they moved. 2012, we're sitting around the table, and we were just kind of joking about, we can run our own convention maybe. And the reason we did that is because there's a local game store that opened. We were trying to help this new startup game store by running games at their shop. So we were we set up a meetup, that sort of basic social media platform that started years ago. And much to our surprise, people came, and this is the first time we actually ran games for other people. And people liked it, and our games filled immediately. And so that's why we thought, maybe we could actually run a little bigger version of this. We could actually call it a convention and just see what happens. And so we did. Our first year was 2013. We thought, maybe we should reach out to some of the local TSR people. I mean, they live right over here. Mm-hmm. Like Frank Metzner, we know, and Ernie Gygax. All these guys are right here. So let's just, hey, man, come up to Madison. You can have a hotel room. And much to our surprise, just it was just under 500 people came year one. We're like, whoa, okay.
Yeah,
so
500 year one, that's impressive.
It was a lot. And so off we went. And we very, very quickly outpaced the hotel we're in. Year 3, we're in the Alliant Energy Center, which is this convention center that we're still in, that you have visited the last couple of years.
Yes.
And now we have year 13 this year, and we had 6,500 attendees this year. So it's become a real thing.
Very nice.
And we have an RPG focus, and that really wasn't intentional, but that's what we all play. So we love RPGs, and so we've become the largest majority RPG convention in the world, which is really wild. Most conventions have a lot of board games and Magic and all that kind of stuff.
Miniatures, all that stuff.
And we do too, but there's good reason. RPGs, as you can see if you walk around, are very inefficient when it comes to space.
Yes.
If you stack people up in Magic or board games, you can have a lot more people per square foot. So that's why shows like Gen Con have those seas of board games and stuff, and it makes total sense. They absolutely should.
And most of the RPG stuff are in the satellite hotels.
Yeah, there's really are no RPGs really on the main floor at all anymore. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. So that's how to answer your question. That's a long-winded answer, because it's kind of complicated how we wound through all that, and here we are.
I have to say, having gone to Gamehole Con twice, and my all-time favorite convention every year tends to be, knock on wood, Gen Con.
Sure.
But I'll tell you what, Gamehole Con had some of the friendliest gamers some of the friendliest attendees I have ever seen. And I know I'm from Chicago. It's a Midwest thing. We
Yeah.
tend to be friendly
Yeah,
people.
yeah.
It was just smooth sailing the whole way. How did you achieve the smooth sailing part? Because I know a lot of times when a convention's starting out, there are sometimes massive growing pains.
Yeah.
What are some of the challenges that you found running a convention, starting a convention, getting it off the ground,
Sure.
that you were able to put a kibosh on?
Well, that's the thing about when we talked about forming the show. I was looking around the table. I'm an attorney. There's another attorney. There's an economist. There's 3 IT people. There's a physician. And I'm thinking, wow, the candle power we have here, we could probably run General Motors, right? We have enough intellect and ability, business people that can do this. So we said, if we're going to do this, whether or not it's successful, we can't control. But what we can do is have it be the best run convention that there has ever been. And that's through planning, everything far in advance. I'm working on the 27 show, quite frankly, right now and stuff, because the Tetris that goes into organizing a show like this when it gets big with different publisher needs, it's just a big job. And we all have full-time jobs too. I'm still a practicing attorney. So we have to plan in advance. And so with it's just preparation. That's the short answer. Preparation. Anticipating problems. One of them is I said no lines. We're never going to have a line. Whatever we have to do with that, not have lines. We'll just staff it to the point we don't. So we took our registration, made it really broad, and broke down people's last names into very granular sections, A through C, and so on. So there's literally maybe one person ahead of you. You get your badge, off you go.
That's how it was when I walked in the door.
That's the only answer that's acceptable.
But I had a press badge, so they move heaven and earth.
That's right. We want to take care of our friends.
I don't ask for that either.
Yeah. Well, so that's it. And anticipating problems and redundancy, good IT background. We have one of the guys, Game Hill guys, has built an amazing back end. So we don't use tabletop events. They actually originally tabletop events came to us. It's a guy from Madison who came to us and said, "Can I look at your back end? Are you gonna sell that? Nope. Go ahead and look at it." So that's why if you look at TTE and look at our system, there's some similarities.
I had noticed that.
Yeah,
yes.
that's why. So their architecture was, at least they took the basic. JT Smith did an awesome job. He's a tremendous programmer. I'm not taking anything away from him, but that's why there's some similarities. And that's why it's easy when you hop onto the Gamehole site, like, this works a little differently, but it's very similar in logic.
Right.
So anyway, we all shared that. So it's having robust IT background, guys that are smart, that can execute, that really do their departments well. Like my friend who does our game space, he's our director of games, our marketing guys. These are all people in my game group. And they do an awesome job, and we know that we all work together. There's this ego-free. We know that it's kind of a goofy thing that's really a waste of time, quite frankly. I mean, compared to all the things we do, so it's just passion. We love it. We want to make sure everyone has a great time. The only thing, the one outcome I didn't want to have is that someone came and said, "Wow, my badge was misprinted. The game I was supposed to go to here on this number didn't happen." Stuff like that. I just can't take that. I'm too German, I guess. I have to. The trains must run on time.
Yes,
So,
right.
and that's the thing that could not happen, is have that sort of stuff. And so you build the structure, and then we have been very clear from the outset. It's Gamehole Con, right? It's clearly not a commercial venture, right? We're not trying to make money. We just want to have fun. We just want to give back to the hobby that we love so much. We just want to, encourage joy and community and celebration and all that kind of stuff. And so that's why I think there's a real good vibe at the show. Like, people
Super
are
vibe.
happy, and this is like, people look forward to it. Let's get together and have a great time. And so when we removed the physical impediments like lines and crowdedness and stuff like that, and then said, just have a good time, everyone, it has worked out remarkably well. I'm quite frankly in awe about how it's what it is now. You would have said this, 10 years ago, I've been like, what? Come on, So it's pretty cool.
I was actually impressed by the lineup of exhibitors as well. Chaosium, our good buddy Rick Meinz Rick Meinz was at the show. I got to chat with him. I'm used to seeing him at Gen Con and stuff like that. I was like, hey, Chaos. I know they were there the year before too.
Yeah.
Boy Cube had a huge area there.
Yeah.
I was Can't forget a local, our friend Jess Carrier from Thunderworks Games.
Yep.
Had a blast. We did an interview, if you happen to catch that, at Gamehole Con with Jess. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But I mean, normally a convention of that size, I don't see such impressive companies taking part of normally. So I thought that was very nice.
Yeah, and so the conversation with companies like that. First of all, we curate our vendor hall. We have applications are open right now. We have 90 some spots, and we have over 200 applications already. So we have to, go through and make sure that we have the right balance of, we don't want to have 16 dice sellers, right? Because that's not good for the dice sellers. We have, or 7 people who sell shirts, right? We just have to make sure we don't take all comers. And when we're purposeful about it, these other publishers who are larger look at that and say, okay, these guys seem to know what they're doing. And our 6,000, 7,000 attendees are real gamers. They're not, we don't have an anime track. We don't have people cosplay, but that's not why they come. People who come to Gamehole come to game. Yes. And so Monty Cook Games, Renegade Studios, Catalyst Labs, Chaosium, Wizards even has recognized, all right, you have gamers there. We want to be there too. So that's why we have WotC's coming back this year. They haven't been to a convention in years, and they're going to have a spot in our show. They just reached out to us and they said they want to come. I'm like, all right, sure. You should be. I mean, your Dungeons and Dragons.
Gamehole Con has hit the big time, ladies and
yeah,
gents.
I don't know about that. But
the monster that is Wizards of the Coast is in the house.
Yeah.
All right, so let's talk gaming.
Sure.
You just said people go to Gamehole Con. They are gamers.
Yeah. There's
something that I believe you guys were working on last year. I think now it's out. And it is Wardens of the Eastern Marches.
That's correct. So organized play is, I believe, a tentpole phenomena experience in conventions. Because I remember being I think I was a teenager, probably was 16, and I went to Gen Con Milwaukee, and I walked around like, I'd really like to play in a D&D game, but how the hell do I do it? It was intimidating. I saw these guys, all playing serious, games. It looked like fun.
Event book like that.
Yeah, and I couldn't, I just didn't. It was a little inscrutable, and I probably could have made a better effort. So we've tried, and that's the wonderful thing about organized play. And there've been, back to the original RPGA days, Living Greyhawk, Realms, Adventures League, all these things. The beauty of it is that you can sit down at a table with strangers and play in a game, and that character can continue on to game. So it was extremely important to us to have a robust, organized play presence. And for years, despite not being as large as Gen Con, despite not being as large as Origins, we had the largest Adventures League hall in the country. We had at one point 100 tables of simultaneous play. It was crazy because we really believe in it. We supported it. We created content for it, and did what we could to support it. So in recent years, because of all the again back to Wizards of the Coast, of the whatever changes go on there, political, economic, so on, they've basically abandoned Adventures. That's just the reality. And so we saw that coming. And so we have been writing stories in this setting called the Eastern Marches for years. We have a little press company called Gamehole Publishing. And it was just for fun that we were telling our own stories. Basically, the games that we ran, we kind of published and sold them. And they'd, hundreds of copies would be sold. It's no big deal. But we thought, we could, we know now really, I think, more as much about organized play as anyone. And so let's do our own organized play program that we'd want to play. So that includes several features. One is an alliance system where there are political groups in this setting that you have to join, one of 6. Like there's the Order of Pontificate, which is an order that is basically cleric and divine based. There's an organized crime one, so on. So each players then have a connection to an organization that helps give them purpose and direction and so on. And then with that, so you have your character that's a member of Alliance. Then also everything that you experience in game, any magic item has a physical magic item certificate that you get. Once you attain 2nd level in your Alliance, you get a physical pin that has in-game consequences.
That's what the card was I saw 2 years ago.
Yeah.
It was one of the magic items.
Yes, you find a Potion of Healing. There's a Potion of Healing card. And then you could take it to our bazaar and buy other magic items, trade it in. And you could trade with players. and the people create binders of all their stuff. I thought that was really cool in the early
That
days
is
of
really
Adventures League, and they abandoned it because it was a pain in the ass. It's a lot of screwing around.
right,
believe me.
exactly.
It's a lot of fiddly bits, but I think it's worth it, and people love it. And so we had you saw the hall at GameWorld. It was a big success. We have a little presence here at Page. What I'm trying to do is have it set up so other cons can run it, so I don't have to come and run it. That's not what I do.
Right.
And so they can take ownership of it and have their own organized play that they can rely on. So you're not relying on a local organizer. This is our version of Wardens of the Eastern Marches. We're going to Gen Con this year. We just submitted all our events. Yeah, it's pretty cool and it's taking off, and I think it's gonna really work.
So if people want to learn a little bit more about that before they head to a convention,
Yeah.
where would they go?
That's a great question. GameholePublishing.com. Just GameholePublishing.com. There's a free player's guide that you can download. It gives a brief on the setting, the alliances, how to create a character. It's all free. We have all kinds of free resources: the maps, the log sheets, character sheets. Everything's free. Just download it, and you can have the whole thing. And we're making it available to other cons. Hopefully, we could be contacted by a bunch of game stores, and so we're getting ready to start to do that. So you can, here's the IP, here are all the adventures. Go play games. Just go do it yourself. And I think it's gonna proliferate because there's a need for it. And what the heck? Let's just see how it goes.
Something different.
Yeah.
What system does it use?
It's 5th edition D&D, which is tricky, obviously, with 2014 and 2024.
You mean new, not new D&D?
Exactly. But you can play any version of D&D, and we write it so it supports both. You could have characters in either; it doesn't matter.
Alex, I always like to kind of wrap up with a couple of questions with my guests.
Yeah.
First one is, how did you get into gaming?
Yeah, I'm of the good fortune of geographically where I was born.
I figured that had a lot to do with it.
Central Wisconsin, so I saw when I was 12 years old at Value Village, which is a kind of a lowbrow department store in Portage, Wisconsin, which is about an hour north of Madison. A 4 cardboard display of the 4 AD&D books: Deities and Demigods, Player's Handbook, Deities. DM's Guide, and Player's Handbook. And I'm like, what is that? I have to have it. So I started mowing lawns furiously to make enough money to buy those. They're about $15 each.
Yeah.
And I got them, and I still have them. That formed the basis of my collection. I'm an insane RPG collector too, but that's another story for another day. So I still have those books, and that's how I got into it. And then my first time I actually played was one-on-one with my friend Trevor in the 8th grade lunchroom. He DM'd Keep on the Borderlands, and I played. And we had bought the original Traveler set, screwed around with that, and ever since then it's just been magic. The fantasy literature, it unlocked my brain. I became a better student because of it. Quite frankly, it not so indirectly led to my being a lawyer. Dungeons and Dragons. I kid you not, because it made me a better reader. It made me, I just consumed fantasy. I have just pulp books. It made me better taking tests, made me a better thinker. It really is a big thing. I cannot overstate how important D&D is to me in my life. So,
and to many people.
Exactly. This is not an unusual story. And so that's why, I think that's also why when we have these experiences, when we get together, like, my people.
Yeah.
That's why it's so fun. Right? We all have this commonality. We all understand why we're here. We all understand what it's about.
Last question.
Yeah.
What is a game that you love playing? And you can't say Wardens. You can't.
No, I won't. Yep.
I know.
I get it.
That you're not affiliated with.
In 3 hours, I'm going to run another run of this. It's Alien by Free League.
Yeah.
I love the Free League publishing. I love Free League Publishing. I love their games.
Fantastic.
And
I've reviewed it.
Yeah.
Both editions now.
Okay. I adore it. It's a tremendous con game. It's a game that when you sit down to play, I first of all have to explain, hey, this is not D&D.
Right.
We're not in an inn. We're not going to go rescue the thing or go quest for the magic item. You may not be all aligned in purpose here. In fact, you probably won't be. But everyone understands the universe, what it looks like, what it feels like, the what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And so it's really fun to run. And I run around the country. In fact, I was asked to go to UK Games Expo this year. They want me to run Alien there because they heard about my games.
Wow.
So it's funny as a D&D guy who writes D&D and has written for basically all the publishers that do D&D stuff, freelance. I'm known as the Alien guy on the con circuit. But whatever,
It's a great game.
it's an awesome game, so I don't
Excellent-
mind that at all. It's very
Excellent
cool.
system.
Yeah.
And that the new edition just gorgeous. And they didn't tweak a ton.
I
of
agree.
stuff.
I think that what's nice, like we just mentioned 2014 to 2024, how they don't really work together.
Yeah.
The new edition Alien works brilliantly.
Right.
It's really an improved edition.
Yes.
It's not truly, yeah, I guess you call it a new edition, but it's sort of not. It's just an improvement. It's an errata it's a better game.
Well, they even call it's the evolved edition.
Evolved.
Yeah.
That's right. I forgot about that. So that's a great way to put it. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Alex, great to finally meet you.
Yes.
I definitely appreciate you stopping by.
Yeah.
And hopefully maybe I'll get an invite to go cover Gamehole
You'll
Con
see him there.
again.
You'll see him there in October this year for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Awesome.
Awesome.
Thank
Hey,
you very
I
much.
really appreciate that you didn't in the interviews here at Philadelphia Area Gaming Expo 3, day 3, continues, and I have the distinct pleasure of chatting with one of my good buddies in the industry, Steven Schnall from Troll Lord Games, makers of Castles and Crusades.
Yes,
Good to see
indeed.
you, Steven.
Thanks for having me on. Good to see you too.
Yeah. What do you want to kick off with? You want to kick off with some of the new stuff that's arrived more recently, like the starter sets?
I thought we were talking about UFOs.
No,
no, yeah.
We'll get to you.
Oh, this is about Castles and Crusades. That's what this is. Yeah. So it's been a crazy busy year. So I guess we released the starter set in August. I honestly don't know when. It's back in the summer at some point. It was for Gen Con, I believe. So that's come out. We're hard at work on all the Gygax material. We've had to reprint the Adventurous Backpack. That I was alerted yesterday will be to us Monday or Tuesday. So those are on trucks, and we don't have space for them yet. So I got
now I can really go, oh, wow.
Yeah, so Monday's going to be interesting.
So your backyard's going to look interesting.
It's getting crazy back there. I'm going to need a UFO to put some of
To
that stuff
store
up.
it.
Yeah, right. And then we've got the 11th printing the Player's Handbook. And that's rolling out. We're fixing to launch a Kickstarter on reforging the spell book. So it's just been an absolutely crazy last 12 months in a good way, a very, very good way.
So for those of you out there who are not familiar with Castles and Crusades or Troll Lord Games, because it's not only Castles and Crusades,
Sure,
there's also Amazing Adventures. Let's discuss what is Castles and Crusades. So it's a fantasy role-playing game.
It is a fantasy
It has
role-playing
an
game.
old school vibe.
Yep.
It is not necessarily the OSR as some folks define it. I personally would say it is because of the mentality of it.
It's so Castles and Crusades. I can give you the long story or the short. We'll go with the short. If you want.
I was going to say, we got 30 minutes to fill.
There you go. So way back in the D20 days, when third edition was really hot, we were selling just D&D supplements. You know, the D20 stuff, D20 logo. And John Nephew from Atlas Games, a great friend of mine, just a brilliant guy, came by, ran into me at a store at a restaurant at GTS in Vegas, and he's like, "Steve, what are you doing for the bubble? How are you bracing for the bubble?" And I was like, "What are you talking about, John? I'm not. What bubble are you talking about?" He goes, "D20 is going to burst, and you got to have something to brace." And that kind of began us on the journey of doing our own role-playing game. We were publishing Gygax at the time, and he was kind of immune to the burst, as we found out. We didn't know it, but we found that out. But so we got to talking that we need our own role-playing game. And Mac Golden, Davis Chenault, and I, it's my brother and Mac, co-founders of Troll Lord Games. We sat down and began, what do we want to do with this role-playing game? I don't design games. I'm not a game designer, so my only thing was I wanted to be like AD&D. Because that's the game I play, it's the game I love. Third edition was a great game, but I never got into it that much. So I just needed to be like AD&D so that I can sell it and play it. And Mac loved AD&D. Davis just loves game design. So they dove into it. And in 2003 time frame, with a lot of playtesting online, they created Castles and Crusades. And the bubble burst about 2004, I think summer of 04, something like that. So everything went sideways for us. But we had CNC in the hopper. It was called something different there, and I can't remember the name. But and we released the Player's Handbook in December of 2004, and then after that, then Castles and Crusades is a thing. So for the OSR movement, we predate the OSR movement, and I'm relatively certain we're the first company that used the OGL to make a role.
That I did not know.
I think we are. Now, within a year, there was a slew.
I'm going on Google.
Check it.
I got a fact check.
I think that's the case. I can't think of anyone else who would have done that. Maybe Green Ronin. I think we were the first.
Okay.
If not,
you were the second.
Yeah, we were very, very
You
beginning.
were super early to the
So
party.
the game sort of predates OSR after CNC releases, and then a lot of the guys that were playtesting for us started doing their own games. A whole bunch of them. And so we're sort of part of the OSR, but sort of before the OSR.
The reason why I mention that is, because some people, it's like, well, if it's OSR, it's got to be built off of OD&D or BX, maybe AD&D. And I always use the term old school Renaissance.
Yeah.
Me, it's more the mindset.
Yeah.
The philosophy of the game, where it's grittier, characters die, you can have a total party kill.
Right.
It's that the heroes are not invincible,
Right.
even at higher levels.
There's no respawning. It's just you might resurrect, but
Yeah, right.
and that's got its own.
Maybe if you got the coin.
You got the coin, right? Yeah, for sure. It's definitely mentality, and I know the OSR movement's had all kinds of stuff go in and out of that, which is fine. But you're right. At the core of it, it's just a mentality of way you play. And Castles and Crusades, at its core, what we wanted to do is what AD&D did for us when we were kids, which is pretty much give the power, as much power beyond mechanics as you can, to the castle keeper, the GM, and to the players, so that everybody has what we would say today agency at the table. And that was a huge thing, because when I ran games for Mac and then for years and years AD&D games, we developed our own system on how to get across rivers and climb and convince and all of that stuff, and it was completely hackneyed. I mean, there was no
House rules.
yeah, house rules, crazy stuff. But what we learned quickly at the table is that as soon as the players are unleashed and they're not kind of constrained by what's on their character sheet or what the book tells them to do, as soon as the players are unleashed, it gets crazy fun. Because now not only is the CK, the GM, creating stuff, but the players are really participating. And that's what, when I think of old school, that's what I think of. Because when we were gaming, there was no limits. I mean, and Gary said it in the DMG, right? The DM's going to tell you what to do. And I remember part of what went into the Siege Engine, and the Siege Engine is the mechanic that drives Castles and Crusades.
Yes.
It's very simple. What went into that, the system that I would use, if Matt goes, I'm going to try to convince this bartender to give me a free beer, or whatever.
Right.
I would literally look behind my screen, and whatever dice I saw first, I would, okay, so it's a D12. All right, roll me a D12. And then I'd pick a target number in my head. You would roll it. So it was
And he's thinking, wow, man, he must have all these rules
Yeah.
back there. He's got to
Oh, he knew better. He knew better. Mac was like, dude, you're just making all this crap up. So that's why when they developed the Siege Engine, he wanted to give me some kind of logic to what was going on, and him some chance to change the outcome, And that's where the Siege Engine comes from.
I think one of the most interesting aspects of Castles and Crusades are the primary and secondary attributes,
Yeah.
because in a lot of fantasy role-playing games, let's be honest, a first level wizard, they're
rough.
all pretty similar.
It's
You
rough.
know? I mean, you make the character your own, but
Yeah.
I mean, with Castles and Crusades, you have primary attributes, so you're better at things that have to do with that.
Yep.
So if you want to be a barbarian fighter who also happens to be an intellectual, well, you most certainly can do
You
that.
can do that. Yeah, the attribute check system, because the check system, because humans get 3 primary and 3 secondary, and demi-humans get 2 primary and 4 secondary.
Because they get all the extra
Yeah, 'cause
goodies.
they got extra stuff. So you're 100% right, and Davis is a perfect example of that, because whenever he makes a character, he'll always put his high rolls on his secondary attributes to
Yes.
give himself a little bit of an edge on those things. It's very interesting. So the game is
Oh, he's
really malleable.
min-maxing you.
Exactly. Sometimes you got to stack the odds, right?
Right.
And that's the joy of CNC, I think, because it's so malleable. And one of the funniest stories I've got, Mag and Davis did an absolutely brilliant job creating that system. It is so simple. You can learn it in about 15 minutes, a couple of rolls through. When we first released the game, we had this really active message board. You can still get to it on our website. I think we've got it at whatever's, on the internet. It's held forever and a day, so you can still get to it. But some guy got on there. He was like, man, I love this game. It's like 2nd edition. And someone else, no, this is like AT&T. And someone else was like, no, this is like BX or whatever. And I remember reading this. So when I was a kid, back in the 70s, we got the little brown box. And Davis got it for Christmas or his birthday. He read it, and he started running games. I didn't make characters. I didn't do anything to show up. And he would buy stuff at the PX, the monster book or the pink box or whatever, and he would take that stuff and merge it, right? So I don't have any reference points.
I'm right now picturing the pink box in a PX.
Oh yeah, yes. And we would. I remember him getting the Monster Manual. It was $9.95, I think, at the PX. I remember that. It's very interesting. So he would just merge all this crap. So when all of these people were talking online about this is this, this is this, I didn't know what they were talking about. I had no reference point. So I emailed Gary. I said, Gary, what is the Moldvay version? What are these guys talking about? And of course, this is before Wikipedia is used.
Yeah,
There's nowhere
yeah, of
easy to
course.
go, right? And he writes back and explains to me, that was blah, 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 blah. And then I realized the absolute genius beyond just the simple mechanic of this. Castles and Crusades gave a home for just about everybody. It's whatever system you were coming from, you could make CNC your own and enjoy what you've been enjoying, for the past 20 years.
And if those of you watching, if you've not experienced Castles and Crusades, just last summer, a very impressive starter set came out. And one of the standout things about the starter set I saw right off the bat was you weren't locking characters into the first 3 levels. It was the first 6.
Yes.
Now, I also had heard a rumor float by, not from you, that the next time you guys do a print run, you might only go up to 3.
So that's an argument going on in the company right now. Chuck wants it to
Is that
go
where
to
you got the
3.
black eye?
Chuck kind of wants it to cap at 3. I actually like 6 or 5 because, let's face it, the wizard is kind of a tough. You don't get good spells until you're about 5th level, right? So you can't have a lot of fun. You have a little bit of fun,
Right.
but you get more fun when the fireball comes online or the lightning bolt or what have you. So that's an internal. Honestly, we're probably not going to revisit it, much to Chuck's chagrin, but yeah, I would like to just keep.
Is that why he's glaring at
Yeah. That's going to be Chuck, yeah, for
Okay.
sure.
So let's talk about a couple other things. Well, we'll talk. I'll hit you up with a question I ask everybody.
All right.
That strangely enough, I don't think I've asked you in an interview.
Uh-oh.
How did you get into gaming?
So Davis and I, back in the early 70s, so I'm like 10, 11 years old. No, early 70s, about 8 or 9. My dad was at the Army War College at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, and he taught infantry tactics. He was a Vietnam veteran, So he taught infantry tactics, and he started bringing home, and I still got a can of these things, these tiny little bitty metal tanks. Well, tanks and half tracks and all this stuff. And it's what
Micro armor.
and it's what they war gamed with.
Yeah.
At the Army War College. So Davis and I had those. So Davis really got into it. I don't know what war game he bought first. I want to say it was it's a small infantry tactics game. He would know if he were here, but he bought one of these war games, and we started playing war games together. And I was really young. And Davis was really into it. I've never been a rules guy, so I just did what he told me to do,
Right.
and we gamed. And then in 75. I remember being with my mother when one of my dad's soldiers was hardship touring to Korea. And when you hardship tour, you can't carry anything, right? It's uniform and weaponry and all that stuff. But he had bought this box, this little brown box of D&D books, and he had to get rid of it. So he gave it to my mother because he knew that Davis was wargaming. Gave it to my mother to give to Davis. Now, I don't remember this part, but my mom told me, she said, he told me when he gave me those books that be careful, this is very addictive, which is kind of ironic.
Yeah.
50 years later.
Right.
So Davis gets that for Christmas or Thanksgiving or his birthday, whatever. And he told me that he read it at first, didn't have any idea, no conception of what this thing is. Put it in the closet. And we went back to wargaming, whatever. I cannot remember. It's an infantry tactics game. It's driving me crazy.
The only thing it wasn't infantry tactics. It was, in fact, I think it was called Tank Tricks.
Squad leader, maybe? That's later.
That'd be board. No, Squad Leader I think is mid-70s, but it's
Okay.
a board game.
It was definitely board games. We were
I thought it was miniatures.
So we went from the
Okay.
tanks to the board games.
Yes, I guarantee. Well, I can't guarantee it. I wasn't
probably
there.
squad leader.
Probably
It's in
Squad
the plastic trays. I remember that stuff
Yeah.
right from way back.
Right.
So anyway, so we go back to wargaming a little bit, and I don't know what clicked in his head because he goes back to it a few months later. He was big into he was doing the Hyperborea by mail. He was playing Conan Wargame by mail and stuff like that. So he probably got something somewhere. Went back. He made me 9 characters, and he said, "All right, we're playing D&D tonight." So we started playing D&D, and he said, "All you got to do is name them." And I was reading big into Edgar Rice Burroughs, Tarzan at the time. So my first character was Tarzan. Then it was all of Tarzan's apes from the tribe after that.
Yeah,
So
right.
there's all my first characters. They all died, but but then we began playing, and after that, we were hooked. Both of us were hooked like nothing, and we played since '75.
So are you saying it was addictive?
It was a little addictive. That dude, I wish I knew that guy's name. Wouldn't that be great to go back and talk to that guy? I don't know. It's very, yeah, he was not incorrect.
So, final question I got for you. We
Yeah.
kind of kidded about it when we first started the interview. I know you were a UFO
Yes.
enthusiast, I guess
Yes.
I would say. I've heard you're even more enthusiastic than the last time we talked.
It's like this slope. You just, it's so
Like a-
fascinating.
Like a slippery one?
And you sort of maybe you just fall into it and you close your eyes and hope you hit the bottom at some point. I don't know. It's the craziest stuff I've read years ago. So I love the X-Files, right?
Yeah.
And years ago we were on family vacation and we could go. We had an extra day for some reason. I don't know why. And Kathy, my wife, said, what do you want to do? We got a whole extra day and we're out in Arizona or New Mexico. And I said, dude, we
Well,
got
I know where you're going.
yeah, so
now.
we got to go to Roswell and see the alien stuff. And I didn't really know anything about it or anything. And she's like, we're not going to Roswell. So we did a family vote. 2 of my kids were asleep. The youngest was awake. And I said, hey, Wilson, do you want to go see some aliens? And he's like,
Of course.
course.
The answer is gonna be yes to
So-
that.
it was 2 to go to Roswell and Kathy to know. So we went to Roswell. Much to her credit, she went with the family vote. So I go there and I get a couple of books. Every time I go anywhere, I buy local books on the local. Because I just like to know how people live and what's going on.
Yeah,
I got a couple of these Roswell books. Read them. They were interesting. Fast forward like 4 or 5 years, and I don't know what clicked. I saw something. I read something. I thought, all right, I got to know what's going on in this UFO stuff. This is weird. So
You are going to find the answer.
one way or the other. So I start at the beginning. I start doing some research and build a bibliography of books that are written from the 40s up to today.
Right.
And I start reading the stuff that was written in the early 50s about UFOs. And there's this insane urgency in these books. Like, right, they're coming.
Right.
Right. It's
Right.
here. They're upon us. And I'm
Right.
reading this stuff, and I'm telling Davis it's better than any science fiction. This is crazy. Whether it's true or not, just
Right.
put that in a different column. It's crazy.
Some of the stuff's pretty gonzo.
It
Yeah.
is. It is.
Yeah.
It's great. So, and man, fast forward 3 years later, it's all I read. I'm just enmeshed in it. It is so, I don't
In
know.
fact, you got a paperback in your pocket.
It's so funny because the other day, so Davis and I talk all day. And I was texting him something. We were talking about politics or whatever. And I sent him something on UFO, something. And he writes, so I'm an optimist. Davis is a pessimist. So he writes me back and goes, no, just no. No.
Right.
It was so funny. So then I started arguing with him about aliens and UFOs and whatnot. It was hilarious. But I don't know what it is about the topic. I can't put my finger on it. These people are so passionate, and there's so many sightings, and there's
something behind it.
there's something. I don't know if it's a government psyop or if the aliens are here or Bigfoot's doing some
Well, okay,
misdirection.
Stephen, I'm going to finally reveal myself.
We do intend to do an alien UFO podcast soon. All right, YouTube too.
You are going to have to email me that.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll get you on. We'll talk about it. It'd be great.
Oh, yeah, but I'm just here to joke about
Yeah,
it.
but that's all right too. I mean,
Right.
that you got to have humor in these things, and that's what's kind of a lot of these people take themselves very seriously. Some don't, but there's something that somebody's seeing something.
There's something out there.
Something out there.
Stephen Chenault, Troll Lord Games, thank you so much for
Thanks a
hanging
lot,
out with
man.
me again.
Thanks a lot, Jeff.
See you later. Have
Take it
fun.
easy. Absolutely.
And we're back. This is going to be my final interview for today here at the Philadelphia Area Gaming Expo 3, Day 3. And I have the pleasure of speaking with a luminary. I would consider you a luminary of the role-playing game industry.
Well, thank you.
And it is Rich Baker.
Hi, everybody. Pleasure to be here.
And I promise I will not ask you about special effects or makeup effects or anything like that.
Yes, Rick Baker. I'm sometimes confused.
Right. Somebody, they said,
Yes.
oh, yeah, your interviews with Rick Baker. I was like, Rick Baker? Really?
Hey,
So
Should-
how's the show going so far? What are you kicking back doing here?
Actually, I'm running some games and I'm playing some games. I mean, that's kind of really what I'm here for. I ran a Return to the Forge of Fury game, which is fun. That's an adventure I wrote early in 3rd edition.
Yeah.
And it's fun to kind of revisit the dungeon 20 years later and kind of say, okay, after the players go through and kill everything, what happens? Well, a necromancer moves in.
well, because the player characters have done all the hard work, right?
Yeah, you know,
Hey,
that
thanks for
necromancer
clearing
says,
this out.
yeah. So I ran that. I'm running a Primeval Fool game later today. It's a setting I worked on with a couple buddies of mine back around 2014, 2015, and kind of near and dear to my heart. It's a setting that I got to make up and write when I got a chance to. I can do anything I want. What do I want to do? And it turns out I kind of want to do Conan versus Cthulhu. You know,
Okay.
really kind of
Yeah.
strike back at that old Hyperborea, Clark Ashton Smith stuff
Yes.
and do something that was very much a swords and sandal kind of fantasy setting.
You know, sadly enough, Clark Ashton Smith just doesn't get enough play. You know, I mean, he's right up there with Howard and Lovecraft. And
Oh, yeah.
extremely prolific. Weirdly enough, stopped writing fiction. He said, "I'm done."
Yeah.
After Howard and Lovecraft had passed away, he's like, "Done." But fantastic stories too.
Oh,
so
yeah,
if you are a fan of Clark Ashton Smith, you're gonna want to take a peek at Primal Fool.
There is a lot of Clark Ashton Smith love and homage in Primeval Fool, no doubt about it. And by the way, thank you for recognizing it. Just random people out the street, you know, or random people, even the gamers who ought to know about this guy's legacy and contribution to the whole fantasy genre. It's amazing how little known he is. So
I'm shocked.
Yeah.
I really am.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to throw a plug out there because we're riffing on this,
yeah.
folks. If you belong to Audible, if you have the subscription to Audible, there are all these free audiobooks you can listen to. They have a collection of 5 volumes of Clark Ashton Smith's weird stories, absolutely free. If you are a member, that's how I caught most of them, because I probably maybe growing up read 10 Clark Ashton Smith stories, but I knew of him.
Yeah, they're hard to find, right? They
Yeah,
were not.
they're
They were out
impossible.
of print. They were hard to in weird collections that were just difficult to run across. So yeah, you had really to make an effort to go find them.
Right. And sometimes you have to do it at a pretty costly price on the secondary market. But hey, we're not here to plug Audible and authors who've been passed for a long time. You know, I think a lot of people are also going to know you from really, you know, some of the people far younger than I am. Lost Brian Vendelver,
Yep.
which introduced many people who are currently enjoying 5e D&D to the hobby.
Well, you know, if it turns out you actually got murdered by the goblins in the first encounter, it's not supposed to be that hard.
I was almost going to say, so
No,
if your party got killed by the goblin ambush, it's the god blame.
yeah. I mean, all I could say is we were writing that adventure while we were still finishing up the rules and encounter balancing guidelines for 5th edition D&D. So in a lot of ways, we kind of didn't know really for sure what the system was going to accommodate for an encounter, what made a fair encounter. And a lot of the encounters that are in Lost Mine of Phandelver, especially in the early parts when you're first level, and of course, first level characters are fragile.
Yes, they are.
they're probably a little bit tougher than we really intended for them to be, just because we kind of didn't know better. It was early in the system. We didn't have a lot of data yet on what made a tough encounter, what was an easy encounter in the 5e system. That's kind of a risk. It happens every time you're starting off a new edition. You just don't really know for sure how lethal it is, or not lethal, or challenging in different spots, until you actually, see a lot of people play it and get some results in.
Sure.
Yeah.
So if you're about to play Lost Mine of Phendelver, which is now available in a more expanded campaign as opposed to being the starter set adventure, when you go track the goblins down from the ambush, keep in mind that cave's not going to be an easy slog at all. Just so you know.
Yep.
So you have not only focused on Dungeons and Dragons, you've been involved with a lot of other systems too. In fact, co-designer of Alternity.
Yep.
And
Working that with Bill Slavicek way back in the day.
yeah. What are you at now? Because I thought, aren't you working with Sasquatch Studios?
Sasquatch Game Studios
Game
is
Studios.
yeah. It's I would say it's my side hustle. I'm actually kind of a bit of a silent partner these days, because my day job. I'm actually I work for ZeniMax Online Studios
There you go.
as a writer on the Elder Scrolls Online game. So if you've played Elder Scrolls Online anytime in the last 5 years, and you've played in one of the main stories, you've probably seen some of my writing at some point or another.
Oh, fantastic.
And,
That I did not know.
no, it's fun. I worked there actually with several other TSR and Wizards of the Coast alumni. Bill Slavicek is there. Ed Stark is there. Miranda Horner. Jeff Grubb also there. Zeb Cook was there actually when I first got there, but I showed up at ZeniMax in March of 2020. Worked at the office for 2 weeks, and then they sent us all home for COVID. After I moved across the country, by the way.
I bet that was just a stress-free time in life.
Yeah.
Like what? We're not even unpacked all the boxes.
Yeah. It actually worked okay. My wife and I were thinking about relocating to the East Coast anyway, because we have family out here. But yeah, it was kind of ironic that it's like I could have stayed in Seattle and not driven across the country and rented a place to live in another city
That
for
you're
a
not
year.
overly familiar with.
I could have stayed in Seattle and done all this, but it's fine. It all worked out for the best. We're really happy where we are now, and I love the gig. I love the IP, and I love the work. It's a fun, challenging. It's an evolution of what I did with tabletop games and working in adventures tabletop games. Designing, writing for quests for an online game is not that different
No, not at all.
from designing adventures for tabletop.
That's why over the years there has been a lot of folks who worked in tabletop gaming, not only role-playing games, board games too.
Yeah.
Miniature, that segued over into online entertainment,
Yep.
video games, and things like that. It's pretty interesting because there is shared DNA.
Oh, yeah.
There's certainly
Yeah.
a lot of shared DNA that maybe some people wouldn't be aware of.
And it's funny, Ed Stark and I were just down at MagFest in National Harbor last week, and we did a panel on From Dice to Digital, and really kind of spent an hour kind of digging into the, compare and contrast of what's similar, what's different, how your skill set might overlap if you're actually interested in doing both, where your skill set, might need a little sharpening up, or
Sure.
So it was a really interesting discussion, because I certainly know many people who've done both.
Well, that's going to lead me to my next question then. What would you say is the biggest stumbling block maybe someone would face when they're going from the tabletop to digital?
Oh, I think the single biggest difference is a digital quest. We can only mediate exactly what we anticipate. Whatever we scripted for, right, the game can let you do. Right. Whereas in tabletop, there's a human game master. Right. If the players come up to something and say, "Hey, there's a bridge we have to cross, but it looks like it's very rickety and burned down," right? The players might say things like, "Hey, you know what? We're going to I know a dwarven engineer in the next town over. Let's go back and call in that favor and have him come over and actually reinforce the bridge," or something, right?
Right.
And what are the odds that the
Or they
guy,
might say, one by one, we're crawling across. Or,
right? Yeah.
or come up with, okay, we're going to search for someplace else maybe
Right.
to cross.
Right. I'm going to stick the rest of the party in the bag of holding, so there's only one of us crossing at a time.
Right.
Well, yeah, right. There's 100 different ways you might do this. You might,
Not in a video.
right.
And it's funny because that's how I explained it when I brought my niece and nephew into playing role-playing games because they play
Yeah.
video games. And I said,
Sure.
the biggest thing you got to keep in mind with a role-playing game is the budget is unlimited. Anything
Yep.
goes. You're not limited by the scripting, the coding
Yep.
of a game.
Yep.
So, and it's blown their minds in a good way.
Sure. Yeah.
Is there anything tabletop gaming related that you're really heavily invested in right now, or maybe something that you're kind of working on that you can share with us?
Let me see. My pet project that I'm kind of fiddling around with at home off and on the last couple months is, for whatever reason, I really kind of got it in my head that I was curious about making a game about climbing mountains. Now, I'm not a mountain climber,
Right.
to be clear, right? I mean, I've done some hiking up in the Cascades and stuff. I mean, I'm not a mountaineer, right? I mean, let's
no
be
Everest.
right, nothing like that. But I just kind of find the lore of the climbing history really fascinating, and I know that there's a whole lot of there's some interesting history about, like, guys from Austria and Germany and England and France and Italy were all kind of racing around the world to kind of be the first to get to the tops of the big mountains. And this is like way back in the 1860s through, like, 1930s, 1940s. And of course, Everest was the big one everyone knows about. But
Right.
So anyway, I'm fiddling around offhand with an idea of a game where you would have a certain number of mountains that would become available in each era, and you would assign your climbers to the mountains. And it turns out that if you actually fail to climb the mountain, the good news is you gain experience, which makes climbing the next mountain easier. So you might not get to the top and score the victory points
Right.
for being first because you had some bad luck, but you probably learned something which might, help stand you in better stead to score your next climber on the next
Right.
mountain.
So you're
yeah.
building in a lot of replayability right there.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Um,
And also a little bit of risk taking too, right? That
right.
I'm not really,
Which I'm
I don't
not
know
doing
everything
that.
I need to know to climb this mountain, but I want the victory points. I'm going to give it a
Right.
go anyway and hope it goes well.
There was a game company. They were pretty small. They are still around, but they're part of
Yeah.
another company. And I'm trying to remember the name of it. They did 2 games, and they were about mountain climbing. Victory Point
Yeah.
Games was a company. And off the top of my head, I just can't remember what their titles were. But I'll tell you what, they were interesting as hell.
The actual real inspiration for this one that's kind of got my attention is an old game called Liftoff. And Liftoff was a game about getting to the moon.
That's what I
Right.
thought.
Yeah. And it was a percentile based game all about reliability, right? That I'm going to have to make a test on my spacesuit reliability. I have to make a test on my capsule reliability. I have to make a test on my re-entry system reliability, on my navigation reliability. And you would just
Did they use that game to make Buzz Aldrin's Race to Space?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you about that. All I know is
Because it was
Yeah.
very similar.
Right.
It was
Right.
you
That
make
that
sure systems
Yeah.
worked. and-
Yeah. That's a game that teaches you if you have to make 10 checks in a row with a 90% reliability rate, you do not have a 90% chance of success.
No, you did not.
You have
Chance of failure
90%
is
of
pretty high.
90% of 90% of 90%. It winds up coming down to like a 50-50, maybe a
Yeah.
40-60.
Right.
The odds drop down way fast if you so yeah, as a game designer playing that game, I learned, okay, making a lot of serial checks in a row and expecting people are going to pass them just because they have a good chance of passing them, it doesn't work that way.
No, not
Yeah.
at all.
Yeah.
I got 2 last questions for you, Rick,
Okay,
which I tend to ask all my guests.
sure.
First off, how did you get into tabletop gaming?
How did I get it? I've been playing since the late 70s. I was a kid who grew up loving sci-fi and fantasy.
You just didn't have much of it.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I mean, my hometown library had a old spinner rack of like 1950s and 1960s, cheap paperbacks. So I kind of cut my teeth as a reader on sci-fi that was like golden age sci-fi, really like, 30 years out of date at the
Del
time.
Rey stuff.
Yeah, Robert Heinlein's juvenile sci-fi, things like Starship Troopers and farmer of Ganymede and all this and that kind of stuff, right? So that's really where I cut my teeth. But just when I walked into the hobby shop to buy the airplane model, and I saw a bunch of kids in the corner that were drawing a great big a map on a piece of graph paper, and they had the monster manual, the old first edition monster manual, with all the weird monsters in the front, like the Roper and the Red Dragon and the Chimera and all.
Trolls out there.
Right, yeah. It's like you saw it, I was instantly captivated. What is this? This is so cool. From there it's history, right? Yeah.
Drew you in.
Yep.
So the last question is, what tabletop game, role-playing game, what have you, that you have no affiliation with,
Okay.
do you love to play?
Tabletop game I love to play that I have no affiliation with. I'm actually a big fan of Champions. I loved the character building in
Hero
Champions.
games?
Yeah, and in fact, I've thought a time or two about, and no disrespect to the Hero Games guys, tossing the initiative system, the action system. If you have a speed 6, you're going to go like 6 times across 12. If I could just to figure out an easy way to take that, throw it out, and just make it like the D&D action economy.
Mm-hmm.
So I take a turn, I punch a guy.
Right.
I move. Maybe I take a minor action, and then I just go on to the next round. I think it would work great for everyone except the speedsters, and maybe the speedsters just shouldn't be in a game like that because they're broken. I don't know, but
I said,
Yeah.
what game you love to play?
no. I know, but I did shit.
There is no perfect role playing.
Right, yeah.
None.
I mean, another one. I'm very impressed recently by Daggerheart. Actually, I did get a chance to play a little Daggerheart over the summer.
One of my correspondents, she reviewed it. Sammy Uhas,
Yeah.
folks, if you're familiar with gaminggang.com. I have not had an opportunity to lay eyes on. I haven't even had.
It's a beautiful game just to look at. Yeah.
I haven't
Yeah.
seen a physical copy.
Well, they were
So-
hard to come by for a bit, right?
Well,
They sold
they
them
were
out.
sold out.
Yeah.
But and I think they're going to be sold out for a little bit. I think the shipment may be on the slow boat from China. I'm not positive, but yeah, I saw an article just the other day saying, "Yep, it is sold out. It's going to be a little bit of a wait."
Yeah.
But sadly, I have not had an opportunity to take a peek at that.
No, I love I love the mechanics. The mechanics fire my imagination. They make me want to get in a tinker because I am a game designer, right? So what am I going to do? I was that's a fantastic idea. Now, what can I do to complicate it, mess it up, or
Make it
riff
your
on
own.
it? Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's really neat. A neat system. It's a beautiful book, and
The
And-
D12's getting some love.
yeah,
Which is
you'll love the
actually-
platonic solids, right?
There's like a renaissance of D12. I shouldn't say
Yeah.
renaissance because there never was a big
Yeah.
popular D12
Yeah.
movement. But there are few systems out there. Land of Dean,
Yeah.
another prime example from Exalted Funeral. D12. And so yeah, the little D12's getting love.
I mean, even like 20 years ago, I had a set of D12s that were marked 1 through 4, and just 3 times, so I could actually roll D4s that actually rolled instead of just hit the table like clunk.
Or
Right.
fell on the floor and you stepped on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a D4. Found it.
I found it. Rich, thank you so much for taking time out to hang out with me. Any final words you'd like to share with the audience?
Hey, it's been a pleasure being here, and have fun playing games, everybody. We love you.
Enjoy. Thank you
Yeah.
very kindly.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff.
All right, folks. My final interview for the day, I believe Jen is coming up next. So we're going to put up the be right back screen. But I will be back here at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. And we're doing a double dip of Troll Lord Games. So Chuck Cumbo from Troll Lord Games is going to join me. And there will be a lot less UFO discussion than with Steven earlier. See you tomorrow, gang.
Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Okay, I am getting bounced. That's good. And check, check, check. Check, check, check. All right, you're getting bounced. That's very good. And we will come in here in just a second. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back. I, of course, am Bill Sylvie, aka the Dungeon Delver, taking over for your live stream entertainment here from Page 3 Philadelphia Area Gamers Expo. And whether you're watching on the internet or you're strolling by and saying hi, hello to you all. I am honored and privileged today to sit here with the one and only, at least as far as we're aware, Chris Promise. And Chris, of course, author, game designer, all that cool stuff. And he's got the talking stick today, so I'm going to shut up and I'm going to let Chris tell us a little bit about himself. Chris, first of all, how are you? How's the con going for you?
Yeah, the con's been great. Having a good time. 2 fun facts. There is another Chris Pramus who's my cousin, but he has nothing to do with gaming and probably gets confused.
Yeah.
If people say, wow, Chris Pramus. Secondly, just for the record, my last name is pronounced famous. I'm sorry, Pramus, which
Pramus.
Rhymes with famous.
Okay. All right. My mistake.
No,
Well,
I just made
you
it.
just corrected 20 years of me saying, yeah, Chris Promise.
It is extremely common. I put in my Blue Sky bio, last name rhymes with famous.
Okay. All right. I don't follow you on Blue Sky, but I will remedy that.
That's
Anyway,
okay.
So, of course, for those who may not know, what are some of the big Chris Pramus things out there?
Well, I'm the founder and president of Green Renine Publishing. We celebrated our 25th anniversary last year.
Oof.
I know. We started
Time gets by.
started in the year 2000. Before that, I'd started in 1993 as a freelance writer. Wrote for games like Underground and Over the Edge and Star Trek: The Next Generation, many 90s games. Started my first company. That didn't go well, but then I went from there to working at Wizards of the Coast for 4 years, where I got to write some D&D books, which was fun, and then spent a couple years putting together a miniatures game called D&D Chainmail that was canceled after 1 year. So,
Which is a shame because there were gorgeous miniatures and it was a neat rule set.
thanks. Yeah. I shouldn't make it sound like that was just me. We had a team. Just to be
Sure,
clear.
sure. No, but I mean, you know,
Yeah.
you're at the sword point of it, and we're talking about it, so it's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Totally cromulent.
Yeah, at Green Renine, we published a lot of role-playing games. Mutants and Masterminds is our oldest game that dates back to 2002. On the 27th of this month, we are launching a Kickstarter for a 4th edition of Mutants and Masterminds. So
4 editions.
Yeah.
It has been a minute or two.
it has, yeah. And actually, our 3rd edition came out in 2011. So I had a 15-year run, which for an edition of any role-playing game is really good.
Yeah. I mean, you know, when you look at the churn of a certain big RPG where it seems to be on a constant 7-year
Yeah.
cycle now, that is good.
Yeah.
That's a good
Longer
run.
than any edition of D&D, for the record.
That's a lovely sustainable run. So
Yeah.
So you have you got Mutants and Mastermind
We do.
queuing up right now. Do you mind jumping back just a little bit?
No.
Okay. So one of the always I need to buy that. I want to check out more of that. Was Underground back in the 90s.
Oh, yeah.
Was that Mayfair?
It was.
Okay, so that
It was Ray Winninger's game.
that was such because everybody grabbed the book and leafed through it at the game store and be like, I should pick that up next time. And it's still on my I should pick that up. That is such an unusual vibe to that game.
It is.
Because I mean, back then in the 90s, I was either giant stompy robots, superheroes, or fantasy, and occasionally cyberpunk. But even with cyberpunk, Underground was neither fish nor fowl It was really like I said, it was a different vibe. Just for a couple minutes, can you kind of talk about that?
Yeah.
Give us a little inside baseball.
Well, so I wasn't involved in the creation of the core rule book.
Okay.
I worked on 2 supplements.
Okay. So tell us about those.
The premise of Underground is very unusual. First of all, it came out in like 93, I think. And it was a beautiful colored book, which was unusual.
That cover art for Underground is probably one of the most gorgeous pieces in TTRPG art.
Yeah. So the premise was that, indeed an alien spaceship had crashed on Earth and the governments have been mining technology out of it, largely used to like extend the lives of rich people and increase exploitation.
This is my shocked face.
Yeah. There are these super soldiers basically who are like more or less mercenaries who would work for different corporations, and sometimes in the middle of a firefight, they had like fax machines on their belts and they would get new orders, be like, oh, we're fighting for this corporation.
Right. For you younger kids in the audience, we used to text each other over pieces of paper.
That's
right. Called fax.
Yeah. So to train these, essentially like supers, they want to give them a very black and white reality. So they learn to use their powers and stuff in a VR simulation based on 4-color comics, which are very much, like good guys, bad guys, etc.
Right.
But then after that, they got released into a real world, of poverty and greed and, backstabbing and corporate fuckery and all this stuff. So, a lot of them end up with problems.
Right.
Yeah. So great game. The problem with it, so Ray Winninger, who designed it, is a great friend of mine. And we had talked for years about doing a new edition of it at one point with the Mutants and Masterminds rules. But the problem was that it was a very satirical game, and the real world now is actually closer to what was ridiculous satire at the time.
It's so interesting you mentioned that, because again, this is 1993.
Yeah.
And when I picked it up, I just leafing through it, the vibe, like the little sarcastic ads that were placed through the book and that sort of thing, I was like, okay, we're seeing a post-Cold War, a post-Gulf War, which was the clean war.
Yeah.
We're seeing that through a warped, that whole zeitgeist through a warped lens. And it always, like I said, it always made it just kind of an itch in the back of my skull. But as you say, we're drifting towards that now. I mean, how do you, it would be like tomorrow if dragons and elves and dwarves showed up. How do you sit down and play a game of D&D when that's outside your door?
Yeah, it's like in Underground, like the president is Rush Limbaugh and the vice president is Daryl Gates, who at the time was the chief of the LA police.
Yeah.
And back then it was like, oh, hilarious, like a giant right-wing blowhard as president.
Yeah. Well, so who knows in the future for Underground, right? But well, that answers a lot of questions.
Yeah.
And so you did a couple of supplements.
Yes. So my friend Aaron Loeb, who I lived with in Brooklyn at the time, he and I made what we jokingly called a dark pact, which is essentially just to help each other get work in gaming.
Sure.
So he knew the developer of the game, a guy named Doug Tabb, and he had heard from Doug that some freelancer had like dropped out of this project, and they really needed somebody to fill in. And Aaron knew that I had Underground and liked it, so he pitched the both of us, and so we got writing assignments out of that appeared in 2 books. It's the Underground Player's Handbook and the Underground Companion.
Okay.
So we each wrote sections of that. It was fun to play in that world,
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. So kind of jumping back to the now, I do want to talk about Mutants and Masterminds, because that is Super's games have always been like my second go-to. It's like,
Mhm.
there's no Coke in the fridge, but there's Dr. Pepper. Let's
Oh.
let's grab that. Did you find, because if correct me if I'm wrong,
Mhm.
but Mutants and Mastermind down at its core originally was a D20 system game, yes?
Yes. So, well, so the way it happened was Steve Kenson, who's, all credit to Steve because Mutants and Masterminds is really his baby. He's
Okay.
been the designer of all the editions and
Okay.
so on. But I knew Steve from the freelancing scene in the 90s. And he was just kind of bemoaning one day that he had written a superhero city from a company that was going out of business. And he was sad because he had written a whole book and it wasn't going to be published. And I said, well, if you design a D20 superhero game for me, I'll publish your city. And he said, I'll take that deal. So at the start, we were trying to, maintain fidelity to the core, like third edition rules. But basically, a superhero game is different than D&D in many ways. And so as
Fourth edition notwithstanding.
as Steve was designing it, he would come to me and be like, well, like D&D does it this way, but the genre appropriate way would be to do it this way.
Sure.
What should I do? And every time I was like, genre first.
Go comics.
Yeah.
Go comics.
Yeah.
D&D is lovely, fun, awesome, but it's not superhero RPG.
So even when the first edition came out, we did not put a D20 logo on it because it had already kind of become its own thing.
Okay.
But if you've played D&D, it's like, yes, you're familiar with these ability
Right.
scores.
So you had that lingua franca,
yeah,
and you could go from there and build on that.
yeah. There were feats,
Mm-hmm.
things like that. So it was familiar enough to a lot of people. Over the years, is developed for fourth edition because of what became known as the OGL debacle. When
Yes, the
when-
OGL debacle.
yeah, when Wizards tried to cancel the open game license,
Yeah.
which only they believed that they could, we decided with fourth edition, we were just going to rewrite everything just to make sure there were no lingering bits of like the old SRD or anything like that
Yeah.
still in there.
I know a lot of creators went that route.
So, it will not be released under the open game license.
So
I
Wizards,
imagine.
congratulations if your attempt was to
Yeah.
strengthen the brands.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, that happened in like a January, and
Yes.
just like a month or two later, we released the second edition of Fantasy Age. And we got a big boost in numbers out of that too, because
Oh, yeah.
suddenly lots of people were looking for an alternate fantasy game.
So, obviously, again, going back to a D20 core with Mutants and Mastermind, and you always, what do they call it? You always failed safe to superhero
Yeah.
stuff. Did you feel at any point that Mutants and Mastermind was getting enough traction that you guys might court a comic company to say, hey, we could do Image or
Yeah.
something like that, an official RPG for you guys?
We have done so. So very early on, we licensed a comic called The Nocturnals by Dan Brereton.
Okay, yeah, I'm
which is
familiar with.
great. It's a small license, but we were just starting out.
Sure.
And I mean, I love the comic. Paints the whole thing. And it's great.
Mhm.
And then later, we heard from DC Comics, and they
Oh,
were
wow.
interested in talking. And so it was like the longest negotiation that we've ever had for a license.
Oh, I can imagine.
Because they would be like, interested, take a step back, and I was kind of beginning to be like, like make up your mind. But the thing that clinched it was their 75th anniversary was coming up. And they were like, look, next year we want DC to be everywhere, including role-playing games. So we made a deal with them to do 4 books,
Mhm.
limited 4-book game. And that was actually where the third edition M&M rules debuted in 2010. So we did a core book, 2 books of heroes and villains, and then the 4th book was like a setting book. And that was great, to have Mutants and Mastermind stats for Batman and Superman. And
So,
et
I gotta
cetera.
ask you,
Yeah.
who was your favorite character to stat up?
Oh, you see, that was all Steve. So.
Oh, okay, all right. So I was gonna say, because you're either Team Batman or Team Superman,
Right. Yeah. 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 So it was for the first 2 years we were doing that. We had great partners in DC's licensing team, which was in the Flatiron building in New York. And so,
Wow.
I got to go out there during the negotiations to meet people and see the office, which is just full of super cool stuff, hanging on the walls, etc. And then, because of corporate stuff, Warner Brothers, who had bought DC, they closed down the licensing office, which was full of people with expertise in the DC comics and licensing, and they moved it all out to Burbank. And in the second 2 books, we had to deal with a Burbank guy who just didn't really know anything about anything. And so when we submitted like the second characters book, he was like, could you send me like every source that you used to make this book? And I was like, well, I mean, Detective Comics issues 1 to 650 or I'm just like, no, I can't.
Yeah. You have easier access to that than we do, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, it was still great to do. I'm glad we had the chance.
That is awesome. Is just again, Marvel, DC. It's kind of, you guys got exactly half of what makes superhero comics great.
Yeah.
There with some amazingly iconic characters. So in your dealing with DC and creating the supplements and making the character set, did they give you any like inside baseball, like, okay, we're gonna bring you in the vault, put these cotton gloves on, and you can look at this
I
book?
mean, I wish, but no.
No, okay, all right. When you think about the entire run, I mean, like you said, Detective Comics 1 through 600.
Yeah.
Help yourself. Almost 100 years of comic books to go back on there. Did you find, from a game designing standpoint, did you find that the differing tone, 30s is a grittier, almost more detective. Then, you move through the 60s and 70s and it gets funky.
Yeah.
And then the 80s, you've got the Frank Miller era and it gets darker and grimmer. And then the 90s, they're trying to kind of do that whole, sort of big, bigger, brighter, better. Did those tonal shifts for you as a designer make the rules construction more onerous? How did you reconcile all that?
Well, actually, it was easy because of the way Mutants and Masterminds works. So Mutants and Masterminds doesn't have classes. That was something we jettisoned very early.
Right. Obviously, I'm a first level Spider-Man.
Yeah. But it does use levels, but they're called power levels.
Okay.
And so for every power level you have, you get a certain number of points to build your character.
Sure.
So the core, like 4-color comic situation is you start as a 10th level character. If you want to do what we call like agent level play, you can do a
Attack of the 50-foot Ron.
So you can do a level 6 campaign, and that would cover like your mystery men and things like that.
Right.
And then if you want a more
Thank you for mentioning Mystery Men.
Yeah.
Vastly underrated superheroes movie and comic run. Thank you. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, and if you want to do the really epic characters, you can do level 15 or even 20. It's pretty easy to use the M&M rules for whatever bit of DC continuity that you want.
So it's almost, and I only make this comparison because it's the system I'm most familiar with.
Yeah.
It's almost like in Champions, you can have a Batman built on 150 points, or you can have Batman built on 650 points, and you guys have got that same that same spread.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And because of the way that you spend the points, Batman and Superman can have the same number of points, but Batman is sort of constrained, only to the height of human achievement.
Right.
but he's
only
got
to the peak.
only to that.
Yeah, only to that.
But he's got a lot of points in skills and gear and all
Right.
that kind of stuff.
So then that brings us to the ascending question, and I think everybody out there, whether you're watching live or you're going to come back and watch this later, Batman versus Superman, who wins? Using the Mutants and Mastermind system,
Yeah.
keeping it topical. Batman versus Superman, who wins?
I guess I would say it is situational. Like if they just happen to break out into a fight, Superman. If Batman has time to plan, Batman.
Yeah, well, the answer to that question is if Bruce Wayne has time to plan, your host.
Yeah.
I don't care who you are.
Yes.
I mean, I think I love that in Miller's The Dark Knight Returns.
Yeah.
Batman shows up in power armor and has Superman shot with a kryptonite arrow,
Yeah.
and then proceeds to pummel him.
I love that part of Dark Knight.
That is such a great book.
Yeah.
And that brings me to another point about Mutants and Mastermind. So obviously, you guys had as much DC resources as you did. Did you talk to comic creators, writers for DC?
No,
Oh,
no,
really?
they didn't put us in touch with anybody.
Okay.
So I'm trying to remember. I want to say some of our writers reached out to a couple people themselves, but
Mhm.
DC did not be like, "Hey, let's put you in touch with so."
That's interesting. I
Yeah.
would have thought that would have been like a point of interface.
Yeah.
But I mean, obviously, you guys have got rules, you've got multiple source books, so you did okay.
Yeah, we did okay.
You did okay.
Remember, we were dealing with a licensing team, so we
Yeah.
weren't dealing with the creative team.
Right.
So
Right. Okay. So
Yeah.
I guess they figured as long as it's past muster with them, it's okay.
yeah.
Um.
Now the funny thing about that game is, it's like, as we were finishing up work on it,
Mhm.
DC announced the New 52, which was like another attempt of them to kind of relaunch their universe and
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah, they hadn't told us about that at all. So we we had written, the whole thing was written using like classic DCU.
Mhm.
And then that, we found out about the day they announced it to the world. And so, we went to them and we're like, we're just going to do this classic DCU because at this point,
Yeah,
it'd be really difficult for us to try to match your new continuity, which hasn't actually even started yet. And they're like, yeah, that's fine. And that was great because it was much more appealing that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So definitely. So what's on the road ahead? What's next for Chris?
Well, so I haven't mentioned our other big line of games. I designed a system called the Adventure Game Engine.
Mhm.
That was originally for the Dragon Age RPG,
Okay.
licensed from BioWare's video games.
Great game, by the way. I
Yeah.
loved the Dragon
Oh,
Age
thank you.
RPG.
So people really like the system,
Mhm.
and like more or less immediately we're like, what else are you going to do with this system? And thankfully, when I was negotiating that deal, I made sure to be like, obviously you own the IP, but we're going to own the game system.
Mhm.
They were a little resistant to that at first. And they were like, well, what else might you do with it? I'm like, well, use it for a different game that has nothing to do with Dragon Age. And they were like, okay, So having done that, we were then able to do other things. So people wanted a fantasy game that wasn't tied to the Dragon Age IP. So the
Mhm.
first thing was Fantasy Age. And I had run Dragon Age a couple times for Will Wheaton at conventions.
Very nice. Very nice.
And I was going to do this RPG show
Mhm.
for Geek and Sundry. And he called me up one day. He was like, hey, I really want to use your system. Like, are you up for that? And I was like, hell yeah. So we did a show called Titan's Grave. We had Yuri Lowenthal, Hank Green, Allison Hayslip, and Laura Bailey, pre-Critical Role. They were our cast. Will was the GM. And then I built the worlds with Will and his son. And then I wrote some and developed all of the adventures that were on the show. So we were able to launch Fantasy Age, get a lot of eyeballs on it very quickly because of that. So since then, we've then done a whole series of Adventure Game Engine games. So Modern Age made sense as the next thing. We actually did another comic license for that. We did a source book for Lazarus, which is a Greg Rucka comic.
Yeah. I know the title. I haven't checked it out, but I am familiar with the title.
Yeah. And then our first sci-fi game was The Expanse. So we had the Game of Thrones license for many years. And the author of The Expanse is James S.A. Corey. That's a pseudonym for two guys.
Okay.
And one of them, Ty, he had run George R.R. Martin's business. And in the later years of our licensing, he was the guy that I was submitting manuscripts to and all this stuff. So I knew him. And so we were able to get the license for that, which was great. And so that was the first iteration of Sci-Fi Adventure Game Engine. We have been working on a new edition of that called the Transport Union Edition. The PDF of that is out now, and in print it'll be later this year.
Okay.
We did a big crowdfunder last year for that and 3 supplements. Also, like the first miniatures that we're doing, and a bunch of new dice from Q Workshop, all kinds of stuff. So that's all coming. We also did a variant Mutants and Masterminds game based on Valiant Comics. That is also just about finished. The graphic designer is just dropping in the art now that we've gotten the art.
Very cool.
So that'll be released PDFs soon. And then we have the 5th season RPG, which is licensed from N.K. Jemison's Broken Earth trilogy. And again, PDF of that is out now. Should be sending it to print within a few weeks. So there's a lot of things we've been working on over the past several years that are coming to fruition.
But other than that, man, if I could come up with a bunch of rhymes for TTRPGs, I could do Johnny Cash's "I've Been Everywhere." It's you wrote everywhere, you would think. But that is really, really, really cool. Now, as far as purchasing things, I know some authors have a preference. So do you want people to go to drive-through? I mean, for online purchase, drive-through straight to you guys.
Either one is fine.
Okay.
A lot of people like to buy stuff on drive-through because it has that library feature where they can keep all their PDFs together.
I do love that.
Yeah.
I do love that.
So anyone who wants to do that, totally fine. We make more money when you buy from us directly, but not that much more. So don't feel guilty if you want to go to drive-through.
Listen to your hearts,
Yeah.
everyone.
Yeah.
Well, that is super cool, man. And let me. Any closing thoughts? You have the talking stick. Anything you'd like to wrap up? You getting in any games here?
I've been running The Expanse here. I played in a game yesterday. It was a 5th edition D&D Eberron live play, and this guy named Brett King was the game master, and he's also a crafter. So he had all these like steampunky props that he had done,
Neat.
and so he was running for me, Keith Baker, the creator of Eberron, Jen Ellis, and Andreas, who's a Swedish designer. So, I got to wear funky goggles and had an ice pistol.
Very cool.
It was fun.
Very cool.
And that will eventually be released on Andreas's podcast, so you can hear it.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. All right. Well, thank you very much, Chris. Thank you for the great insight into Mutants and Mastermind.
Yeah.
The underground questions, of course. Thank you. That's shining such light on that.
Yeah.
I got to get it now. I got to check out Underground and all your stuff. Have fun at the con.
Thanks.
And we will see you around.
All right.
All right.
Come to Page next year, folks.
Come to Page. Come to Page. See Chris. Hang out with Chris. So thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Again. Appreciate it. All right. And we'll be right back, guys. Well, alrighty, everyone. That was Chris Thomas, of course. Green Ronin. Had a lot of fun talking to Chris. We're just waiting on our next interviewee here. That's slotted for now. But we've got some great folks coming up for you here in the next 90 minutes. And let me tell you what, if you're sitting at home, if you're in the greater Philadelphia area and you're looking for some TTRPG fun, maybe you're looking for an old school vibe, maybe you're looking for something new, maybe you want to get some cool cosplay stuff, some merch, some excellent stuff, come on down to Page. It's here. It's a huge convention. I'm going to be uploading a vendor walkthrough on my channel when I get home to sunny Central Florida. If you missed Page, you'll be like, oh my God, that looks absolutely amazing. Just the vendor halls alone. So don't miss out on that. Don't miss out on it because it's going to be really cool. I'm sorry, I don't mean to lunge at everyone, but yeah. So we're going to be doing that. We have a live dragon walking past, folks. So bring your sort of dragon slaying and help us deal with that. So no, don't attack the dragon. I'm sure the dragon's a swell guy. But hey, do me a favor. If you're out there, there's a few of you watching. If you're out there, give us a shout out in the comments. It would be lovely to see you guys just pop in and wave hi out there. I'm lonely. Chris went off to have fun, and I'm sitting here all by myself. So drop us a comment over here, and I will say hi back to you. I will give you a special Dungeon Delver shout out. I don't know what that entails. I'm making this stuff up as I go, guys. Yeah, I hope to see lots of your smiling faces. Maybe you're watching on a mobile device right now. Maybe you're sitting out there somewhere in the hinterland saying, hey, I want to check out that live stream. I want to see what's going on, what they're doing at that booth over there. And if you are, swing by and wave and say hello to the Dungeon Delver, who is currently solo without guest right now. So hopefully we'll have someone stopping by here soon, and then we can get our interview on. Won't that be cool? But we've talked to so many fascinating people here. It has been an absolutely sagacious experience getting to talk to these industry greats, and that, when I say industry greats, folks, of course, I mean, the people who have helped shape and create a hobby and hobbies that we love: tabletop designers, media creators, writers, artists. The first day I was here, I had Jeff D. So for my old school folks, lean in here, and you have to lean in here so you can hear me better and see me, because we're old and our faculties are failing. But Jeff D., one of the more prolific TTRPG artists out there, and the creator of so much gorgeous art in first edition AD&D, so many wonderful things, and we absolutely love Jeff. And he was in here. And folks, I'm being robbed right now. Someone has dipped in and is just grabbing stuff at random. So help. Ayu Dharme. But no, no, it is a good time. We're having a lot of fun, and we're meeting so many cool people here. And I'm people watching. I'm having so much fun watching, people to and fro. They're shopping, they're going to their games. Cosplayers out here, like I said, we had the dragon walk by. I had a lot of fun, and I wish I could share this video with you guys. I suppose I could put it on my phone and hold it up, but that would deny its majesty. But we had an owl bear loose in the con, and this thing, I swear, was probably a story and a half tall. Seriously, if you just parked that owl bear costume in a major city, it would be like $1,500 a month, no utilities. It was just a gorgeous, fun, silly costume, and that's the kind of thing we've got going on here at the con today. Hey, there's 9 of you guys watching. Give me a chat. I am among people, yet I am alone. So don't leave me high and dry here, guys. I would love to hear from you over in the chat. Got a Roman Legionnaire stolen by there, SPQR, or SPQ page, I guess you could say. And we're having a good time. I played some original D&D last night. I had somebody swung by. It was late at night, very chill, very mellow scene here. But speaking of chill and mellow, folks, I see someone standing at my table who might be interested in talking to you, and we might be interested to talk to him. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together there and give us a big page welcome for the one and only Kevin Bora. Did I say that right?
Should I hold this?
That you have the
All
talking
right.
stick.
Yeah,
have the
you got
talking
it.
stick.
You got it right.
I got it
Kevin
right
Bora.
in one. Excellent. I had Chris Premise
I
over
know.
here. I have been familiar with Chris's work for like decades.
Yep.
And that whole time I thought it was Promise. And I said, Chris Promise, everybody. Just he said,
You know,
"It's
I've done that.
Promise."
I one time introduced someone, said my good friend, and then totally mispronounced their last name, and they corrected me live. So that was great.
So it works out though. It works out. Had a lot of fun. So welcome. Good to see you. So Kevin, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, folks, Kevin Borup, I am the creator and head guy at Saltheart RPG, and probably my claim to fame is that I was the writer of the official Smurfs role-playing game, which for folks who backed the Kickstarter, thank you, and you should see that shipping to you in April.
Excellent. Excellent. So I want to, I'm glad you brought that up first because I want to focus in on this. This is always a topic of interest to me. I write stuff, but it's mostly freelance to other folks. I let them do the heavy lifting. You know, I just scratch stuff on elk skins and send them by canoe.
That is the way to go.
That absolutely. But as someone who was this your first Kickstarter project? First, let me ask.
It was my first Kickstarter, and I was on that case just then. Here comes Ron.
Where's my Smurfs game?
Yeah, April, Ron, April. And you know, I
it was Gargamel, folks.
I wrote the game for another company called Maestro Media. So Maestro is, I'm just the writer. Maestro handles all the art, the licensing, and all of that. And they're the ones actually putting out the game. So
okay, all right. So you're
under
not
my own company, Saltheart RPG. I put out one game called Burn 2D6. That was about 3 years ago, and I kickstarted that myself and did all the stuff that made me really understand it would be great to do it on contract for someone else.
Well, that actually does that answers about 42% of the questions that I have for you, and thank you for doing that. But so I feel like there is, and this is just from a trenches view, looking out on no man's land, getting that perspective.
Yeah.
I feel like there is a certain conception or even misconception out there that Kickstarter is insert idea, receive money.
Oh no.
And then that stop and where it ends.
Right.
And I think you see, again, agree, disagree, you tell me.
Right.
I think you see a lot, particularly in hobby games, Kickstarters crash hard, and either they never get fulfilled or they get picked up by a third company who scramble to get something into people's hands, but that is not what they paid for.
Yeah, we've certainly seen that happen with many Kickstarters. And I think with the first Kickstarter it did, I had no idea what I was doing, right? But the one thing I did is I had the game entirely written up before I went to Kickstarter. So the writing was done.
Okay.
And a lot of what I used the Kickstarter for was, hey, folks, artists out there, I love paying you, but it's real money, right? And it takes money to pay for art. And so for me, the Kickstarter was a way to get money to pay for the art. And that's what I used the Kickstarter money for. So it was all written. And I had a good friend of mine do layout. And so the layout was done. We inserted the art, and I actually delivered that Kickstarter on time, as promised.
You,
It
man.
wasn't late, anything
That's
else.
not
So-
sarcasm.
no,
That's
I mean,
excellent.
you know, the old joke is someone goes, "Well, my Kickstarter didn't come." Oh, well, we'll go, "Oh yeah, first Kickstarter ever not to deliver on time." Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Stop the presses,
Stop the
everybody.
presses.
A Kickstarter didn't deliver on time.
Right. So, you know, I thought that was important. And I did that by accident. I now realize that that's kind of best practice.
Mhm.
You know, when you're doing it, have a substantial portion of your game done. And when I'm looking at role-playing games, what I like to see in a Kickstarter is, do you have a quick start guide?
Mhm.
Because can I download it for free and see if I like your game, and then I'll pledge? Right. That's what
Right.
I would like to see. And I am working on I'm hoping to launch a Kickstarter soon, but I'm going by my rules. I have to have it substantially complete, and I'm still working on it.
Thank
but when
you.
it does, it'll be
Thank
my Zero Punk game, which will come out.
Mhm.
But it's still some work, so I'm not ready to go to Kickstarter because I want to make sure that what I'm raising money for is art and layout.
Yeah.
And that's it. The writing's done, and as soon as I can commission the art and get all the art done, then the book can just get out there.
Excellent. And that is a wonderful philosophy.
Yeah.
I mean, people have come to me. I'm associated with a couple of old school TSR artists, and they're like, "When are you guys going to do a collab?" And I'm like, "When stuff is written,
When it's written.
when it is done."
Right.
Like I said, insert idea, pull handle, receive money is not sustainable. And I think you absolutely seem to understand that because you're doing that. Look, I'm writing it, and when it's written,
Yeah.
So, but on a sunnier side, on a happier side, the Smurfs.
The Smurfs,
The
right?
Smurfs.
For anyone who grew up in the early 80s and can
Yeah.
sit down and Saturday morning cartoons, we all know the Smurfs and we can sing the song. Can you sing the song, Bill?
I can. The question is,
Will
will
you?
I?
Yeah. So everyone knows the
La,
little
la, 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 la.
Yeah. So so it's nostalgia, but also it's a fun game, right? I mean,
Mhm.
think of not only do we have all the Smurfs you know in that game, but you can create anyone you want. So
Sure.
if you want to create Hawaiian shirt Smurf, you can do that. If you
Mhm.
want to create accountant Smurf, have at it. If you want to create I don't know, Gangland Smurf, do it. I mean, whatever it is. and the rules are
TTRPG
there.
designer Smurf.
Designer Smurf, right? It's all there. So, but you can also play Smurfette. You can play Hefty. You can play Brainy, and the stats are in there for all those guys. So, what's great is the open nature of it, and of course, this game. When you get it to your table, you can do whatever the heck you want with it, right?
And you know the great things about the Smurfs is there's like 40 years of miniatures. You don't even have to wait for somebody to invent miniatures. You can just go buy Smurf figures right now and be good to
That's
go.
exactly right. Everyone's got those good miniatures. You just use those for the game. Or if you did back the Kickstarter, then it comes with cardboard punch outs and you can use
Well,
the
that's
cardboard
cool.
punch
That's
outs.
cool.
yeah.
So folks, if your mom threw all those in a bag and set them out for the yard sale back in 1987 when you were away at
That's right,
college,
that's right.
back the Kickstarter and you can get the punch outs.
That's
So I'm gonna. On his face of it, one might think the Smurfs. That's ridiculous. Why would I play that?
That's exactly why.
I met the
Yeah.
I met the author of Bunnies and Bros yesterday.
Oh, you
I
did?
interviewed him. Yes.
Oh, great.
I literally, up until he started talking about it, I was like, it is a ridiculous joke game. I'd pass it in the game store and be like, ha, yeah, Bunnies and Bros. Dude, I'm sold on Bunnies
But you're
and Bros.
converted, right?
I will play Bunnies and Burrows before 2026 is out. So with that said, to bring it back into context here, the Smurfs, do you think it has legs, or do you think it's kind of like, we'll play this once because not everybody's here for D&D?
Right. Well, I think it does have legs. I think that, the idea of the Smurfs has always been you can be whatever you want to be,
Mm-hmm.
right? And you can conduct any kind of adventure, whether it's a medieval adventure with swords and dragons,
Mm-hmm.
or whether you're doing something that's a detective show or a rebel alliance or a it's all there. And if you look back at the Smurfs comics or the cartoon, they did all sorts of hijinks, from adventuring, dealing with ghosts, dealing with dragons, dealing with who stole the thing, uncovering who Super Smurf is, because no one knows who the flying Super Smurf is.
Right.
All of that has been within the Smurf. So the other side of it is, if you're interested in getting young people involved in the game, and you're interested in getting kids from elementary school through middle school into the game, there is a current Smurfs cartoon that some kids watch on Netflix, and you can certainly take this Smurfs game and introduce the system to young people. It's easy to understand. It's not hard, and Smurf your little hearts out. So it's another way to introduce folks to role-playing games. And get them
Language,
playing.
Kevin. Language.
Oh, Smurf it.
God, you're gonna get it kicked off YouTube.
I know.
No,
I know. You gotta watch
no,
it.
that's awesome. And you talk about on-ramping kids into TTRPGs through stuff like this, and that is, I try and tell my fellow grog nerds, it's like, look, we're at an age now where we've got kids. Some of us got grandkids.
Right.
Not me, not yet. Knock on wood. But are you really gonna sit down and make an 8-year-old try and start right out with AD&D?
Right.
Yeah, we'd like to all think that everybody's a little Burgundy Gary Gygax and can grok chainmail, and so on. But really, something like this is an ideal vector, because you get them interested in the concept, instead of boring them and making them sad. We don't have to throw them into the deep end right away.
Yeah,
Something like this
and
is
there is
great.
a thing around the G nature of the Smurfs, right? One, the Smurfs don't die, okay, and the Smurfs don't kill anything else,
right?
Okay, so you can go on adventures, problem solving. You can even fight or wrestle things or defeat things, but you're not killing things and you're not being killed yourself. So Smurfs are super durable.
Right.
So you can certainly be knocked out of the game and wake up in your bed or wake up in a cage in Gargamel's lair. I mean, that certainly happens, but that's a new adventure for another day.
Right.
And Bill, I appreciate you taking the time to interview me. And I've got a game starting in 7 minutes.
Shoo!
But I appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kevin. It was wonderful to see you, man.
All right. Thanks.
Take care. All right. The Smurfing Kevin Borup, everybody, and we will see you around. Rock on. That was Kevin Borup, everybody. Going out and having an absolutely Smurfy con, and I'm still here, and you guys aren't rid of me. Absolutely not. We have more fun stuff coming up. We have, I believe, Merle Rasmussen will be stopping by here shortly, if I am not mistaken. We will see them shortly. But hey, again, there's lots of you guys out there watching. Drop me a comment. Drop me some comments below. I would love to hear from you. Let me see. Do I have captions down there? Oh, there's the chat. But anyway, so hopefully we'll have somebody coming along here shortly, and we'll be chit-chatting with them. So let me just do a straw poll for those of you out there watching. Do you like straw? Is it comfortable? You prefer dry or a little damp? Leave your comments below and answer that straw poll. But what's your favorite TTRPG? I will admit, it's right here on the t-shirt. Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. I'm an AD&D guy from way back when, and I love it. But a good TTRPG is a good TTRPG, whether it's Bunnies and Burrows, whether it's the Smurfs, whether it's a superheroes game. I always say I'll at least play it once, and that's the right attitude. And you guys should absolutely embrace that when you're going out there. Love what you play and play what you love, but find out whether or not you're going to love what you play. I can, I can take your picture. I'm waiting on an interview right now, but folks, I'm going to do a little photo booth here, and we're going to get who is this? Kingsley Smith. We're going to get a picture of Kingsley Smith here, one of America's heroes, folks. You want to go ahead and camera All right, there we go. And you vertical or horizontal, guys? Okay, we'll get one of each. All right. So for those of you who can hear me out there, I'm just getting a picture here. A little bit of zoom in on you. Why don't you kick that chair out of the way there? All right. This is ground control to Major Kingsley. I'm not a singing talent, folks.
Yeah, this is where we came in.
Let me get a couple more vertical. All righty.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Have a great con. Montel, good to see you. How are you?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. We are just live right now. We're just waiting on our next interviewee. How's the con going for you, my friend?
Pretty well.
Excellent.
It was a little late last night because the last panel, but thank you, man. If you ever want to come up,
Stuff being given out.
That's my
That's
convention.
right. That's how we roll out like that.
150 people. Yeah, let's not make it grow.
So, yep, we're having a great time. We're doing all kinds of stuff, guys. If you want to come down and get a photo taken in front of the great wall of Page, you feel free to do that. I tell you what, I will offer my services as your convention photographer right now. So if you want to swing on by and get a picture taken. Someone has seized control of the booth there for a second, guys. Of course, we had the attack of the 50-foot Ron earlier. He dipped in on a couple interviews. That was cool. But why don't you dip in, folks? If you're sitting around today and you're like, it's snowy, it's yucky, there's nothing going on, come on down to the con. It's warm. There's good grub. I don't know if Jeff Grubb's here though. I don't think so. But there's good grub down at the food court. All kinds of TTRPG stuff. Look, whether you like the latest new and shiny, or you are more into the old school, they've got you covered here, and that's what I love about this con. And that, when Ron came to me and he said, "Hey, do you want to come and do this?" and I was like, "Okay, yeah, I'll check it out." As soon as I got here, and as soon as I saw people playing AD&D, people selling AD&D and OD&D and everything else, I knew I was with my people. So, of course, my people equals gamers. So why don't you come on down to the con, and say hi to everyone. It'll be a lot of fun. I think you'll have an absolute blast hanging out with us, and I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to seeing you, whether you want to just bundle up against the cold, whether you want to do cosplay or something like that. If you're not already at the con, you can stop by and say hi. As for me, I will be here for the next say an hour. So if it's my beautiful face that's bringing you to the con, God help you get your eyes checked as soon as you can on Monday. That is a terrible condition. But you just let me know right there in the chat that you're going to be here, and stop by and say hi. And if you're already here and you're within the sound of my voice, wait and say hello. It'll be wonderful to see you all. Like I said, we are waiting to see if we've got a couple more interviews. We've got looks like Merle Rasmussen is slated for 1 o'clock, and then we've got Heather O'Neill stopping in at the bottom of the hour, and then I will be footloose and fancy free to go about and do whatever it is that I do. And if you can guess what I do, go ahead and put it in the chat over there. Go ahead. I'll open a straw poll. What is it you think I do to make my bread and butter? And I will tell you whether or not you're right. Of course, if you already know me, and if you're already subscribed to the Delver's Dungeon, you may know what it is, and I may have just given it away to you there in the live chat. I hope not. But if that's the case, like I said, leave it there in the chat, and the winner will get, I don't know, a big thumbs up from me. How about that? So I'll shout you out in the chat. I won't shout at you in the chat because that's rude. That's just darn rude, and that's not what I am. I'm not rude. I'm Bill. I'm Bill Sylvie. I'm the Dungeon Delver, and I am here today I'm doing the booth. I will be here tomorrow. Let's see, what is my window like tomorrow? I am in tomorrow starting at 2, wrapping up at 4, and that's going to be a ton of fun then. But we're going to worry about that then. But it's no worry. It's no worry. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. So we're just kicking back here at Page and having a fine time of it. So what are you doing? What are you gaming with, guys? Leave us a comment over in the chat there and tell us what you might be doing gaming wise. Are you sitting at home? Now I'm not from here. Here being Philadelphia, you might be in Yuma, Arizona, where in toasty warm, or in the sunny shores of the Big Island in Hawaii. So you might say, what do you mean bad weather? But if you're in the Philadelphia area, or just generally when you kind of get snowed in like this, what do you do for gaming? Anyway, yeah. So what do you do for gaming in inclement weather? When the poison arrows fall from the skies and the thunder shakes and the pillars of heaven quake. What do you do to get your game on? Do you go virtual? Do you just grit your teeth and say, well, we're just going to press ahead? And I will tell you a story. This is one that Alan Hammock told me about working for TSR during some of the worst blizzards in the country's history in the mid 1970s, 1980s, or late 1970s and early 1980s. My apologies. They just bared up. They just bared up and did it. I mean, because hey, if you're in a tiny little town called Lake Geneva and in Wisconsin and it's the winter, yeah, you might slog through the snow to go play D&D with somebody in town because there's nothing else to do, right? So let us know. Maybe give us a shout in the comments. I know there's some of you guys watching, so hopefully you can hear me. Just give me a hello over in the comments. Good to see you there. Chris Clark, everybody. Chris Clark sliding on by. Yes.
Incredible. Get your news nowhere else.
Thank you, sir. Namaste. Have a wonderful evening. Rest that voice. But yeah, so that is something that comes out. You think of the DM as the beer drinking raconteur who just goes and goes and goes. Fellow DMs, avail yourself. Stay hydrated. Keep the old vocal cords lubricated and moving well. Otherwise, your last game of the con may come to a screeching halt, a literal screeching halt, and nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. So, so here's a quick straw poll for you guys watching out there, and I'd love to hear from you on this. Are you a strictly no cosplay, allowed but not mandatory, or yes, you got a cosplay at your table? Maybe let us know in the chat. Let us, give me a shout out in the chat. And if you are a cosplay person, do you yourself as a game master? If you are a game master, do you join in, or is that just for your players? I would love to know. I would love to find that out. We are, oh, look, it's the top of the hour. We're waiting on some folks here. I'm just checking messages. Want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Let's see. Oh, yes. I just, Greg Gillespie here, everyone. Message from Greg Gillespie. Later, am live on stream at Page 3. All right, so there we go. And anyway, so yeah, Greg Gillespie. That's just kind of the thing there, guys. Getting messages from famous people, seeing them walk by here. It's a ton of fun. I'm having a lot of fun. I hope you're out there. I hope you're watching and having fun. Uh-oh, I'm winding up in a photo here. Photographic evidence of the Dungeon Delver. That's good. That's unfortunate. Those are $5 a piece, sir. I'm going to need a little bit. Selfie scavenger hunt. Ah, I see. I'm on a list. That's not necessarily a good thing. I've been on too many lists before, but thank you, sir. Have a great con. All righty, folks. I'm on a selfie scavenger hunt. I just tried to just combine all those in a selfinger. That's me. Yeah, apparently that's a thing, and apparently I'm part of that. So that's cool to know. I didn't know. I almost wish I was roaming around now to try and make a sport of it. You know, just sprint up and down the aisles and go, no, come back. Oh my goodness. But so how are you folks doing today? I hope everybody out there is having a marvelous day. Look, whether you're here at the con, whether you're watching on the internet, you're my people. Okay, you guys are my people, TTRPGers. You know, after I get done, with my interview booth here, which is just a couple of interviews yet to go, I am going to depart, and let me show you guys what I will be running here at the con. In case you're curious, in case you're interested, let me just peel this open. I have this gorgeous messenger bag. Check this out. So many people have complimented me on this messenger bag. It was Mrs. the Dungeon Delver who got me this messenger bag. This is a Rebel X-Wing Fighter Pilot's messenger bag. I absolutely love this thing. This has been a lifesaver, not a lightsaber. Camera over here, but here's what I'm running here. So if you're looking for a game and you're here at the con, that's right, a little bit of original D&D and supplement. So I'll be doing this just in an open table. I'm not on the schedule, but I'll be over in the open table area over there. So if you're interested, if that is something you want to give a try, just swing on by. I'd love to hear from you. Would be awesome to do. Bring some dice, pencil and paper, and that's all you need. So it's the Dungeons and Dragons right here. And in case you're curious, you might be, but Bill, I thought that was in a white box. I thought that was all little booklets. This set that I have here, originally back in the early 2000s, Wizards of the Coast sold this as a PDF. They still do sell OD&D as a PDF, but a friend of mine actually concatenated them all into a single volume and had a bunch printed up at lulu.com, and he gave me, this is all three books. This is Men in Magic, The Underworld and Wilderness Adventures, and Monsters and Treasures. It's everything in a single rule book, everything that I need. And then here are the supplements. This is all the supplements in a single volume. We have Supplement 1, Greyhawk, Supplement 2, Blackmoor, Eldritch Wizardry, and Gods, Demigods, and Heroes all here. I mean, if I have a single gripe, it's that there's no chainmail, but I can assure you, you do not need chainmail to play original D&D. But that's what I'm going to be doing. It's a great little rule set, guys, and I'm so lucky to have a conveniently perfect bound set of the books right here. I got to share. This is the funniest thing. So we have Supplement 1, Greyhawk, the first really, I guess you could call it, splat book of D&D history. And if you were a fan, a friend, an acquaintance of the late great James M. Ward, there's a beautiful little joke aimed at Jim that was printed in here when Greyhawk came out in 1975, and it actually regards the spell Meteor Swarm, because apparently there was a big debate because Jim had found a scroll of Meteor Swarm, and it mentions that the meteors are like fireballs. Jim thought it should be like the spell Fireball. And there was some back and forth between Jim and Rob Kuntz and Gary Gygax over what that scroll meant exactly. So when it was finally published in Supplement 1, Greyhawk, here is what it says under the spell explanation, and I love this. This is one of the funniest things ever. This is the description for Meteor Swarm. Now listen to this. And I will show this on screen. I will show you guys the text. A blast of 4 fireballs, Jim. Thrown in whatever pattern the caster desires, each of 10 to 60 points of damage, or 8 fireballs, Jim, of 1/2 normal diameter and 5 to 30 points of damage may likewise be thrown. So right there, you guys can see that. If you pause it, I won't blame you. They were having a little fun at Jim Ward's expense right there in the rules. And when I interviewed Jim on my own channel, you can find me at the Delver's Dungeon on YouTube. I've got those interviews with Jim Ward over there. But Jim was still salty about. He's like, that now, damn it, I asked, and they made fun of me in the rule book because of that. But it was all in good fun. It was all in good fun. That's some great stuff. So I'm gonna be trying to get some OD&D going. So if you're interested in swinging by, whether maybe you're walking by right now and you're overhearing this, or maybe you're watching me on stream, getting ready to come over here, come find me. I'll be in the open gaming area. We'll be doing some original Dungeons and Dragons. Bring a 3x5 card, a pencil, and 3d6 and a d20. And we will give it a play. We did just a little one-on-one game last night. Get your minds out of the gutters. But myself and an able volunteer, Joe K, actually, who is right over here. Joe, why don't you stick your head in real quick if you want? You don't have to. I'm not gonna hold you to it. But Joe is actually a fan of the Delver's Dungeon, and he stopped by the con and he was my savior last night. He got me through the freezing cold and got me over to the hotel. So I appreciate that. Yeah, you having fun at the con?
Yeah, that's awesome.
All right.
Talk to Eric and Heidi.
Wonderful. That's
unloaded took a bunch of weight off my hands. Got myself a bag of holding.
excellent. Wonderful. What'd you get over there now, Heidi and Eric?
Oh, I got a bunch.
You got a bunch. Okay. What do we got here? Cursed Candlelight Manor, Shadows over Lake Geneva, Tomb of the Dundle Chief. This is all great stuff, guys. All fantastic stuff. All very old school. There's a certain somebody you might know who did the conversion to OD&D and AD&D. I'm not going to name any names. But he's a good guy. I think he knows his way around classic D&D. So you're bound to get some wisdom. Joe, thanks for swinging by, man. Have fun at the rest of the time. I'll see you around for sure. So yeah, Joe just swinging by. Now, when my co-host Kyle returns from his sabbatical, because he's doing early morning dad stuff. You guys know, of course, Kyle. If you watch my show, Kyle's down in Australia. So when we're rocking on at 9 o'clock at night, Kyle's down there, and it's 9 o'clock tomorrow morning when he's on. So by the time we get spun up to play, he's might have weightlifting clients in. He might have kids to tend to. But when he does get to Game Master for us, Joe is in that Wednesday game, and I get to play. I actually don't have to run a game, which is a nice change of pace. I can just roll dice and have fun, just like everybody else. And it's oodles and oodles of enjoyment. Yeah, it's rather nice. But Joe's in that game too, and so it was really nice to see one of the fine people who watches the show stop in and meet somebody face to face. I think Joe is probably, the 5th or 6th one of you fans out there that I've actually met in person. Now, we will be, or I will be here probably for another 45 minutes. We've got we've got a few more guests here. But let's see. hoping we can get Heather O'Neill or Merle Rasmussen to swing by, but we're having fun regardless, guys. Like I said, I'm people watching. I'm seeing some great costumes go by. When Joe swung by, he had some awesome stuff that he picked up over the Gaxland booth. And I'm going to go shopping, I think, when I'm done here before I settle in to some to some OD&D later. I better put these away, or else somebody might jump in and think, hey, he's running OD&D right there. Which I'll do it. You people out there, you know, what do you mean, you people? But you know, in fact, you know what? No, I'm going to keep them out here. And my next guest that stops by, that's just what we're going to do for 30 minutes. Roll 3d6 down the line. Okay, roll your hit points. Okay, here we go. You know, because if you watch my channel, you know we stream games over there and we have a lot of fun. But all kidding aside, we're having a lot of fun here. We're a lot of fun talking to all the folks who've swung by here. You know, like I said, Ron stuck his head in earlier, and you know, we had a couple of earlier great interviews. So hopefully all that will come together here in a bit, and then I can stretch my legs. I can get up and walk around. If I have a single complaint about the con, if I'm going to say a single negative things, and this is true of any event in a place like that, these chairs suck. Now, they're good for folding and smacking a wrestler over the head with. However, to sit in for 2 hours, they are, what is the word I'm looking for? Torture. That's it. So, you know, but it is what it is, guys. You know, I suffer for my guests, and that is that's the hard truth, guys. I do that. I suffer so you may be entertained. That's just what I do, and we're hoping you're being entertained, whether it's watching me, whether you're walking by and listening to me, or whether you're just out there at the con. I hope you're having fun. I hope you're having a fine time, because I'm having a fine time. I'm staying hydrated, keeping the vocal cords lubricated is what I'm doing. And this is water. This is not, regardless of any rumors, this is not Bombay Jim, nor is it vodka. Notice I didn't say it wasn't clear corn alcohol. No, I wouldn't drink that. I like seeing too much. You know, but anyway, so yeah, that's what I've got going on. I am looking at some absolutely gorgeous cosplay going by. I mean this in the best way. I've seen some cosplay that would make you go, what a terrible day to have eyes. Not because of the nature of the cosplay, but just how awesome it is. You're like, whoa, that is a genuinely scary looking, whatever that's supposed to be going by. But most of it is high fantasy, and most of it is actually just really good looking. Some of it, folks, if I'm being honest, is a little revealing. And I'm not a Yankee, but I'll tell you what, for those of you in the midriffs and the pirate shirts and that sort of thing, how are you doing it? There's a foot of snow on the ground out there, guys. It's freezing cold. I think I saw Mark Hamill being stuffed inside of a Tauntaun. It's that kind of cold outside. So, yeah. So those of you guys cosplaying in thin, revealing, skimpy things, I salute you. I salute you. That is that is quite the effort you have put forward, and you're making the world a better place. So I hope you're out there and you're enjoying, whether you're in cosplay, whether you're just bundled up. I of course am rocking. This is the Bird of Paradise. This is an official from the official Magnum PI line of shirts. I love this one. I have a dark colored one as well. I did not bring that one, but if you watch my channel, of course, you see me wear it. I do love my Magnum Hawaiian shirts. And it's Saturday. It's Hawaiian shirt day. I'm the only person I've seen in a Hawaiian shirt. Why aren't you guys wearing it? Leave me a message and let me know. Is Saturday Hawaiian shirt day at your TTRPG con? Why not make it that? Yeah, I'm rocking this. And of course, you know, I'm representing here. I got the Jeff Easley print on the T-shirt and the old school D&D logo. Could not do without it because I'm an old school guy. I even have official designation here. See, Grognard. You know, I had someone ask me. That's me, the Dungeon Delver. That's me. Hello. Hey.
This guy's a great podcast. That's my friend Sonny.
Hey, how are you? Hey, a couple of fans watching by.
So fun.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys. You guys having a good time here?
Having a great time.
Excellent.
Having a
Excellent.
great time.
That's
And
wonderful.
WM or MW, not William.
Not William.
Al. Don't forget Bill. Count on you not to forget.
Walt.
Walt.
Exactly.
Call me
Yeah,
Walt.
just wear that from now on for
Yeah.
the rest of your life.
I'm going to
Just
switch over to my other YouTube. Actually,
Okay.
My credit card expired anyway on the one YouTube.
Oh,
So I'm gonna go to my
okay.
other YouTube. So
all
it's
right.
clear.
All right. Yeah,
So
dollar bills, y'all.
It'll say World to MW. So
All right. I can't. I cannot wait to
I'm
see
really
that.
happy I met you.
I'm glad to have met you too, my friend. All right, you guys have a great con. Have a great con. Okay, fans, folks. You know, fans of the show, fans of the live stream. It's so great when you guys. So stop on by. Look, don't think just because I'm sitting behind this booth talking to camera here. There's a Power Droid rolling by there. Look out for that. Don't think that that you can't that you can't just dip in and say hello. As long as I don't already have a guest, or I guess if you're Ron, that doesn't really matter, does it, Ron? But yeah, if you've got a minute and you want to say hello and you want to dip your face in and you want to say hi, then by all means, absolutely do that. We have a rebel commander going by here, and I don't want to startle you, sir, but I saw a couple of stormtroopers going through here. He doesn't seem to mind. But you know, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun here at the con, and you know, we're doing. We've had some great interviews so far today, and I hope we have more. We are coming up on the bottom of the hour, the last half an hour. The Dungeon Delver will be here, and if you want to say hi or bye, go ahead and drop a message in the chat. I would love to hear from you. I would love to see you. But I'm having a good old time. I think I've got one more scheduled chat, possibly Heather O'Neill, but we'll have to see. I have a fairly open day tomorrow, but I will be here tomorrow at from 2 to 4. From 2 to 4, I will be in the bucket, as they say. I will be in the bucket tomorrow and having a fine time. So I hope you guys I hope you guys will whether you're here today already and maybe just checking out this stream on a mobile device, or whether you're sitting at home waiting to strike. I hope you'll stop by, wave, and say hello. I'd love to see you. I'd love to see you and hear from you. So, quick straw poll out there. If you want to leave me if you want to pop a message in the chat. What is your go-to game when the whole group can't be at the table? Let me know in the chat. I would love to hear from you. What do you pick up? What do you play? Is it the same game, different characters? Is it a different game altogether? Is it a board game? What do? I'd like to know. Seriously, I need ideas. Of course, those of you who watch the show, you know we're playing the A series right now with a Tuesday night live stream group. That has been an absolute blast. We are returning. So tomorrow's Sunday. So next week, technically, we are returning to our Sci-Fi Friday game, and I'm looking forward to that because Sci-Fi Friday, of course, we will be live streaming a new science fiction game. It is something I have considered for a long time, and I'm going to tell you guys. I'm going to tell you guys right now that I'm going to reveal it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to reveal it. The Sci-Fi Friday game on the Delver's Dungeon live stream. Give me a subscribe. The Sci-Fi Friday live we are going to try out Free League's Blade Runner RPG. That's right. It is my favorite film of all time. Hands down, bar none. I am going to try my hand at doing the work of Philip K. Dick and, of course, Ridley Scott and so many other creators and creative people. I'm going to try and do it justice, folks. I'm going to try and create a believable Blade Runner world. Now, my players don't know that, and I'm pretty sure they're not watching me on stream right now. But have you played Free League's Blade Runner RPG? And if you have, let me know in the comments. Any pitfalls, any likes, any dislikes. I have played the Free League game Tales from the Loop. I love it. I absolutely adore it. It is a very cool RPG, and I have nothing but good things to say about it. And I think at its guts, it's the same core system, which should make running it pretty easy. It's a dice pool success failure system. You get a certain number of failures, and it gives you conditions that make it harder to succeed in the future until you do something to mitigate those, to help bring those down. So I think I've got it. And in fact, I may pick up the Blade Runner RPG while I'm here. I may find a vendor who's got the Blade Runner RPG in stock here to pick up, or alternately, I may pick it up by FLGS. But let me tell you guys, if you're shopping for an RPG, please, by all means, do shop local. Okay, I realize that that's not possible for everything, and that there are some creators and some companies who don't necessarily do a physical copy, and you got to buy a PDF. But if you can buy locally, guys, if you can shop locally, then please absolutely buy locally. Get help support a local business, and keep brick and mortar RPG shops alive. I think that's the first and best duty for us as gamers that you can do, is to show them some love. Show them some love. So I may do that. But even if you're buying at a con, you are supporting a game store. It may not be local to you. But one purchase is not gonna, I know I get it, guys. Believe me, I am a poor. Okay, I am a poor. So I know how hard it can be to say, but Amazon, 30% less. And in those cases, I would say you got to listen to your heart. You got to listen to your conscience. And if you just if you can pick it up locally, do that. That's just my recommendation. But yes, it's going to be the Blade Runner TTRPG from Free League. I'm excited about it, and hopefully my group will be excited about it too, and my audience, which I don't know how much overlap there is between you and between you folks out there and my audience, but I hope there's a lot. So we are, let's see, not quite at the bottom of the hour here, and hopefully we will be getting there. Hang on a second. Sorry. Just checking my messages. Just want to staying on top of things, guys. That's my jam here. But I don't yet have a chattering face mounted on top of my head, so I can keep talking while I'm doing this. But yeah. So let's see. But yes, it is just about the bottom of the hour, and I think it's high time for another straw poll. So if you're out there watching, guys, what is your favorite film, and has there been a TTRPG put out to allow you to game in it? And if not, yes, I'm adding more questions, guys. I'm adding more questions to straw poll. If not, have you homebrewed something? Let me know over in the chat. Let me give me a message there in the live chat, and I would love to hear from you about that. I would absolutely love to hear from you about that as we wait on possibly my last guest slots to open here. We've got just a half an hour, and then I will be scooting off. I will be finding some lunch, and I will be getting ready to play some original Dungeons and Dragons. And if you want to stop by, if you want to swing by, if you see me out there in TTRPG open table space, and you're like, I want to give some of that Dungeons and Dragons a try, then by gosh, you come, you sit down, and you let me know, and we will do that. And you know what, guys? You know what the bottom of the hour is bringing? It's bringing my next guest, by gum. And of course, that is Ninth Level Games, one and only, at least as now, the last time I said, at least as far as we know, there was another one. So as far as I know, Heather O'Neill from Ninth Level Games. Heather, please have a seat.
Hello.
Welcome. Here is the talking stick.
Great.
And
Hello.
welcome, Heather O'Neill.
Thank you.
It is good to see you.
Nice to see
You having a lot of fun at the con?
I am, yes.
Good. Getting in any games, running anything, playing anything?
I haven't gotten in any games yet, but we're
for one more.
Maybe we are running a lot of games this weekend and hanging out at the booth and talking to lots of people. And
Excellent.
I was on a panel last night, so
yep,
it's been
busy.
busy.
You know, you're here to relax.
I'm relaxing on my weekend.
Yes,
Yeah.
we're having a relaxing time. But no, it's great to see you. So tell us a little bit about Ninth Level Games. What do you guys got going on?
Sure. So Ninth Level Games is it's actually a Philly local.
Oh, that's awesome.
Publisher.
I was just talking about how important it is we support local creators.
Yeah. So I mean, every morning I get to, I'm staying in my own house. Oh my God. I only
Excellent.
20-30 minute drive. I'm here. So that's really nice. But we're a tabletop role-playing game publisher. Probably best known for Cobalt Date My Baby. All hail King Torg, everybody at home. Yeah, so that's where we started. And in 2013, 2014, when Kickstarter kind of became a thing, we had kind of stopped publishing, and Dorkstorm Press had picked up the game. And we thought, let's see if anyone cares about this old silly game from 1999. And we had a really successful Kickstarter. It turns out they did care.
Yes.
So we decided that we were going to relaunch the publishing and really get into it more then. And that's where I got more involved at that point.
Okay.
So we really had just been kobolds and supplements and things like that for that period beforehand.
Okay.
And I think it just unleashed the floodgate in our brains, because then it was just like, go, go, go. And we had 1 or 2 releases every year, to the point where by 2020, when we were in lockdown, I think we had 4 releases that year, because we're like, what else are we doing? Let's write some RPGs.
What else are you going to do?
And now we have all kinds of things. So our other thing is our in-house system is called Polymorph. So it's a rule set that you can design in as well. It's open license. And basically it just streamlines play by having you 1 die per player. Basically, I'm a 4, a 6, an 8, or a 10.
Okay.
You can have multiple of that. And then I'm just rolling against a resolver chart of numbers. So I don't have to beat a number. I just have to see, did I get the knowledge roll? Oh, I got it. It's a 2 or a 3, for example, right? So we streamlined it. So we've really been able to target like kids, new players, new GMs. So that's kind of our focus. Is we have a kids line, a nostalgia type line, and then we call them fun one-shot line. So we're really trying to hit those 3 markets and just get more people playing role-playing games.
Excellent.
Make it more approachable, make it fun, make it easy. And then, hey, you want to campaign it, you want to dig deeper, you can, but it's not required to get it to the table.
Okay. Now, I have talked to other creators about this, and you mentioned crowdfunding.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, Kickstarter is kind of like saying Xerox or Kleenex or whatever. So we'll say crowdfunding to cover everything.
Yep.
And I feel like that maybe with newer creators, there is a sense of insert idea, pull lever, get money.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of steps in there that are forgotten. Like you need to write the game, you need to come across with deliverables.
Yes.
I mean, obviously you guys are going and you're rocking on ahead with a full head of
Right.
steam. So that hasn't that hasn't been a problem with you. But have you noticed those stumbling blocks yourself?
Oh, absolutely. So that's 100% true. I mean, even when you have it pre-written, you have the art commissioned, and you're kind of getting ready, things happen. You think
Sure.
you're more ready. You hit launch, and you go, "Oh, I need 2 extra months than I thought I needed." You know, that always happens. So,
Yeah.
and then there's the frenzy. I think there's like the FOMO and the excitement level where before you launch, you kind of were like, "This is what we're doing."
Mhm.
Oh, but then we funded, and they're asking for stretch goals. I guess we could offer. So
Yeah.
you kind of get into the trap of like over offering and promising.
Right.
So I mean, that's if you're successful, but then that can actually hurt you financially.
Of
Oh,
course.
let's do a supplement. We're going to do a free adventure. Well, next thing you know, oh, I've got to pay for this free adventure. I've got to pay an artist. I got to pay a writer. I got to edit it. So we've definitely fallen into that trap. We've overpromised.
Sure.
We've learned our lessons.
Ha ha ha! If people pledge at this level, I'll fly out to where you are
Right.
and run
Oh,
a game,
yeah,
and then you get 10 people pledge at that level.
We haven't gone that far, but we've done like private games online. We've
Yeah.
done stuff like that. Of course, custom characters.
Mhm.
It just all takes time, you know. So we've kind of fallen into the trap. We've also fallen into the trap of we can do more per year. Like this past year with tariffs, definitely hit us, and
Mhm.
we had to deliver 3, and we thought, oh, we'll have 1 in June will deliver, 1 will deliver in like August, and 1 will be like before
Mhm.
PAX in November, and they all came in October. So it was fulfillment frenzy and just
Yeah.
insanity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you've stumbled on these
Oh,
points
we've
before yourself.
absolutely
so,
stumbled as well. And every single time we learn a new thing, even though we've done like 30 Kickstarters and backer kits.
Right.
So I mean, we've tried a lot of different things, but I think for new people, it's not just, hey, I click a button, I make money. And I also always want to warn people, because I talk to a lot of new designers, is once you publish your own game, you're a publisher now, and
Mhm.
your life's business. It's not as creative as you maybe want it to be. Now you're in production. Now you're trying to sell the game. Now you have to make a website. Like it takes more of your creative time away too.
I get that as a guy. I stream 5 nights a week about role-playing games.
Yeah.
I do 3 verticals a day about role-playing games. And people are like, wow, you must just have no time to do anything but games. No, I don't. I
agree.
Game for 2 hours, but 5 hours sitting behind an editing desk.
100%. Like we've kind of made the joke that like we'll go to Gen Con or PAX Unplugged or here. What games did you play? Nothing. I played Go to Sleep.
Yeah,
You know?
I worked.
I worked.
Yeah.
So I remember I was proud of myself this year. I played 2 games at Gen Con. But like, it's one of those things where the business ends up taking up so much of your time, you kind of forget. It is a fun hobby, believe me. It's a fun job. I like it. I love the people. I love how excited they are. All that's great, but it does become a business and a little bit less of the creative when you get into it.
Sure.
And luckily I like that part of it. But I think for some people it is a little bit like, hey, I get to write games all day. I get to play games all day. No.
Yeah, I mean, a big thing that people got into back in the 90s and 2000s was QA. I'm going to get to play a video game all day long. No, what you're going to do is stand in front of one door and move the controls over and over and over and over and see if it crashes.
Yeah. It's just like when you peel the curtain back on anything, like the film industry, music industry, video games, there's always something that's not, it's just a job,
It's
right?
like you put on an album and you're like listening to uplifting perfection that just makes you, and then you go and talk to the musician. I hated that. That was 30 hours in the studio. By the end of it, we were throwing beer bottles at each other, legitimately trying to hurt each other. Don't ever play that song in my presence again.
No, 100%. So there is a weirdness to it, but I think overall, like I've been doing this about 12 years, I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
Overall, happy to go to work almost every single day. Happy to go to the cons.
Right.
Still loving interacting with everybody. Like for all the bad times, there's a lot more good times. And like I still encourage people, if you're thinking about doing RPG company, do it and do a zine quest and do a Kickstarter. But there's a lot that kind of goes on behind the scenes there that is not necessarily the most fun.
I mean, and to be clear, whether whether it's me streaming back games, whether it's you writing games, whether it's me writing game
Yep.
stuff. If it was pure misery, we wouldn't do it.
Absolutely.
I mean, there's a
I'm
point
sure
at which
somebody is, but
you're just like, I'm just gonna stop hitting myself now,
Yeah.
you know. But you know, I got the questions. It's like, oh wow, you know, again, you get to do all this stuff. Well, no, I have to do all this stuff
yeah.
to make this stuff cool for you.
Absolutely. And I think that is part of it. Like one of my favorite parts of owning a tabletop role playing company is watching when we do our big group events at Origins of Gen Con
Yeah.
or a table or people coming up and telling me their story about our games and how it affected them and
Yeah.
the fun that they're having. Like that's the reward, you know. It's like you see it and you go, "Oh my god, this is amazing."
Unquestionably, it's like on my channel when we run like the live play games, and I go back and I look in the YouTube comments, and it's like, I never played this before. Thank you so much. That's the reward.
100%.
That's the rush.
Yeah.
That it's
It-
a little dopamine
It keeps
receptors.
it going.
And, you
Yeah,
know,
it absolutely
and
does.
so you get it. You
I
understand it.
totally get it. And that's exactly why I still remember, I think it was like 2015 or 16. It was like, I was still kind of, you know, not really like a role playing person yet. And I
Mhm.
was going to conventions, but it was only a few years. And we had a big event and there was a couple of like 13, 14-year-old boys just having like the most fun at our Cobalt Ate My Baby event. And I was just like, they were so like, I just kept watching what they were doing
Yeah.
at their table because they were just having so much fun. And it was, we do like a thing called a midnight massacre. So it's like this late night craziness.
Oh,
So
cool.
for a 13 and 14, it's like, it's cool. We're up
Right,
late.
right,
Yeah,
right,
it was
yeah.
crazy, you know? So it was just fun to watch that. And I think that's like one of the moments I'll never forget is like how much fun they were having.
Yeah.
And then like when we
Yeah.
make a title now, we do think like, how are people going to interact with this? It doesn't mean everything has to be funny, but like, where's the fun in it? Like, are they gonna have fun because they got to be clever? Is it fun because they got to like kill a big dragon, or is it fun because they were a stupid kobold that got bopped on the head? You know?
Right. Yeah. So it's for us, and I do a little bit of writing, you know.
Yeah.
Lowercase L, lowercase W, in RPG stuff. The fun, as you say, is the feedback from people. doing
Absolutely.
it. It's maybe it's like you know, it's like that's your child out there, you know, watching them run on the playground, so to speak.
It is, and it's I don't know. I would assume I don't GM a lot, but like I would assume a lot of GMs have that same proud mama moment when
Yeah.
they're seeing the fun or when they're seeing their players figure out that thing, you
Yeah.
know? So
Yeah.
like there's the reward for the forever GM, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, and I am a forever
Of
GM.
course.
I am absolutely a forever GM. And yeah, when they finally, it's like there's that moment and they're doing the thing, you know. Granted, half the time is you know, it's like, you know, guys, it's been 45 minutes. I have told you over and over again, you cannot seduce the catfish. Please walk across the bridge.
I swear there's nothing I'm hiding behind
Yeah,
that.
I swear to God, it's just a wooden door. Stop investigating. Move on. But no, sure.
We've got a question here.
Play on the board, still with the books, or is it all online?
Oh no, we still play.
Oh
with
yeah, tabletop. Always tabletop.
We got a question about if all play is online. And I would say
Right.
no.
Yeah, that's it.
We're
man.
still analog. We're
Oh,
still
yeah.
analog.
Yeah, I'm very much an analog gamer.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say it's like, you remember you'd get cassettes and it'd have you know, like digital analog.
Oh
recording.
yeah.
We are digital, but in that it's how we communicate. But like, I don't use a VTT. I don't use a digital die roller. It's literally just like telephone. You know, it's
and
a way to talk.
It's so much fun to like. There's a reason to get together in person, like trivia
Yeah.
night, game night, anything like that. Like,
Yeah.
it was fun to be able to do things online when we had to in
Mhm.
2020. But like, I'm a very social connection person.
Yeah.
So I was like hating just being home all the time. So for me, I
Yeah.
really like it. But I also think it brings out more when you are together in the same room,
Sure,
doing
sure.
something
It's-
than kind of the distraction of like, oh, my cat's on my lap. I can hear my kid crying. Like, you know, it brings you to the you're focusing on the table.
It's
Yeah.
it's like if you cook dinner and everybody comes in the kitchen and gets a plate and then goes off to other rooms in the house
Yes.
versus let's all sit at the dining room table.
That's a good analogy.
You,
yeah.
you know, now, I mean, my group is scattered from southern Georgia to Seattle.
Wow.
There's 10 of us playing AD&D on a Monday night, and God knows if I hit that Powerball, I'd fly them in every
Oh,
week.
yeah.
Just go get your ticket at the booth, and you're flying to the house
Yeah.
again on Monday night. But no, it is absolutely a tactile experience, and that is why folks like you, anybody still making books, something people can touch with
Yep.
their hands, not an app on a phone,
Yep.
not something you run on a tablet. You need a webcam for,
Yes.
and do you have a 5090 GPU in your computer? You know, then you can't play the new D&D. Like, come on,
Right.
come on, who wants that?
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of the stuff that Ninth Level makes is theater of the mind, but a lot of people love to use maps and minis. But
Mhm.
even with theater of the mind, which of course blends itself very well to streaming and VTTs,
Yeah.
it's really nice though to just have that fun, because I think people play off of each other better in person too.
Yeah.
Like the
Yeah.
fun of it happens, the creativity pops, because just being in the room, the energy is a little bit different, right?
Yeah.
So I just really love that. And I think because of conventions having so much of it is where that's why it shows up so much, and I get so excited about it,
Mhm.
because you get to see it like every minute of every day happening here, you know?
Yeah, and it's the it's like the reverse poker face. It's the nuance of human interaction.
Yes. Yes.
Where you can see the smile, you know, you can see somebody's face light up when you're like, wait a minute, I think he's got the staff segment in his bag. And everybody at the
Yeah.
table is like, oh, okay. You know, I agree with you 100% that the analog meeting is.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you can't always do it, as you know, on your Monday nights, but
Sure.
it's one of those things where if you have the chance, I think it's
Yes.
good. And I am also very excited while we're talking about this, like the younger generation is like super into the idea of getting together and doing this. Like that, like
know.
17 to 25, they're super into the idea of actually having D&D nights in person. And
Yeah.
you would think they'd be digital, but they kind of are sick of digital and
Yeah.
they want to do that. So I love that.
And I do wonder, I won't ask you to speculate, but I'm just
Sure.
throwing this out there. I do wonder if that's not why we kind of you know, Wizards of the Coast just kind of step back. You know what?
Who knows? Yeah.
Maybe not.
Who knows?
Maybe not.
Yeah.
And good. You guys did a good thing. You know, but no, I agree with you. Analog forever.
Yeah.
You know, it's the best. Get your records on vinyl. Own your books. Own your TTRPGs.
Yep.
Physical copies,
You can
guys.
still get cassettes, and you just got to find a way to play them.
Yeah. Yeah. So what? I mean, God, how many did you say? 14 Kickstarters you guys have done?
More than that, like
More than
30.
that?
So we
woo.
pretty much, well, once the floodgate opened in 2013, 14, I think it was.
Yeah.
We did about one a year for a couple of years, and then Zine Quest started. So we're like, well, now let's do a Zine Quest and an RPG. Oh, hey, that 2020 is rolling around. Let's do 4, because what else are we doing? And a lot of times it just kind of it just became easier. In like 5 years, everything was made by like in-house by the owners and our team.
Mhm.
And then we started, because we've got the in-house system,
Right.
we started hiring writers. So that
Mhm.
made it, oh, we can make more because they're doing that and they're doing that and they're doing that.
Mhm.
But then we kind of forget we still have to make the books, but we were able to do more because we would hire more writers and things like that. So that's what ended up making the 30 happen in only 12 years. It's a lot. It's too many. Don't do that.
So you mentioned an in-house system, and that's I think there's a key pivot point, and I bet you could guess what I'm about to say it is, that happened in January of 2023.
Yeah.
Something happened in January 20. I know this. I started doing news reports about it, and I went to bed with 1,500 subscribers and woke up with 3,000 the next day. That's no lie.
Yep.
When they accidentally did the internet.
Yep.
Did you guys see a big uptick then?
I would say not even just then, since then.
Yeah.
Since then, we not only have seen it intake like at cons and on our website, but in the conversations or talking to retailers, like we want to stock more indie RPGs. Like that's not we would talk maybe in 2021 or 2019 and say, well, we have D&D and, we want, we're interested in kobolds. That always sells. But,
Yeah.
it'd be hard to maybe get them to uptake all of our things in the store. Oh, we have a small section that has D&D and Pathfinder. Now, a lot of stores are like, no, we want to have like a robust indie RPG section.
Yeah.
And there were obviously people doing that before January of 23, but it shot up
Oh,
after
yeah.
January of 23.
I have heard a story, and I don't know if you know any people there,
Not
and
really.
I may have this wrong, but I believe Kobold Press said that they did their yearly in company stock where you can go on their store and buy stuff. That was like, okay, we order this, it's delivered in January, and then we're good until October. And when we do another order the next year, that was gone by February.
Oh, I can believe it. Yeah.
So I mean, did you guys see that? Did people
Maybe
like,
not at
raise
that
you?
level. I wish I
Not
did.
At that level, but,
Not
but
at that level, but we definitely saw a
did see
bump.
the uptick.
We saw an uptick for sure.
Yeah.
I would say we saw one uptick during COVID just because people were discovering role playing.
Sure.
And again, a lot of it was still D&D, and that's fine, of
Mhm.
course. And then we saw another uptick in 23, 24.
Yeah.
So yeah, like a major uptick. And I think those were the 2-point inflection points.
Yeah.
Was like, oh, I've been kind of thinking about role playing because of Stranger Things and things like that. Oh, and now I'm home. It's COVID. So that was a big bump.
Yeah.
And then that.
So you had those three key things. Stranger Things. We can't deny Stranger Things.
Hey, all
how
power
it-
to them.
It took that 80s zeitgeist and injected it into the 2010s. And
Absolutely.
it went from there. And an interesting thing. As many people turned away from D&D, they went back to older D&D.
Yeah.
Because they can't. Wizards of the Coast can't reach out and touch this and say, hey, you can't do that anymore.
Yep.
But then more importantly, much more wonderful, newer systems of stuff like what you guys are doing.
Yeah.
And seeing this blossoming, and it's still going on.
It
It's
is.
still
It
going
is.
on.
And the fun thing too that I've noticed over even just the last 5 years since coming back from the COVID break
Mhm.
at conventions is who's showing up is different. Because different people learned that they loved role playing during
Mhm.
COVID times. So it's like, oh, well, I love storytelling. I want something cozy. I want something, vampires back.
Yeah.
I want something more LARPy. Like people were discovering what they liked. And I think there was that point to your saying Stranger Things was like, oh, let's try D&D. And by 2020, they were like, okay, I've done that.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm ready for the next thing,
Right.
And so I think we're in that first
Right.
wave here. And then the OGL thing happening easily was like, oh, another one, another shot in the arm for the indie RPG.
And I think you saw, and I use this term broadly. I think we saw the first inflection point being Stranger Things.
Yeah.
A fair degree, and I mean, maybe you didn't from a business standpoint, and I want your feedback. But a fair degree of what you might call tourism. It's like, oh yeah, I'll try that.
Yeah.
Oh, Dungeons and Dragons, that's the hip thing to do.
Right.
But I think that brought, what is someone who lives in a place, but someone who's a tourist who moved there originally?
Right.
So I think, there were people who were like, yeah, I'll try it. They bought a starter set or something like that. And then they're like, okay. And then they went on to do.
Sure.
But I do think there were a lot of people who came in, and like you said, they came in through the D&D door, but then they expanded out.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then that's where you guys come in,
100%. And I mean, the only negative I've really seen about the Stranger Things effect is with really younger kids in the gaming groups, because it's all D&D,
Mhm.
a lot of younger kids like under 18 are like, I only want to play it if it's D&D, because they don't know that other games can feel like D&D, but they think D&D is the only thing it can be. So
Right.
we've had a lot of teachers, parents say, really struggling to get them to understand these rules. Hey, I took them mazes, or I took them Shadow Dark, or I took them Old School Essentials, or I took them whatever, and now they like it, right? So like it's just, there was like a resistance because the name was there, the brand name was there for the
Mhm.
younger teens and stuff during that 2015 to 2020 time, and I feel like they've gotten over that hump too.
Right.
Yeah, where they're like, oh, this is like D&D, cool, instead of, oh, I only like D&D.
Yeah.
Or our time frame, ooh, D&D, like that's gone. No stigma there anymore.
Yeah. And I when I was a kid, I had that same thing. It's like, I had my AD&D books.
Yeah.
And I got those at like Kmart and DGY. Oh,
Yep.
I'm dating myself there horribly. But somewhere a picture of Dorian Gray just got a lot older looking. But no, a friend took me to the first time I'd ever been to a game store, and I'm like,
What?
there are games other than Dungeons and Dragons.
Right. And I think it's
Somebody else makes RPGs.
it's awareness that in the mainstream, Dungeons and Dragons is the only thing anyone knows.
Yeah.
They don't even know Pathfinder, Vampire, any of that. They only know
Yeah.
D&D. They see the one cool thing is whenever I'm anywhere back in the day, I would make sure we had a D20 somewhere on our table. If we're at a Comic-Con, so they would understand that these books are role-playing games,
that
because
is genius.
literally that is the icon for role-playing is a D20.
It is.
So it's just so funny. Like we would have the first PAX Unplugged was 2017. I remember people saying, "Are these graphic novels? Are these novels?" They didn't know they were games.
Yeah.
And you put the D20 out there, and then they get it. Oh,
Yeah.
luckily we're past that, I think, for the most part. But
Yeah.
I do remember that happening, and it was so weird.
Okay, so I'm gonna put you on the spot
Okay.
right now
All
and,
right.
hit you with some trivia.
Okay.
Do you know what the first tabletop game to use a D20 was?
Ooh. Tabletop game to use a D20.
First published tabletop game to use a D20. I'll make it easy on you. It was published by TSR.
Okay. Probably. I'm assuming it's got to be Dungeons and Dragons, but it's probably not.
You would be.
I'm sure I'm wrong.
You would be incorrect and correct in that order. It was actually a war game called Tractics.
Okay, I wouldn't have got that.
Came out. Yeah,
Never heard of it.
was
Literally
a
never heard of
modern-
it.
It was a modern tank battle game. I found this out like a couple of weeks ago, so
Okay.
I'm not.
Oh,
like,
yeah, you're fine.
I'm the old grognard who knows better than you. But I was fascinated when I found that out. But the reason I bring that up is that's absolutely correct. It is the icon of TTRPGs, and for
Absolutely.
you guys to utilize that is like,
Well, which is
it's the signpost. It is
the
Guardo Camino, the road guard for people to see and
Yep.
go, I know what that is.
yes, and what's funny is our games don't use D20s. There's no D20 in our games, but we still put one out there.
Right.
Not as much now, but we used to just signify what they were.
Right.
But it is funny how that became the icon, and you'll see
Yeah.
it everywhere, logos, everything.
Well, now you've got your mission orders. Make a game that uses it.
I know. We probably should. We have started in our most of our system is a D4, 6, 8, or 10.
Mhm.
We have the GM rolls a D12 for things. So we
Right.
did discuss how can we have the D20 mean something. So I like this plan. Then I could sell D20s. People love buying dice.
I'm definitely going to check out some of your stuff. But when you get that D20 game out,
I'll let you know.
all I ask is just for a little credit.
You're like, ooh, someone told me about this D20 thing.
Some rando at a con. I should. Yeah.
It's the first time I've heard about that. Yeah. Awesome.
But so what's in the future? Immediate, distant, what have you?
Well, just real quick, one of our big releases at PAX Unplugged a few months ago was the Thunder Road role-playing game.
Mhm.
So that was kind of fun. And we just got it announced at Gamehole Con that our team will be writing the Munchkin role-playing game for Steve Jackson Games.
Oh, very cool.
Because you may know that Cobalt Ate My Baby is
Yeah.
illustrated by John Kovalik. So is
Mhm.
Munchkin.
Yeah.
We've worked with Steve
Love
Jackson
his
for
stuff. Love
years.
his
So it's a kind of a natural
Yeah.
partnership. So that's exciting. So
So
that'll
that-
come out in November of this
Okay,
year.
excellent.
And then there's a lot going on over here, guys. You don't even know what's happening next to me. It's pretty fun. But so then we have a couple of our one line called Fun One Shots.
Excellent.
We've got two fun ones coming out. One is called Mount Olympus Community College, where you were the lesser gods that didn't get into Mount Olympus University. So it's like the show Community meets Percy Jackson.
I love the concept already.
Yes. And we make funny stuff. And then the other one is a little more political and a little bit more crazy, which is Portland, Oregon Trail. So you're trying to get to Portland, Oregon, but it's Oregon Trail. But it's modern America right now. So you're dealing with the things that are happening, unfortunately, in America right now, and some of it could just be funny stuff like the line in the McDonald's drive-through, and other stuff could be more serious. So that's
you could be slain by Terrence over an argument, and then you would die of dysentery.
absolutely the number.
I don't apologize for that joke, by the way.
Yeah, the vibe of it is you have died of capitalism. So that's like our political one.
Yeah.
And then we've got a number. We always come out with more Cobalt stuff every year. We've got a number of things in the works. But our other big release at Gen Con, hopefully, if it makes it here, is WrestleVania. Castlevania meets WrestleMania.
I'm there for that.
It's a Metroidvania RPG that's a box experience that you're going through a castle, but you're having wrestling matches, and it's the evil Ultra Dracula, and he's like a wrestler.
That is the level of dad joke that I am all
It's
about.
very silly.
I can't wait to see that.
Wrestling and Castlevania puns and all that fun stuff. So,
Awesome.
So we've got a fun year coming up. I'm excited about it. Yeah.
It sounds like just a ton of fun.
Yeah.
And thank you for telling us
thanks for
about
having
that. Thank you for being here. I think the next shift is about to roll in.
Yeah.
But I want to say
Thank
to
you so
again,
much.
It was wonderful to have you here.
Yeah,
and
great.
talk to you about these awesome things.
I'll be right back.
All righty.
Yeah. So I guess I just should just say that we're here obviously at Page, but you can always check everything out at ninthlevel.com. The number 9th level, or
Yes.
Ninth Level Games on all socials.
Okay, and I think that's going to about do it from me today,
All right.
guys. Heather O'Neill,
Yes.
thank you so much
Thank
for being here. It
you.
was a pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, you
Have
too.
fun at the con. All right.
See you guys.
See you out there. And again, room for one more. All right.
Tomorrow at 5. All right, thank you.
Take care, sweetie. All right. Heather O'Neill, everybody. Listen, I'm going to get on out of here, and I'm going to leave this booth for more interview fun. We are going to go ahead and we'll go dark here in just a second, but we'll be right back at the top of the hour. Don't you go anywhere. You can't. There's 2 feet of snow on the ground outside if you're in the Philadelphia area. But if you're going to go somewhere, come to Page and meet awesome people like Heather, and you can game with dorks like me. But until then, everybody, be good and be good to each other. And we are back at the top of the hour with another interview. So take care and peace out.
Yeah, there.
So you're recording and putting it up on YouTube or
It
something?
is actually on YouTube right now.
Oh,
So
right.
it is live. We are live on YouTube. We're back here the afternoon of Saturday at Page 3. I'm Wes Allen with DM Tales, and I am here with the one, the only, Frank Mentzer,
Hello, everyone.
which is,
Good weekend to you. We're rocking here at Page 3.
it is crazy. Did you've run games so far?
Oh, yeah.
How many people?
I do
How many people
seminars,
have you killed?
autographs. Well,
I
actually,
mean, characters. Sorry.
the way, yeah, thank you for the correction. Actually, when you come and spend your money to attend the con, reserve a precious slot for game time,
Mhm.
I am loath to kill you off early. I will find anything I can do to give you at least 3 of the 4 hours you've booked. Okay, maybe you die and cut out early, but that's just a simple question of value for the money for coming to cons. I really hate the kind of events that kill you off in the first half hour and then, okay, what do I do for the next 3 hours? You know, well, there's stuff to do in dealer area, but you feel cheated. So I will actively work against that.
Okay. Well, there was an event, literally billed "Come and Get Killed by Frank Mentzer."
Yes, now that's the exact opposite. This is a charity event called Tower of Merzant or something. And everybody knows going in that they're going to die quickly and spectacularly, probably, if my imagination serves the purpose. So they run into all kinds of crazy, it's basically a tower of chaos.
Mm-hmm.
And they run into various scenarios, situations, and things. One of the fun parts is that I use no notes and am still together enough that I can keep track of all the corridors, rooms, and all that. But what I do is I draw on 40 to 50 years of game experience running D&D games since 76.
Mm-hmm.
And I have more scenarios, encounters, etc. in my head than you could imagine. So I don't need notes. Yeah, so I pulled out all kinds of weird stuff from 40 years of gaming and tossed it in, encounter by encounter.
Mm-hmm. So you said you've been running D&D since 1976.
Correct. That's technically, it was late 76 that I started. I didn't
Okay.
start my campaign actually until January, February of 77.
So what first sucked you into running this game? And were you a war gamer before it?
Yeah, I was a war gamer. At one point, I had a kiln in my basement. I was casting my own figures and stuff. I stopped doing that because it turns out when it comes to painting the figures and actually using them, I totally suck. Awful painter. No way. So my friends would do that for me, and I sold the kiln off and gave that up. But when I was only 12 years old, I had gotten into a game from Avalon Hill, a board game called Gettysburg.
Mm-hmm.
And that sucked me in. My father was National Park Service, working the headquarters in downtown Philly. So natural affinity, for that sort of thing. And we ended up going to Gettysburg several times, and I just immersed myself in the history. Well, I had the opportunity to go out to Gettysburg, actually, and visit during the centennial in '63.
Okay.
And as a 12-year-old kid, I knew more about the battle, I thought, than the guides did. And one of these guys was given the usual, Park Service guide giving the usual talk at the copse of trees, the high watermark of the famous
I've been there
charge.
many times.
And I thought he was leaving a lot out. So I started adding more details to some of the adults around me. Well, I ended up with a crew of like 20, 30 adults plus kids, families, listening to me and ignoring the ranger. Long and the short of it is, after 2-3 days of that, they gave me an actual medal and ribbon as an official guide.
Did they
To the
really?
centennial of the Battle of Gettysburg. And I managed to go back and I worked the 125th as well. So I have
Wow.
both ribbons and medals and stuff like that.
And for folks who
Very
don't
rare.
know Gettysburg, for them to give you that as a guy, because they do not mess around
Right.
with who gets to talk about the battlefield in any sort of official capacity, even honorary.
But I earned it.
You did.
the
I mean,
thing.
they looked at you
And I-
and went, you definitely
And
earned
they
this.
were biased because I was only a 12-year-old kid at the time, Of course,
Sure.
later I had to take time off from TSR to come back for the 25th.
Sure.
Or the 125th.
Yep.
Yeah, so I got started on board games like that, historical games. And One of my best friends was a chemist with a good job, but he would kill his weekends coming over to my apartment, and we would just play games all weekend. He'd just crash on the sofa, you know, that's nonstop. We probably got stoned a lot in the process too, 70s, you know. But one day he shows up with this white box, and we couldn't figure it out because the wargaming part we had fine, but this idea of, okay, all the leaders of the units are all going to go out and run around together by themselves without their forces, and this
Makes no sense.
You know, it didn't make any sense at the time. So we drove up here to King of Prussia, just within a couple of miles of here, and found a game store, the Last Grenadier, and I bought my first D20, which I still have and still use. It's one of my most precious artifacts.
Wait, does it look like a marble now?
It's no, it's in great shape because I rarely use it.
Ah,
but I take it with me. It's 0 to 9, and
twice.
Right. A set in black, a set in red,
Okay.
and a red 0 would be your nat 20.
Okay.
Well, I have allowed certain privileged individuals worldwide, Japan, Finland, Italy, to roll that die, and they always film it, you know, and
Oh, gosh, yeah.
post, you know, the results and things like that. So just trying to spread a little fun around. But as a result, I started up my campaign in 77, had a diverse group, men, women, black, white, Latino. It was, despite what some of the modern pundits will tell you, no, we were not bigoted, isolated old men, old white men. No, very diverse group, right from the start.
And that was something that people were exploring,
right?
Even right from the start, because there were people going like, well, sometimes wargaming was a little bit white, and they went, well, how do we get out? It's like, well, there's other people over here. Let's bring everybody together. So that was part of the shtick, even from the beginning.
Being the 70s and D&D being new, there were times when I would have 10 people arrive at my apartment, find places to crash, and we would literally game all weekend. We'd start Friday night, go late, crash, order out or get some food, pizzas, you know, whatever, and just keep playing all day Saturday, all day Sunday. They would straggle home and take a bunch of crap from their wives and girlfriends, you know, and all that. But yeah, crazy time. As a result of that, though, when I joined TSR in 1980, I got badgered into applying. I didn't think they'd want nobody like me from Philly. War game background. No, that's not where it's at, you know, this new role playing thing. But they brought me out, and I surprised a lot of people with my war game expertise out there. And that's part of what brought me to Gary's attention. He made me his partner in a Napoleonics war game here in the office.
Okay.
Well, I proceeded to run the French Navy and defeated the combined forces of the British Navy and the Spanish Armada together, who were making a last chance stand, and I just shredded them. And afterwards, everybody said, who the hell is this Menser guy? We got a ringer master war gamers he brought in from Pennsylvania. So
From
it all
Philly.
went from there.
Nobody games in Philly. What's going on?
Yeah. So it all went from there. I showed him what Philly style means. You know, I brought Philadelphia to Lake Geneva, and it influenced the game massively ever since.
It makes me very happy that Philly has put a mark on D&D.
Yep, absolutely.
So we you can never get away from this. You can try to forget us. We are always there, always there. So you start running, and your first game is 70s, this crazy thing. You're working on it. When do you start working on D&D at TSR?
Well, when I first arrived at TSR, one of my first editing jobs, because they hired me as an editor, I was sharing an office with Tom Moldvay while he was writing that basic set from 1980, and I'm prominently credited in that for helping him tidy it up and a lot of things. But during that first year, one of my first editing jobs was this new module by Gary. Now, to explain this a little more, pardon me, we had been using Mike Carr's Keep on the Borderlands, and a lot of people claimed afterwards that Gary pushed his way in for the royalties to grab, you know, and did B2 and had B1 archive.
You've been using into the unknown.
But
right, okay.
But the thing was, Gary was strung out financially at that point. He invested everything to build TSR.
Mhm.
He had gotten hardly any royalties until actually almost none until AD&D started to appear, and that's 77 to 79.
Right.
So 1980, he's still scrambling for money, trying to raise 5 kids, had invested all his money to build this company that now had 50, 60 employees.
Mhm.
You ever have 60 employees? You ever try and make payroll for 60 employees? I
Yep.
mean, you got to really be cooking. And you have to make personal sacrifice. When 2 times that I helped start, I and my wife usually would start family businesses, it wiped out our credit. You know, you have
Yeah.
to put everything on the line, and that's the way it is. So the true story behind B2, it was some of the first royalties Gary got. And so, yeah, we hustled it out as fast as possible to get some cash into Gary's pocket so he could keep building the company, you know, essentially. But when it hit my desk, I realized, not to give away spoilers, but there are 2 clerics in the keep, and they need a place to work. And in the first draft that Gary wrote, there was no church, chapel, anything.
Oh, really?
So I took it on myself. In my best Gygax or Gygaxian language, I wrote up a chapel, sent it over by interoffice mail. Now, when my bosses in design heard about that, they said, "Oh, you're going to get fired so fast." But it came back with Gary's scroll, approved, use it as is. And everybody was just stunned. They had never seen Gary do something like this.
You cracked the code.
And later, when I had my first employee meeting with Gary after we covered the usual stuff, he leaned back and gave me a hairy eyeball and said, "So you're the one." But then that elaborated that Gary explained that everybody had become so afraid of him at that point in the offices, nobody dared correct, change anything. And he had been sitting waiting for a new hire that had enough guts to stand up and say, "Gary, you're wrong, but here's the solution." And that's what they got.
Awesome.
To this day, I use that incident when talking to like young kids, 8 to 12-year-olds, and say, point out everybody can pick it and criticize everything. When you provide a solution, you're working towards improving everything, and you will stand out in the crowd for being the one heading forward instead of scrambling, you know, and complaining all the time. So after that, Gary and I started getting to know each other more and more. Like I say, we played Napoleonic War Game together as partners, various things. And within another a few months, he asked me to start this club they had in mind for D&D.
Okay.
They wanted to have a club for D&D players, as simple as that. Well, I kind of tore up that concept and started the Role Playing Game Association, built that from scratch.
I remember the adverts.
Mike Carr is the one who actually named it in a proposal, in a memo.
Okay.
But I threw out the basic guidelines and opened it up to like Shadowrun, Paranoia, you know, a whole variety of role-playing games. And we attracted a lot of new members that way. Unfortunately, TSR management, part of, not Gary, but the other part of TSR management really insisted that we should be only promoting TSR games. So it lost the possibility to become the global unifying force of all role-playing and turned into a D&D fan club, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Oh, well. Now, you had mentioned a term. I am familiar with the term. Gygaxian. Could you explain, for the folks who are watching or will watch in the future, who hear this and they have no idea what it means, what is Gygaxian?
Gygax.
Gygax
is Gary's personal indulgence. He knew full well that if he wrote more clearly, that people would enjoy it more. But his position was that given this new game and this opportunity, he wanted to aggressively force all the readers to expand their vocabularies. And he was very fond. He would collect books full of obscure words of various sorts. Back then, we had book libraries. Yes, nowadays we're all go to Google for everything, it seems. But my library was chock full of word references of all sorts. Gary was very fond of puns, but one dared not start a pun game with him because he would drop everything and keep it going until you are absolutely beat into the dust. Start mentioning fish in a punishable way, and we would be talking fish for the next 15 minutes, making the worst puns you can imagine. But his core fondness for archaic and obscure terminology leaked over then, of course, in AD&D, and that contributed to his overall writing style, leading to this unique identifier, Gygaxian, or Gygax, as we call it.
Gygax is a wonder. Now, I get into AD&D probably just before the red box comes out. So my first set is Mold Vase.
Okay.
And I was in 5th grade, and I was born in 73. So it's like, I don't know what year this is.
Right.
So, no, I wasn't in 5th. I might have been in 3rd grade. But I remember getting the AD&D Player's Handbook and reading it, and then rereading it, and then rereading it again. I will tell you, my vocabulary expanded.
Oh, yeah?
There are parts today where I go back and read it as a person with a master's degree, and I go, I don't know what he's trying to say here. He was fun. He had fun with it.
So by 1984, Gary had gotten tied up with a lot of business affairs.
Yes, he did.
Among other things, launching the Marvel cartoon show on the West Coast,
Mhm.
the famous D&D show. And in 84, he actually issued a memo to the entire company and everybody associated with TSR that Frank Menser is now #1 in charge of both advanced and basic D&D, period. And a lot of people were, oh my God, did Frank become a VP or something? No, I don't want the executive crap that goes with it. You know, I was just the top rules reference, essentially. Because after many tries, Gary had to reluctantly admit, and he mentions this, for example, in the introduction to Unearthed Arcana,
Yeah.
to Frank Menser, dedication, who kept me so precise and logical. Or in another one, who reined me in, or, you know, things like that. I found ways to channel Gary's creativity and output without insulting him, but to tell him he was wrong or screwed up. His inner chaos produced a situation where he never thought about previous rules he had written when he wrote new rules.
Mm-hmm.
So the interface between the two and working out contradictions and all that all landed on me.
Gotcha.
And there were times when I told Gary, we cannot publish this, and here's why. And I would talk him down from stuff. And I was literally the only person who could do that.
Oh,
with
okay.
Gary. Otherwise, he was, you know.
Let's go. This is done. Let's try. Yeah.
So it was a very valuable position. It was horrifying when the new personnel manager they had hired turned out to be a deep pocket mole who found the flaws of the company in the 2 years she worked for us and ended up buying out the balloons of all their shares, achieved 50.5% ownership of TSR, and retired Gary forcibly.
Yeah.
Over his objections. He unfortunately spent a lot of money trying to reverse that. And if he had just flipped and said, okay, I'll build a whole new company and done that immediately, he would have saved hundreds of thousands of dollars and been far more successful.
Yeah.
But again, he felt he had to fight to get Greyhawk.
That was
was
his,
the biggie.
because that was his baby.
Yeah.
Very important. So you begin to release the Beckme line, and you go from the red box to the magenta box. So, you know, BX is established. They're going to come out with the next box for that. That gets scrapped, and we have the reformatting of the rules for the new trade dress that you are known for. It is Menser Basic. So, what's the process behind the scenes for that to kind of scrap and go, no, we're all new line again?
Well, first they tried to call it Menser Basic, and I have fought that for 40 years. I am not arrogant enough to have my name attached to it.
We'll do that for you.
If you wish.
Yes.
I urged people from the beginning to call it Beckme, the initials, Basic
We do
Expert
call it that.
Companion
Yep.
Masters and more. Simple as that. Thank you for your applause and etc. But please don't slap my name on it as that edition. I just rather. I'm sorry. What was the question?
Well, what's the process of that transition
we
from
had
BX
this
to Beckme?
perfectly wonderful set created by Tom Mulvey, but the D&D had been escalating, snowballing.
Yeah.
And we had an opportunity to get into the big guys, Sears, Walden Books, things like that.
Gotcha.
Back then, of course, malls were real big. They have faded quite a bit since. but there were major bookstore chains
Yeah.
before the internet, of course. And we had an opportunity to get into all these. The Sears Christmas catalog, things like that.
Yeah.
And the high-level discussions that I was not part of decided that the Mold Bay, though wonderful, and we love the art, but it's comic art. You know, Errol Otis, Jeff Dee, some of these masters, Bill Willingham, one of the forgotten comic artists. But it wasn't going to fly when put up next to, say, New York publisher novels with high-end Morris Vallejo art on the covers and stuff like that. So they had to escalate the quality. And they dug around, and there was this guy doing posters for the Army named Larry Elmore. And they hired him, and the rest was history.
He's pretty good.
Yeah, a long-time old friend of mine. I hope to get down to Kentucky to visit him here sometime the next month or two.
That would be awesome.
Before one of us, buys it. Anyhow, so they redressed everything, and they kind of told me I was just a staff writer. It didn't make me any extra money.
Okay.
And we're talking like 20-some thousand a year. Not much.
Not a lot.
But somehow, although I was not a professional writer, the Redbox intro just went nuclear. They didn't tell me at the time when they had me rewrite it that they were going to print it in 14 languages, including Mandarin, Chinese, and Russian. Who publishes in Mandarin and Russian? It's crazy.
In the 1980s.
Yeah.
Like that.
But as a result, I'm aware of for example, a game club in Moscow that is a hardcore Beckney group.
That's
and
wild.
They would love to have me visit. They just can't afford it. I have been to St. Petersburg, but never made it all the way to Russia.
Okay.
Or to
Moscow.
But as a result of Redbox, essentially, I've gotten free trips all over the world. That's my perk for putting up with all that low salary and years of no money. Well, it's pretty cool. And what I discovered is once you get old and decrepit, like I've become, I don't get around near as well as I used to. The airlines bend over backwards to make your trip as easy as possible. So all I used to walk miles at O'Hare tunnels and all of that. And now I just show up, check in at the gate, and say, okay, take me where you want. And I get free ride all over the airport in wheelchair.
There you go.
So,
and you're not too proud to turn it down.
Right. No, I could do a lot of the walking myself, but at this point, hey, I'll take the easy way out for sure.
That's awesome.
So travel is actually a joy nowadays. And everybody's very solicitous of the old guys, so they let me get as much sleep as I want, so it all works out.
There you go. So we're going to have someone who's going to show up at some point who want to take your seat. I don't want to jump you out of here.
Yeah, no sweat.
But
I was just dropping by, and I offered to chat here a little. So hello, thank you. I'm glad I had the opportunity to see all you
I
on
got
YouTube.
to interview Darlene, and I got to interview you.
Excellent.
So that just makes me happy.
Darlene is a treasure.
She is a
I hope she lasts.
She bless your heart and parted me.
Okay.
I said something.
Very
She
good.
said something. Did you just bless your heart me? She said, oh yeah. I'm like, okay.
That's what
She
does.
smiled. It was
Right.
good. For you are behind Beckme. We won't call it Mentor Bay. So you're behind Beckme. You have been part of this community at TSR, outlasting TSR itself. You're here at a convention. People still know who you are.
Mm-hmm.
You're a guy making $20,000 a year making a game.
Mm-hmm.
What is your reflection all these years later that people still want to hear your stories?
Well, for one thing, those of you who have been watching this whole show, you notice that I don't do the usual public speaking gaffes. Stop, think about. It's because my head works too fast. So I'm literally composing what I'm going to say, editing and revising it before I feed it to my mouth. When I do media all over the world, the editors love me. Yeah, some have come up to me afterward and said, you just saved me a whole evening. I don't have to spend 2 hours editing this. Most of it goes straight to air. It's great. So I very much I love having had the experience of being shipped all over the world and developing these skills that helps me to better explain the game to novices, to experienced folks. But my core position is a little shocking and not shared by everyone, but I stand by it. thousands of years ago, mankind invented sports and games.
Okay.
And there has always been a winner and a loser, whether it's the Olympics, chess, going back thousands of years, etc. And I feel strongly that for the first time in human history, unlikely suspects, a couple of middle-aged white guys in the Midwest of the U.S., that new country, compared to Europe, come up with this game where there is no loser. All the losers are imaginary creatures.
Yeah.
It emphasizes teamwork, and the core message is we can accomplish more working together than we can by savagely insisting on going our own way as individuals. I think this is a moral and ethical message for mankind that will outlast the game. It is part of what is saying we want to take the next evolutionary step and cooperate and get off that savage approach of individual dominance, combat solves everything approach. Remember, we were in combat for thousands of years until somebody figured out if we talk, maybe fewer of us will get hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And that led to politics and organized government and all of that sort of thing. And I feel the more physical combat we get into, the more we're regressing. So most of my adventures, there are certainly entertaining combat options along the way, but there's a lot of thinking, figuring things out, not gross puzzles. Some people hate puzzles, so I'm careful with that. But more emphasizing playing the roles and the cooperation and finding things. And in the adventures I create, you find you're ecstatic because you've been able to succeed at something you couldn't possibly have done alone, thanks to the teamwork that you've done.
Absolutely.
So I feel that's the core message of all role-playing games. Cooperate, work together, and further the progress of the human race, literally.
It's our gift to civilization.
Yeah, indeed.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad that you were able to take the time to chat with me.
Thank you for your time.
And I hope you have
We'll see y'all later.
I hope you have a wonderful rest of the convention.
Oh, always do.
I'd like to talk to Frank Manser.
Every year at Page.
There we go.
This is the place on the East Coast, folks. If you have not checked out Page, hang on to your hat. Every exhibitor, artist, designer that you can imagine. What hit me, the one big breakthrough, Baldman Games is here representing Wizards of the Coast. That's what they do for like Gen Con and Origins. They're not screwing around. They see where the elevator's going up. Don't miss it.
You just gave the best,
See you later.
best ad for Ron ever. Thank you, Frank. Have a wonderful convention. Also, your outfit, I could never pull that off. You're awesome.
Thank you.
Hi. You can't see this, folks. Retired Wonder Woman just walked by with a cigarette in her hand and said, "How you doing, sweetheart?" That's awesome. Hi, Jen. How are
Hey,
you?
Wes.
Jen has been letting me in and out of the back office to get the computer every morning, and I won't be here tomorrow, so someone else has to do that, which is good. How are you?
I'm good. We're at a con.
We're at a con.
How
I am
can you not
exhausted.
have
There's
fun when you're
Charles
at a
walking
con?
by. Hi. Did you get in here? Did you get in the interview booth? Well, if you see an opening tomorrow morning, just be like, "I need to get in here," and sit down. Be good. Thanks, Charles.
Or I can pass the mic now.
You were requested.
I heard that.
We put the list. I put the list together, and I had you on first. And like Ron was like, "Jen Blazer, she's already on there." Okay. So let's talk.
About Ron?
No, I don't want to get
about Paige.
fired.
Oh,
I'm a
got you.
volunteer. It's really hard to get fired when you're a volunteer, but I would.
Exactly.
Let's not even talk about Paige. I want to talk about. So we're at a convention. This is awesome.
It is.
Games are awesome. Role-playing games are awesome. You're involved in role-playing games. But how on earth did you first get involved in this wonderful, weird hobby?
So about 2010, my husband, Zach Glazer, he wanted to do something different. And I'm like, "What have you always wanted to do?" He's like, "I always wanted to write my own RPG game." Because you
Okay.
remember the books in the back, it
Yeah,
said
yeah,
submit.
yeah.
And I said, "Well, do it." So he did a couple Kickstarters. I let him do his thing. I was not privy of this world. I did not grow up with it. And it was at a Gary Con. He was actually walking with Tim Kask. And I was at home and I thought it would be funny, and I hacked his Facebook account and I was selling his collection. So as Tim and him are walking down the hall in Gary Con, his phone's going off. And Tim's like, I think you might want to get that. Well, people didn't know it was a joke. And they're like, your wife is selling all your gaming collection. So I was no longer to stay at home during conventions that Zach would attend.
You have to. You are now mandated to go to conventions because you played a prank where you were selling his entire collection.
Yes.
And he's like, no, that's never happening. I'm never leaving you alone again.
Exactly.
That's just the greatest origin story for being part of the RPG hobby ever. Please continue.
And learning, the collectors in the area. I always heard about shrink wrap. I got some saran wrap, wrapped some of his boxes, and I'm tearing it open on the video. And people are like, your wife is opening your shrink. Hey, I was just having fun. People didn't know who I was, didn't know I was joking around. I did not open any of his shrink wrapped items. I do understand that. And then I started playing with colors. I'm like, oh, there's a blue version. There's a red version. There's a white version,
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, then I was brought to Gary Con, so I would not sell any of his items. I was curious, started walking around the vendor room, talking to artists, talking to cartographers. I love art. I love the maps. And that's what got me into it. So I saw the conventions. Zach was working with Frog God Games and Necromancer Games at the time, and they needed a convention coordinator.
So they sucked you in.
I volunteered, not knowing what I was volunteering for.
And the rest is history.
Yes, so that was how I got into the business.
Okay.
2020 happened. Had to turn everything online, go into Discord, let's play at home. How can we do that? So they asked me, take a look as an outsider, what can we do?
Right.
And I said, I want to talk to the customers. So I sat down, started talking to customers, going through emails, finding out what their wants and needs were. Then I started moving into production. So I wear many hats. I was a company coordinator, and I was the person you would come to help.
Do you play though? Did you get sucked into playing?
I did. Matt Finch was my first GM.
Oh my gosh. Well, you just had a gem. He's awesome.
Yeah. So he goes, Jen, you go play. And I said, no, I'm not going to play. I watch. I'm behind the scenes. He puts it on Facebook. Who wants to play with Jen and I? Boom. It's going 14, 15, 20 people.
You got into this by putting something on Facebook, so that serves you right.
Back,
Okay, cool.
I know. Matt knows. Yep. So yeah, I've been very fortunate with people who brought me into the gaming. I call myself old school. I have played Shadow Dark. I am going through the different systems. I consider myself a newbie, but I'm really a behind the scenes person.
It's cool.
Yeah, so you're doing production, you're doing events. That's where I've come into this.
So when I asked you how you do it, you said we're at a con. Is this really like your favorite part of your job?
It is.
Is the con part?
It is, because you get to see the excitement. You get to sit down and just play.
Okay.
You're putting your day job to the side. You're here for a reason.
Yeah.
That's to have fun. It's to meet new people, do new adventures. Like if you haven't tried Call of Cthulhu, which is CNC, Castles and Crusades, right behind us here, you get to try it.
Yeah.
If you want to jump into a DCC game, we have a huge Shadow Dark game going on. There's tournaments, there's the miniatures that I just walked by and saw. But then you can shop. You got the vendors and artists and the cartographers back here. You got seminars. I mean, the seminars are great too. If you want to dip your toe into the module world and start your own production in your own company, listen to the people that are here. Obviously, okay, Frank was just here. Frank is still right here.
Frank was signing things.
Yeah.
He's still here.
You got the TSR guys here and ladies. Darlene's here, Alan's here, Harold's here. They are so approachable. And I think for me, not being in the gaming industry, I just go up. I'm like, who are you? What do you do? And that was the first time I met Alan Hammock, was at North Texas. We were sitting in the hotel lobby next to each other. And I'm like, hey, what do you do? And he was talking about his day job, not TSR with me. So I didn't know who he was. And my husband, Zach, is coming up and his eyes are huge. And he goes, do you know who you're talking to? I said, yeah, Alan. And he goes, that's Mr. Hammock. And I go,
Mr. Hammock.
yeah. And I go, do you want me to call you Mr. Hammock? Or do you want me to call you Alan? He goes, Alan's fine. Alan and we have a great time. His wife, Susan, is wonderful. And I got to know him on a personal, but
Yeah.
the fans here, when they see him, same thing. Larry Elmore. He's Larry to me. Larry and I have a great time when I've seen him at Gary Con. I love
I
Larry's work.
honestly think I would probably have to call Larry Elmore Mr. Elmore.
Yeah.
And it's only because of the artwork. Like
Right.
everybody else, I'm fine first name, but there's just something about that artwork that is like, no, I need to treat you different because
Yeah.
it's so
Oh, yeah.
amazing.
Yeah.
So amazing. That
Yeah.
that would be the one. Maybe one day I'll get to try that out. We'll see
Yeah.
what happens. So yes, this is your favorite
Hopefully
part.
I'll be there and I can record it.
I can't
we'll
go to
turn the
Gary Con,
tables.
so that's part of the problem.
Yeah.
You can record me.
Yeah.
I'm recording everybody else. I might as well.
I know. It's only fair.
It's only fair. I just got jumped into this. We're fine. So you're here. You're working for Frog God Games. You're doing your day, but now you have this other gig that's going on.
I have many gigs going on.
But there's a big gig that's going. Well, it's big for this convention
Yep.
because what is Orange Cat Games and why on earth does it have a cat? I'm allergic to cats and I
I
don't
am
like.
too, actually.
Yeah, see, I don't understand the cat people.
So Chet and Ron got together. Ron, and you probably talked about it with Chet when he interviewed.
Yep.
So they did the 100 copies here
Yep.
for Ron. It sold out. Other people wanted it. So Ron and Chet talked and they're like, hey, maybe we should do a Kickstarter for this to let other people who aren't here this weekend, get an opportunity to buy the module.
Uh-huh.
I had made a comment in the past. I said, hey,
Famous last words.
if you need any help, suggestions, give us a call. Ron called. So he goes, hey, I have some questions for you. Well, I had questions back for Ron. He goes, oh, you know what you're doing. Can you help us? So I am their Kickstarter manager. I will be helping them through the process, walking them through.
Mhm.
And that's how I got started. Kickstarter has 3 more days on it, I believe.
No, it closes tomorrow.
No, it doesn't. It's Tuesday. He was wrong about
Chat
that.
was wrong.
Yeah.
Wrong, bad chat.
Yeah.
It's
You
only
don't
your
close
product.
it on the last day of a con because we got to wrap it up. Yeah. So it closes Tuesday. Yeah. And like he said, the stretch goal, we hit our first one. We're getting close to the Pathfinder 2 version.
Yeah.
That's at 15. And if you guys want to rally 20,000 with that one, we will do a Shadow Dark version.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Which should be fun.
Yeah.
But now, because Ron doesn't do anything small, why are we only doing one module?
So actually, there's a second in the works.
Mhm.
And there's some more projects in the works. But I don't think I can put that
Well, we
all.
can say who. Because there's a particular individual that has come into the Orange Cat Game sphere that Ron has talked about many times. He's like, and he's got like 14 modules he wants to do. I forget
you
the
think
name.
we're allowed to say it?
He said it on Friday Night Live.
He did?
You're allowed to say it.
Okay. Was it
Don't-
Levi?
Yeah. Don't say what. Just say who.
Okay.
So
Levi Combs. He will be getting some modules out through the Orange Cat Games name. To answer your question about Orange Cat Games, so Ron and Chet, when they're trying to come up with the name, they're like, hey, we both like cats. We both have cats. And then Ron thought Chet had an orange cat. Chet currently does not have an orange cat. Ron has an orange cat, but they both thought they had orange cats, so that's the orange cat. Yeah. Now, orange cat is not named yet. It might get a name later on. That might be something we do in a Kickstarter
oh, the
later on.
cat itself is the mascot is not named.
Yeah. So,
Fascinating.
yeah,
Call him Dog.
exactly.
Dog
For us
the
that are
orange
allergic
cat.
to cats, we're going to call it dog.
Dog the orange cat.
Yeah.
That sounds perfect.
Yeah.
So that's where like Ron's like, oh, you have an orange cat? No, I don't.
Yeah.
Okay, we're stuck now. There's a lot of meaning behind the word. It's really cool. Here's the cool thing I found out about Chet and I yesterday. We were born the exact same day.
Oh, wow.
Like not just day of the month,
Yeah. brothers?
Year.
Oh wow.
We're like, we're 52. I'm like, I'm 52. He's like, I was born in February. I was born in February. When were you born? And he goes, I was born February 12th. And he's like, Abraham Lincoln's birthday. He's like, that's when I was born.
Oh wow.
It was crazy. It was
Yeah.
very strange.
Nice.
So Chet and I now are very even closer than we were already.
Yeah.
So very nice.
Chet is a great guy.
Chet is awesome.
If you see Chet at a con, come up to his booth. If you see him walking by, great guy. I can't say enough about him.
No, Chet is fantastic.
Yeah.
And what a story. I'm bringing him on the channel just to talk about, like, literally, this dude has an origin story beyond all origin stories. Let's get back to talking about you. I'm having ADHD moments. So we're at Page. Jen is like everywhere. So what is your official title here at Page?
I have a couple titles.
What's your official title here at Page?
Well, I guess we'll say special guest. Because that's what's on my badge.
You don't even have a
So I'm actually a consultant.
Okay, you're a consultant.
Yeah, I am the eyes and ears checking out the whole. I've done event coordination in my past.
Right. So this is something you know.
Yeah, and so Ron asked me to take a look at this year. Last year I was a vendor, so I was in the vendor hall
Uh-huh.
that's actually behind us. This year we weren't doing a booth, and so he's like, I have some other roles for you. I will also be
Plural.
Yes, I'll be at the auction tonight. Auction will be live. It's also on Discord if you guys are at home and you want to bid on really some great items.
What
Frank
time
has
does that
a lot.
start?
7 p.m.
Okay, I won't be here. I'm going home, but that's wow.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, and there's a lot of great items back there.
And I'm hoping the entire setup works
Yeah.
because somebody else is running it. So you're doing all of that. For folks who don't understand, because nobody who is not involved in event planning, like even people who volunteer,
Yeah.
do not understand what goes into making something like this. How much time and energy of people hours has to go into making like something like this function at a minimum?
So, have you had some of the other convention guys here, like Alex Kammer, talk
I
about
haven't
it?
talked to him, but he should have been in.
Yeah. These people work on it all year round. And Ron is actually already planning 2027. I mean, you have to plan so far in advance.
Yeah.
And great volunteers and staff, that's what makes a con, because there is so much behind the scenes to make something happen like this.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be a full-time job for a lot of people.
I was driving over here, and my roommate who came over with me, he was shocked if this was not Ron's full-time job.
Oh yeah.
He's like, what do you mean it's not his full-time job? It's like, Larry, this is a nonprofit. Like, he's just the organizer. Just the organizer.
Yeah.
He's like, no way. It's a lot.
Yeah.
Between signing contracts and getting the volunteers and the special guests and organizing transportation and one little glitch,
Oh yeah.
snowballs down.
Yep.
So it's really a credit. I'm not, no specifics. And I'm not going to ask you for this convention because it's not fair. When you're doing event planning, what is the wildest glitch that ever came up? You cannot include Paige because we don't want to out anybody, but like, and don't give names or anything, but just as an example for us to see like what can go wrong and how most people don't ever notice it. What was the wildest glitch you've ever encountered?
I had a special guest show up. They were supposed to be doing a panel. We get them prepped. We had told everybody what it was going to be about. We're in the back room, minutes bringing this person out. What am I supposed to talk about? And we just all stood and we decided we'll pivot. You talk about whatever you want to talk about. Never mind what we posted everywhere. You talk about what you want to talk about.
So I mean, very not anywhere near your scale, but that has been something over and over and over again. So when you guys see the event topics on your schedule, most times out of 10, it's like, well, this might sound interesting and we'll do this. Not most times out of 10, but a significant amount of times out of 10. Consider yourself fortunate if the topic actually covers that. Because you're like, Oh, I guess I should have planned that 12 months ago or 6 months ago. And it was, oh, it's Tuesday. I gotta take care of that.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And that's what happens. They planned it so far out in advance because you got to print, get the signage early, and then you're basically flipping the table. But it's the same as if you're playing a game. You have a GM who's concentrated, like, this is where I'm going to take my players, and the players went left, and now you're like,
That happened to me once.
Yeah.
So my 1.5e campaign. Why are you interviewing me? So my 1.5e campaign, I got the people in, and I have them like, so I kept foreshadowing that there was a dragon flying around. I'm trying to get them to go the other way. These idiots keep walking towards the dragon. And someone at one point, so I guess we're going to the dragon. And I'm setting that there's all these politics going on, and there's factions, and the dragon's taking over, and some people are siding with the dragon, but they're really trying to suck the dragon in. And there's other people over here doing it. I'm like, okay, well, I guess we got to plan this mass battle. I did a real simple conflict resolution because I didn't like any of the ones that I had seen. And we're getting ready to, so the night I'm mapping out what could possibly happen so I can improv when things go awry, because they do.
Yep.
They go, well, Wes wants us to fight the dragon. I'm like, Wes doesn't want you to do anything. Wes is wondering why the hell you're walking toward a dragon when you clearly do not want to fight the dragon.
Yep.
Like, well, the story's going that way. No, you keep following all the things. You need to go west. Like, why are you going east? I don't understand. But you keep doing it, so I keep prepping. It's like, we don't have to fight the dragon? No. We're gonna go somewhere else and let that happen. We'll go find an inn.
Oh, geez.
I'm like, okay. So that night, I had nothing prepped. They talked. We did a little bit of lore building, and I had them meet the Golden Girls.
There you go.
And they had no idea until I said, "Shut up, Dorothy," and they all went, "What?" Or "Shut up, Rose."
Yeah.
And they all went, "Oh, we're at the Golden Girl. Okay." And that was it.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because they went the wrong direction,
Yep.
and then went, "Well, you want us to do that?" No, I don't.
I know.
Go somewhere else. It was crazy.
Yep.
Players break everything.
Yep.
Darn players.
Yep.
All right. What's the most fun story you've ever had for it? I see. I can pivot on a
You can.
like half a penny. So what's the most interesting, like the coolest thing that's ever happened in your event planning? Because there are cool moments.
Yeah.
Amidst all the chaos.
It's really meeting the people for me, either in the industry.
Yeah.
The players here, I've played with some great people. I mean, to me, that's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's that connection.
Mhm.
It's sharing that experience and taking it with you to the next place.
It's so that when you meet folks at conventions, it changes kind of like your relationship dynamics and just the way that your friendship kind of circles form.
Right. Yeah.
Because there's so many people that like, these are now my friends.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, we have people now, I consider them my brother, my sister,
Yeah.
and it's just seeing these people at cons, and like people here, they're like, I saw you at this con, and I'm like, how in the world did you remember that? I don't even know what con I'm at right now. But luckily we have the sign that helps bring it back.
There's a good reminder behind it. And actually,
Exactly.
the first day I had that, it automatically defaulted to video flipped.
Oh.
I'm like, why
Yeah.
is that even a thing?
That's true. Yeah.
I don't understand.
Yeah.
But anyway, so that's really the coolest thing.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So you've had the worst, you've had the coolest thing. What was the most unexpected?
Unexpected is getting thrown into people's games. My first con, they wanted me in Steve Winter's game.
Okay.
And I'm like, who's Steve Winter? And then everyone's like, I've been dying to get into his game. And I'm like, go ahead.
There you go. I'm like, no, you're playing.
Yeah. I love Zeb and Helen Cook.
They are neat.
Yeah. Get in their games. I mean, both of them, unfortunately, they couldn't come to this con this time. Hopefully, I don't know if Zeb's going to Total Con. Fun fact, I used to help Zeb with his conventions he was going to.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not doing his con setup
Many
anymore.
hats.
Yeah. So, yeah. But yeah, I mean, right now I'm totally loving the owlbear here.
Dude.
So.
Yeah, we've talked about it. There's a 10-foot tall owlbear walking around.
Yeah.
Is the owlbear coming, or is it just staying out there right now?
No, but just like that. Like, here, Alan. Come over, Alan. You're fine. We're going to put Alan's face on just to say hi.
Say hi, Alan. Jen's like, enough talking with me.
No, I told him the first time we met.
Yeah.
And how Zach's like, I should call you Mr. Hammock. And I
Mr.
looked
Hammock,
at you
Mr.
and I'm
Hammock.
like,
You want me to call you Mr. Hammock? No, Alan's fine.
yeah. And I think we've known each other now 11 years. Yeah. So it's been 11 now.
That's pretty wild.
She just keeps getting friendlier and friendlier. So.
She is awesome. She's helped me out a lot this
She's
week.
helped me out a lot at this con, yes.
Absolutely.
And this is your first time
Thank
here.
you. It is my first time here,
Yeah.
yeah.
But he's been to many cons.
So you've been you've been in the industry since the start of the industry. So
yes,
basically. I know you have to get to a panel. What is the most fascinating thing? Because you all were creating a game. What was the moment where you looked around and went, holy crow, this is like a cultural moment? And what was that like to have that experience?
I grew up playing war games and going to war game conventions, and those were sets of rules where if someone made a suggestion or a change, you'd say, sure, we'll try that. And we try it out next time. And if we liked it, we kept it in and stuck somebody's name on it. And then we publish, 100 copies would be a huge circulation for a set of rules or something like that. And it was when it started getting into serious money that that we start realizing, okay, well, maybe this is our hobby is actually growing into a competitive business or something like that. So yeah, it was probably around 1979 or 80, and the sales had just kept going up, and it was like, this is getting crazy. We're hiring people who aren't gamers for the company. There's lawyers and marketers and ad people and people who have no idea what we're actually doing, So I went, okay, this is going to be wild.
And is it sometimes surreal to question? One of the larger conventions in the country.
I know it is crazy. I still get people, thanking me for my help in the early days. I helped edit the first edition Dungeon Master's Guide and edited the World of Greyhawk, and of course those things still have their tendrils and descendants today. So very happy to be a part of that.
Awesome. I know you need to get to a panel.
Yes.
Jen dragged you in. Thank you for everything that you have done for the hobby.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And thank you for continuing to be part of it.
And, word to the wise, just do everything Jen says and you'll be fine.
I have learned this. Thank you.
Thanks, Alan.
That was wonderful happenstance.
Yep.
It was good. Well, you've done your half hour.
Thank you.
You can be free.
You want me to grab someone else?
She was trying to give it away.
Well, Frank was talking. I'm like, just let him keep on going.
Just like stuff.
I mean, he'll be here all
would
day.
let Frank would go forever and a day.
Exactly.
So yes. How are you? Oh, I can drag him in.
Come on in.
You want to be on stream?
I don't care.
Get on stream. Get in here. Have fun. Jen, really thank you for everything. And I so have loved being able to work with you. Hi, James. How are you?
I'm great.
So let's get into frame here. So you work for a little company that puts out an application known as
ArkenForge.
So it amazes me how people are like, oh yeah, I know that. I've never looked at it, which is wrong because it's really cool. So can you describe what ArkenForge is?
Yeah, it is a digital map making program that operates natively at 256 pixels, but can scale all the way up to 4K. No problem. It'll handle everything. All of our assets are done in 4K. It has the animations built into it, and any asset can be animated.
Yep.
As well as a native fog of war system that's dynamic, so it will update live as you're going. A whole sound system built into it, so ambiance, music, sound effects, all of that comes with it. And then it also exports natively to all the major VTTs out there.
Yes, it does. So you can export your video if it has animations. You can export it as a video background, and it will work.
Yep.
So you but you called it a map making software, which it is, and it's quite a good one. I use it frequently.
Me too.
Well, I mean, you're legally obligated to. So, but it is also known for being an in-person virtual tabletop.
Correct. So with the Fog of War function, as well as the sound effects and the music and all of that, it also has an encyclopedia where you can store your adventures inside.
I'm going to pause you for a minute. See that guy right there?
Yeah.
That little kid's a murder hobo.
Little murder hobo?
He's the young murder hobo.
You're training him well, Dad.
So his dad's a pastor. Okay, go ahead.
But not only does it allow you to use all of that, we also have a native touch integration.
Yep.
So if you get an IR touch frame for your TV, or if you have a touch screen TV that you have, I don't recommend buying one of those because those are expensive. The IR touch frames are about $200, so it's very easy to
I
get
have
a hold
not
of.
picked one up yet. It's one thing
You
I want to
should.
keep playing with.
You should.
I should do many things. So,
But with that, you can take your physical miniatures, any
Yeah.
miniature that you've had, set it on the table or onto the screen, preferably with something to protect the screen,
correct.
and it will automatically give your physical miniature a digital line of sight that will clear the Fog of War as you're moving your miniature around.
Now, I started with Arkenforge a couple of years ago, and it was really good then. So, like things that you need plugins for something like Foundry, like it does levels default.
Yep.
It does second screen default.
Yep. It does multiple screens default.
How many more screens does? Well, no. When I started, it was 2 screens.
It was
You could do
2 screens.
Let's don't bury the lead. So I'm trying to bury the lead. Hush. So it was really good back then. Even when I was working it, you were already iterating Fog of War so that it functioned more like what people are expecting from some other VTTs. But what just happened this month?
So this month, after 30 months of development, we released version 0.5. So
Yes.
we have hit our halfway mile marker.
0.5.
Yes. And we dumped a bunch of new stuff into it. So not only does everything work better, but we've added a bunch of extra features. Like there's built-in Dungeons and Dragons character sheets for your NPCs.
Right.
As well as you can create your own character sheets for any other game.
Right.
Excuse me. The Fog of War system got a serious update over the course of the public testing that makes it even smoother than what it used to be.
Yeah.
And hopefully, I've been wanting this for years. Now that we've hit 0.5, our dev, Nathan, will finally get to adding in the player's toolkit, which will allow your players to meet around the table with their tablet or their phone. And if you're like me and you have a bunch of players and you put your TV on the wall, as the game master, you no longer have to control every token.
Right.
With the upcoming player's toolkit, they'll be able to do it.
Okay. So that would be nice.
Yes.
That would be kind of fun. And you've added things like digital dice.
Yep, we did have the digital dice.
You talked about sheets. So one of the things that was always being screamed for in older versions of Arkenforge, I almost said Foundry. Shh, bad.
We like Foundry at Arkenforge.
I know, but I'm talking about you. I'm not calling you. So, but when you created a note, because it's what you used to have to do, and gave it a token icon, by Nate, you had to do literally, if you had 8 goblins, you had to have Goblin 1, Goblin 2, Goblin 3, Goblin 4, Goblin 5, because they were notes. And if you drug one goblin out and changed its HP, every goblin would change it. So it was a little bit difficult to add. Tokens have now been updated.
Yes.
I'm still learning how to use them.
You create your base token, you pull it out into the field, out onto your palette.
Yeah.
And select it, Control C, and then move your cursor to where you want to place the new one, Control V, and in your token list, it will create a brand new note that is a temporary note until you delete that token.
Gotcha. Okay. And you can create templates for however you want.
Yep.
Create to create it.
I have used it for Savage Worlds. I've used it for Shadow Dark. I have used it for Pathfinder first and second edition. And that has just been a huge boon to be able to put all of that in there.
It's less time consuming. It
And I
makes
don't
you
have
want
to
use
alt
more.
tab.
Yeah. One of the cool things with it, the new token setup, with the old things that were notes, can you convert them to the new token setup?
They automatically will convert up.
Awesome. What are some of the most other requested features that haven't been hit yet that you are hoping to get in pretty soon?
Online functionality as an optional thing.
Okay.
We've been talking about it, but after, the pandemic, we had to change directions.
Yeah.
So hopefully we're finally going to get back to that, as well as expanding the amount of assets that we have, because every year we're putting out at least 2.
You want to
new
expand
packs.
the assets? There's a lot of assets.
Yeah, right now there's over 50 gigs worth of assets.
It's a lot of assets. I have many of them.
I personally have been pushing for like 1920s era, so that way we get our Call of Cthulhu players who can use
okay,
it.
cool.
Some steampunk, as well as modern. I want to see it modern because there's a bunch of great modern games out there.
Yeah, which would be really cool. Initiative tracking?
That is coming. And believe it or not, that is what the toolkit was originally created to do.
Okay, that's hysterical.
Isn't it? And now it doesn't do it anymore.
So
But
it was
initiative
there and it
tracking-
dropped out. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Hi, Ron.
Hey, Ron.
You're my hero.
He is my hero. He got us moved to a much better spot.
He looks tired. He's yelling at us. So it was originally for initiative.
Yep.
And it became a map making in-person virtual tabletop. And let me tell you, it runs smooth.
I love it. And the only limit is the how good your machine is. It'll
Yeah.
run on a potato. You just got to be careful on how much you throw into your maps. But like at home, my home desktop, I can run like AAA first-person shooter games at the ultra settings, and it doesn't skip a beat.
Right.
I opened my old Temple of Elemental Evil map, and once we put in the tracking for how many objects are actually in a map, it was
Yeah.
117,000 assets that I had put in this map, and it makes the beast groan.
Really?
So I actually found a point at which I got to say, okay, I need to back off.
And there are ways to do that. You like export it as a JPEG and then bring
Mhm.
it back in, but you lose functionality. So one of the cool things about designing the map is that, hey, Baron. Hi, Kelsey. Is that the objects are manipulated.
Yes.
So one of the difficult things of being in another map, unless you bring the assets in locally there, that chair is just always going to be there. And that cart is just always going to be there. You can't move it around. In Arkenforge, because you build it in that thing, that asset is usually still there. So one of the cool things is for doors. You've had people ask you, does the door open in or out? And you can say whether it opens in or out, but it's not a binary state. You can grab the door,
you can grab the door and rotate it.
and the light and the vision follow the door. So suddenly you can have an ambush holding on the other side of the door because the door is blocking you from seeing it, and it's really cool.
Yeah. And I really like that functionality because I feel like it gives more immersion to the games when everything is operating like our brains are wired to expect.
Absolutely. Really cool stuff. And so it really does help. You talked about the music system or the sound system. This is something that I don't typically deal with because my brain can't turn things on while I'm multitasking telling the story. You kind of alleviate that with this version of Arkenforge. I just have to think ahead, which granted I'm not good at doing, but when I learn how to do it, what can I do?
So your ambiances can be either map-wide or regional. And what I mean by regional is you place the asset right on your map and it will have almost like a template of how far out a token can first hear that.
Yeah, okay.
And as a token moves in, it will start panning the sound up in volume until you hit the center point of the sound. And then as you start moving away from it, it'll start panning it back down.
Really cool.
It is. It's really awesome. I've done that with quite a few things. And you can make it so the sounds either pass through the walls or they're constrained by the walls.
So think about if you want to give a heads up that there's a big fight coming, you can throw the boss fight music ahead. Be like, okay, we're getting near the end here. Some people are like, I don't want to give that away, which I totally can understand. But you could do that and like, why is their music getting louder as I walk down this corridor?
Why did the Doom Guy music just start playing?
What is happening? Something bad is going to happen. Yeah. So it freaks people out a little bit, which is really kind of cool.
Especially for my horror games, I like to put on the creepy sounds at just loud enough to hear. And it gets my players right at that. I mean, like they start doing this, and you can see my players actually get antsy, and it helps pull them right in.
My battle music, I like to do a muck time from Star Trek. So now we're going to get demonetized. When people are using their different tokens, and you have the actual minis that are on the map, which is really cool. And you should go see some of their videos because they show like the using physical and digital assets at the same time. There are some times where I'm not sure which is which, and I have to look for the parallax to see. But how does it handle that shared token vision? Does it only give for active, or does it show all the tokens active at the same time?
Any tokens that are not hidden.
Okay.
And so when you're building your tokens, you can assign whether or not that token has vision. It's not an automatic on or off.
Yep.
So like for your NPCs and your monsters, you don't want to turn on vision because then it opens up the map.
Correct.
And if I remember correctly, that is coming to where it will only show on the Game Master's view of the monster tokens vision.
Okay.
And it won't show on the player view.
Gotcha.
But on top of that, there are other settings that will allow you to adjust how far they can see and all of that. So like if you're in a really dark area, you turn on their vision and then you set the fog of war to simulate night.
Gotcha.
And the only way they'll be able to see is if they either have dark vision, night vision, or a light source.
Awesome.
And we did add all those different vision types.
So like black and white for dark vision.
Yep. And it even does it correctly. So like per the Pathfinder and the Dungeons and Dragons dark vision, when you're in light, you see in color, but you still see beyond the light in black and white.
Very good. In old school infravision, can you turn on?
We do have old school infravision.
Just see hot things and blue blobs everywhere, and it should be fun. Cool. What I just wondered, what's been kind of the coolest reaction? We didn't plan this interview. He was like, "Hey, sit down, man. I need to talk with you anyway." What's been the coolest reaction when people kind of see what this can do in person?
I think, like here at the cons, I usually put my night train, Deadlands Night Train.
Where they see the train?
Yeah, the train chase at the end of that adventure up. And everybody just kind of stops and stares at it like, oh, that looks like it's an actual chase because the map is moving and all of that. But like when I'm playing at home and I use it in person, everybody they love how it pulls them in more because I'm one of those, when I create my maps, if I have a description of the room,
you're doing
everything
it that way?
in that description is on the map.
Yep.
Because I'm a firm believer that a picture truly is worth 1,000 words.
Okay.
And I also use it, a lot of them like that I use it to, if they see it on the map, and normally it would require either like a perception or notice or whatever you need roll.
Right.
If they see it and point it out, I give it to them. I don't even make them roll.
Of course. It's there.
Yep. And so I found that the immersion just through the roof. And I think that's probably the best reactions that I get is when it really helps them buy into the story more.
Have you ever gotten to the point of like old school terrain, people just looking at it going, darn it? He's just gonna smile. No story on that. So, and that's one of the, like I actually ran physical terrain for the first time because I've been running Shadow Dark over down the Dark
I
Stairwell.
love Shadow Dark.
And Shadow Dark's awesome. And down the Dark Stairwell is great. The assets are incredible. They're beautiful, but you constantly have the players have to be cognizant, and everybody here has been perfect. How far the torch goes, and to remember that they don't know where anything is.
Nope.
But on a digital map,
it's all hidden.
It's all hidden, and so that's one of the things that's kind of interesting about that, which I really
and we
really
actually,
enjoy.
and I wish I still had it. We actually did Shadow Dark for Norse Foundry's Extra Life weekend.
No, really?
Yep. And they loved it because as soon as my timer went off, I killed their light source.
And it's just done.
And and they literally could not see.
But Pete got it. Pete got it.
Now you have it.
No, Pete got it for me.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Damn it. I wanted to beat him to it.
Look, get in here for a second. This is top secret. They're here from Solarian Games. Here. This is Dave from Grimwood Games. You need to meet James.
Hi, James.
I'm James.
Nice to meet you.
They run Arkenforge.
Oh, yes, I do need to meet you.
Yes, you do.
Okay,
He's at
please do.
Grimwood Games. We can
Well-
put it in the auction.
Put it in the auction.
Get the receipt for your thing.
Put it in the auction. It's good.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
Can
I
you
was trying to surprise you.
Can you get Jason's book for me, or Jason's bag of books for me?
I can
They're
try-
at your
yeah,
booth. They're at
yeah.
your booth.
Do you want me to bring them to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're live. It's
I
fine.
know. Sorry.
This will be at the EcclesiaCon auction. So I run a small game convention in Palmyra, New Jersey. It's like 150 people. We raise money for a literacy organization for the roof of my church.
Oh,
So
nice.
it's fun times. And that's Dave from Grimwood Games, and he does modern urban fantasy, and he's a really good guy. You need to meet him.
Yep.
So
I'll head over and talk to him after we're done.
awesome. So Arkenforge, where can people get it?
Here at the con, we have the best prices. So if you are here, come and see us at our booth. We are in the main entrance hallway. Talk to CC or Alec. They like to say that I just come here to hang out, which I'm not going to lie, being the boss, that's a perk. I get to go and do whatever I want. But they will hook anybody up online. If you go to arkenforge.com, pick out everything you want. And when you get to the cart at the end, if you put in the coupon code KOTSDT,
KOTSET.
DT. D as in dog.
DT?
Yep. As in
KOTSDT.
the initials of Knights of the Smith Dinner Table. That will get you $5 off of each item in your cart.
Wait, off of each item in your cart? All right, first off, how much does the Arkenforge like sample
If
set
I
work?
remember right, it is for the base set online, it's 55.
So you can get it for 50. And the base set has more than most people will need. What are some other sets that people can get?
So in our fantasy line, we have the Wild, which is all natural stuff. Dungeons Deep, which is dungeon assets, animated traps. I love our animated
I
traps.
actually need the animated traps.
Yeah,
Those are
yeah.
really cool.
Come to the booth and pick it up. And the last one in the fantasy was Towns and Cities, which has all of your urban stuff. Then we have our sci-fi essentials, and we have the largest selection of sci-fi assets out there.
They are all, I just had the essentials, and it's space. I need to get more space because I need more ships.
Deep space.
Post-apocalyptic.
Post-apocalypse. Now I can't remember. Wild West.
Yeah.
And there's a fourth one, Cyberpunk.
Can I do? I have a request.
Yeah.
And I know that this is covered mostly by the other genres. Science fantasy.
Absolutely.
But like Numenera.
Absolutely.
So where you have,
Yeah,
and you can do this
fantasy
already,
effects
but you have fantasy
with,
effects with
the-
like decrepit and old things that
I
are
make
futuristic but are still ruined, like cool
I
stuff.
run Savage Drifts on occasion for one shots,
Yeah.
and so it's got kind of the same
Yeah.
old tech, new magic stuff. And I've made lots of great maps for the Savage Drift stuff.
It's so cool.
It's a lot of fun. And the beauty of the program is it's so easy. A Luddite can use it.
It's pretty simple.
Yeah. Anybody can use it. And if you ever have any questions, our Discord community is absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
If one of our employees or the devs aren't on, our super users immediately will
The
hop in to
Discord's
answer
really
questions.
good. And I will tell you, when you get to like 700,000 assets, not that I know anybody like that, and you do a search, it can take a while to populate. Not awful while.
It's much better than what it used to be.
It is, but it's so just let it breathe, especially if you have an older machine. Like, I don't know why my 2018 MacBook with a Pentium doesn't work. Like, that's his why. Thank you, Dave. Yes.
It is?
Yes. He's here as a vendor. I have him running errands for me.
That's perfect.
He's also one of my best friends on the planet. So cool. So all these things are coming on. What is your next step with Arkenforge?
So right now we are moving into the deployment phase from our latest Kickstarter, which was dark fantasy. Think grim dark fantasy stuff like Castle of Strahd, Castle of
Strahd, yeah. Curse of Strahd.
and other dark gothic horror settings.
Awesome.
And after that, I personally have not seen the plan, but I know that the Player's Toolkit is on its way.
Awesome. Very
which
good.
I'm super excited about because, I live hours from my groups.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So how's that? That was my next thing is how will that online thing work? And I'm asking you for a very specific reason. So I am on T-Mobile internet access, carrier grade NAT. I cannot open ports. How is the connection going to be made?
So right now, locally, if everybody's
Local's easy.
in the same room, the way we're doing it is via IP address of the machine.
Right.
So like right now, you can turn on, rather than having a TV or something, if people have their tablets, they can go to the
Is that your
network
Diet
address.
Coke?
That is not my Diet Coke.
I don't know what's going on.
They can go to the network or the IP address that you give them. Sorry, I couldn't remember what it was called.
Right.
And it's always like a 192.168 because it's local. And they will have the map right there on their screen.
Okay.
And that was the first step towards being able to get player functionality
Right,
in,
right,
so
right.
that way they can access it.
And they'll be able to access their sheet and everything. So
Yep.
Okay.
And it's all up to the game master to assign them the stuff.
Gotcha.
And that's coming.
Okay.
I'm not sure how long. I'm not going to give a quote because I've
You'll
been
be wrong
letting
and people will be
exactly,
angry.
exactly. I'm taking the Pinnacle or the Blizzard path on this one.
Yep.
It's coming.
It'll be ready when it's ready. But when it gets online for remote play, will it just be peer to peer, or will there be a relay so that people can bypass like issues like mine?
So, I am working on with the guy, the owner of Molten Hosting,
Okay.
about setting up servers through him.
Oh, okay.
And at least for the U.S. customers, and the U.S., all of us Americans are like 75% of the sales.
Right. Even though your main developer lives in
Australia.
Yeah, there you go.
But I will at least be able to get the American users a website that they can go and host their games on.
Okay. Like buy a yearly
Yeah,
subscription.
buy a subscription. And that'll be the only subscription ever tied to Arkenforge. The actual product itself will always be a one-time purchase.
So that's going to be interesting. Like with the Foundry model, I buy a purchase and they're running the software for me. With Arkenforge, everything runs locally.
Yep.
And my maps are local and my assets are local and everything's here local. How am I going to transfer that to a server? Are they just acting as
Same
the
way-
relay, or
yeah,
is it the same
they'll
way?
be acting as the relay.
Okay, so it's literally like, here, this is that relay out there where you're all connecting so that you don't have to worry about me not being able to open ports to let you in.
Yep.
Which is great security and a pain in the neck. So this makes me happy.
That's why I've been already in talks to get it set up.
That's cool. And I will not ask you how much it's going to cost.
I honestly don't know. I don't foresee it being any worse than like a standard Molten hosting.
Okay.
Which I think the bare bones on Molten hosting is $15 a month.
Okay.
Which isn't terrible.
Gotcha.
It might even be less, like for the basic package.
Gotcha.
But I don't foresee it being any more than that.
Okay. It'll be interesting to watch and see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Well, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Phil's supposed to be here soon. We'll see if he actually shows up. Phil. The Phil.
The Phil? Well, what the heck?
I don't know. Well, so we are.
It's like trying to find Ed at this convention.
You know, Ed is strange because he's nowhere and everywhere.
Yes.
When I'm not looking for Ed, Ed is there. When I'm looking for Ed, Ed is nowhere to be found.
Earlier today, I was wanting to talk to Ed about something for a project that I've got for my other company, Knightsmith Games. And every time I left my booth, Ed would show up within 5 minutes to talk to me. But I wasn't there because I left. But when I'd stay there, he never showed up.
They're always putting fires out. Jen's running around. Jen, I can always find.
Yeah, she's easy to find.
Jen is. I know exactly where she's going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Phil says he has an office. Phil is never in the office. He's never there. It's fine.
It happens.
We're insulting everybody on the stream. I'm going to get fired. Phil is also a really good guy, and we love him a lot. So, all right. Thank you so much. I hope you have. I'm not here tomorrow, so I hope you have a great rest of the con.
Thank you.
I will try to pop over and have you go through the process of teaching me what I'm missing for the tokens, because I'm really looking forward to it, and finally being able to download the new toolkit.
Awesome.
Which is awesome. Fantastic stuff, and have a great rest of the con.
You too.
Thank you. Hey, Calvin. There's Ed. I got 3 minutes until someone shows up. Sit down. Ed, we're like, Ed is weird because when you're looking for him, you can never find him. And when you don't expect to see Ed, there's Ed walking down the aisle. So
I'm looking for volunteers who can help run Shadowrun.
I'll be there at 4:00-ish as soon as I get done.
You're going to be there at 4, Shadowrun?
Yeah, because I'm actually signed up to volunteer, which is good. All right, so this is a special host. I have Phil coming in, who's the Chief Operating Officer for Page.
Oh, wow.
He's the next schedule, but he's not here yet.
Cool.
So I'm going to throw you on.
I'm
because people are like, well, who's this? We just had Frank Mentor on.
Oh, that's awesome.
We had Jen Glazer on, and we had James from Argenforge on.
Oh, yeah.
And now
Yeah.
here's you. Who are you?
Here's me. Hey, I'm Calvin. I play RPGs.
Just good. And what's your role in the industry?
I'm an enthusiast.
He's one of my best friends. He plays RPGs, and he was walking by, and I had 5 minutes to fill. So, but we have wonderful stories because, and I'm going to do it. We did this last year at VisaCon. We're doing it now. Calvin, we have played in many adventures and campaigns together. Yes?
Absolutely.
Have our characters ever gotten along?
I don't think a single time.
Not once.
No.
The first campaign I played a paladin. Very intent on keeping myself pure so I could wreak vengeance upon my own king, it turned out. And what did you play?
In that campaign, I played a warlock.
And you were attempting to get more power from a fish thing.
Really, any patron that wanted me was good enough. I was not picky as a warlock. Whatever works.
And there were points where we were going to go to PvP just because I was trying to save your soul.
You felt like the fish god was not a good patron, but I felt like they were a very good patron.
I felt that he was definitely worthy of a better patron.
Wow, I appreciate that.
It was very good. It's absolutely crazy. And then at CleesaCon, we played Dragonbane with the inestimable Dave Ward, who I had running errands for me earlier.
Yes, great game. Great game.
I played what?
In that one, oh gosh, what I can't remember your class. What was you were the
I was the wizard. And who
you
were
the wizard. I was the guy who did not like magic. I did not trust magic. I did not think magic was good or something one should be involved in. Very suspicious.
It was very good. And literally, I'm just rerunning a conversation because it just needs to be on the page stream because this is how awesome RPGs are, and this is what happens at these conventions.
Yep.
At the end of the adventure, we successfully retrieved what the wizard who had been turned into a sheep wanted.
Yes.
We were
Yes.
getting ready to get treasure cards.
Yes.
And your progeny did what?
Yes, my oldest child decided at that moment that it would be a good idea to take the magical staff we had been sent to retrieve and break it in two.
Because he was taking a cue from his dad the entire time as role playing that he did not like magic. And
Hey, magic's dangerous, and this is why. This is why.
we got blown out the treehouse. We got
did.
knocked down.
We did.
You've passed your death saves.
I did.
I finally passed my death saves just barely.
Just barely.
You did a. So I told you so.
Yeah, clearly. Magic is dangerous. Don't trust magic.
Magic is a tool. You just got to use it responsibly. That's all I'm saying. And then I turned to the wizard who's at treehouse that our party member just exploded and said, "So is there a reward?"
Yeah.
And did we get a reward?
We did not.
Because your son is a murder hobo.
He broke the staff in two.
He's over on the camera. He's just very happy.
Yeah, he's
that
quite
he's being
pleased about
announced
this
on the page stream
That's right.
as a murder hobo.
Very
And
excited
what
about
has
this.
the young murder hobo been playing at this convention?
My goodness, he's played a lot. He has
First time
played-
here, by the way.
Yes, first time at Page. It's been great. Everyone should check it out in the future if you haven't already. Let's see. I think he's played Shadowdark. He's played Daggerheart. Yeah.
You've run
Daggerheart.
Daggerheart.
I have run Daggerheart. Not actually different game than what he played in, but I have run Daggerheart. So a lot of fun with that. Shadowdark. Dragonbane was in there somewhere. The younger one played Mazes.
So we have young murder hobo.
Yes. And
would it be fair to describe the younger as younger murder
I
hobo?
don't know that that's really accurate. He played in Mazes and murdered a demon, but I feel like that's acceptable.
I think that's socially acceptable.
Yeah. And we just got done with Kobolds Ate My Baby, and he tried really hard to get his kobold dead in that one. So it's like reverse murder.
Reverse
hoboing.
murder hobo. Well,
So-
that's what this murder hobo
Well,
does.
yeah, that's fair too. That's fair.
That's very
That's fair.
true. I'm
Yep.
going to try to get my. I mean, his goal at EcclesiaCon was to be the first person on the Dead Heroes board.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was. Somehow in the Shadowdark Mega event, he's still not on the Fallen Heroes board. I know.
So you have experience points.
He does. He apparently has charmed lizard people now. He's turned over a new leaf.
This is what happens at Page. People change. The world becomes a better place. We have a good time.
That's right.
You've run Daggerheart?
I've run Daggerheart. Yep.
What else have you done?
I've played in the Shadowdark Mega event. Very fun, great concept. Shadowdark's a great game. Like I said, just got done with Kobolds Ate My Baby. We did the GUI Dungeon game show last night.
Oh, fun.
That was a riot, and you can probably hear my voice is a little hoarse.
I have no voice whatsoever.
That is from jamming game, my game this morning, and also last night screaming my head off at the GUI Dungeon game show. So it has been a blast here at Page for sure.
I've been trying to get you to come for 2 years.
You have, and I finally came this year, and I'm
Yep.
glad I did.
And the
You were
whole
right.
family's here.
Yes. Yep.
Which
Yep.
is very, very good. And have met some wonderful people and done some cool things.
Oh my goodness, yeah, it's been wonderful.
Awesome.
Absolutely
All right,
wonderful.
well, thank you for sitting in.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
I saw Calvin walking by. I'm like, yeah, he needs to be on. Tell people they need to come to Page.
Yes, people should come to Page. You should come to Page. If you have not been, or if you have been, and you're just not here right now, you should come to Page.
Very good. All right, folks, I'm going to let Calvin go. We're going to sit here and see if Phil shows up because you're going home tonight.
Well, I am, yes.
Yes, so very good. Asher, it's always good to see you. My little murder hobo wants to hang out with you. I think my little murder hobo is waiting to hang out. He still talks about you. Like still, he's like, you know that guy? We're gonna play. And did you go to Dave's booth?
Oh, yes, he did.
Okay,
Yeah.
just making sure that you guys saw him.
Yeah. We're gonna do some play testing with him.
Why are you sticking your tongue out at me? I'm live and that hurts my feelings. That's a camera. It's a DJI Osmo Pocket 3. Yeah. How are you doing? That is good. I'm seeing if somebody's bye, guys. I'm seeing if someone shows up for their interview, and if they don't, I'm going to go quiet and take a half-hour break to break everything down, and that'll be fun. But he might be putting out fires at the moment. Like figurative fires. He's the chief operating officer of this, so that's fine. What's that?
Oh, I was wondering who you were talking about.
Yeah. Phil's supposed to be here.
Oh, I haven't seen that. I've seen it.
Yeah. They're all running. Oh, she's awesome. Yeah. They're very good.
And I've seen Ryan, but not really.
No, we're having fun. I can break down and I can get over to my Shadow Dark game then. So that's actually pretty cool. So thank you.
Shadow Dark, yeah, that's where Sean is.
Okay. Sweet. I know. He's been there all day. A lot of the day.
I made him go.
Good for you. All right. Well, folks, looks like, let's see, what time is it? It's 3:37. I've been stood up. No, seriously, he's got important things that he's doing, so I'm basically turning off. So this is it for today. We will be back tomorrow with more streaming. I will not be here. Hopefully people will remember how to plug the computer in and get it functioning, which should be fun. And really, it has been a blast, and it's been a pleasure to bring you all these wonderful interviews. And we will talk to you very, very soon. And if you're not at Page, you can come next year. Talk to you later, folks.